Ooh, double strike going down here. Are both of them gonna connect? The nuke, as some would say, does hit. It is a great migration towards the 1-2 line, and I think Chucky is not gonna serve well as a border guard. He's gonna get overrun as Victor already bites the dust, so Hit and Run are pushing back against this.
That's exactly what he would need to do, but no, the round from Liberty. What a play.
Solo connects on YOLO, miss the RHM, that's why the pocket V does what it does.
But from the sidelines comes the SUV and the double kill with the strike. The 13-105 Mentos there to pick it up. This is what peak performance looks like. Well, hello there and welcome on October 13th, 2024 to the grand finals of the Onslaught Legends Series. My name is Kihand and I'm being joined for the first match of the day by Moff. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Key, but you look absolutely fantastic. I may be British, but you definitely have that James Bond look right now. Like you said, this is the Onslaught Legends Series Finals. This is what it's all been leading up to. This is the final play day, and it is all on the line. There is no hiding anymore. These top 4 teams are going to battle it out and see who will be the champion.
Indeed, and actually make that 3 days ago, we did have kind of a heartbreak with W getting knocked out just barely, but that now leaves the final 4 teams to play for the day on the EU server. Cashback is going to be our first match against Storm, basically place 1 of the regular season playing. They were able to pick between place 3 and 4. They picked number 3 as their opponent, so they're going to be playing against Storm. And then obviously the other semi-final, which is actually going to be a rematch of the match for China. It is Hit and Run versus Mafia. Then we have the OLF finals. So the finals of the North American server coming up. Dopamine against Stacked. And then as the grand finale, we will have the finals for the OLS itself.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the run today. I hope you're ready. It's going to be a very, very long marathon. We've got 2 best of 9s for the EU semi-finals, then a best of 11 for an NA semi-finals, and then a best of 11 to close out the Onslaught Legends series. So a lot of talking to be doing today, and plenty of time for people to collect those sweet, sweet drops.
Indeed, the drops today, not too shabby either, and I think that would be both a British and a German thing to do. It is quite the understatement what we have lined up for you today. So after 6 minutes, you'll have some small med and repair kits, but obviously then is when the juicy stuff starts. You even have the possibility for premium days, 3D styles for your tanks, or even premium tanks themselves. For example, IS-3A, Kanonenjagdpanzer with a 105mm gun, Caliban, ISU 152K are the possibly biggest rewards for watching 240 minutes. So yeah, hopefully today is gonna be a blast. That being said, Moff, going into these matches, I personally expect it to be a crisp and a quick 6-hour stream. So I hope everyone is comfortable and has their beverages ready.
Yeah, just a short 6-hour stream available there. Like you said, lots of drops available for everyone. I've been playing the Grom recently, the new Polish tank destroyer that's available in the Marathon. And that ISU 152K, it packs quite the punch. It butted straight through my armor quite a few times. But the first match that's coming up today, it's going to be Cashback versus Storm.
Indeed, and as we said already, Cashback, the place number 1 of the regular season, and they did pick the 3rd place of the regular season to play against. No slouches in their own right, because Storm are the EU first seed for the LAN in Chengdu at the end of November, so that's going to be quite the cracker already. Cashback here, they did have kind of a weird, like, meh start actually into the OLS, where they ended up dropping a couple matches like within the first 2 or 3 playdays, but then Moff, they seemed almost unbeatable for the rest of it.
Yeah, they've been on quite the roll since then. I've been counting it up. It's 9 straight wins in a row. They have not lost a match since day 3. And the only 2 games that they've lost were both in tiebreaker in the best of 5s. And we know how easily those best of 5s can end. Storm, like you said, they are the EU first seed going to China. They were the shock win in the last Onslaught Legends Cup, number 3. and they came in as the favorites for the OLS. Looking a bit shaky though ever since then. It's been a long series.
Yeah, they did have quite the Cinderella story there to book their tickets to China, but the OLS so far been looking kind of shaky. Then again, maybe saving strategies, etc. In the end, you just had to make it into these last 4 here to already start securing prize money. But obviously, you want to go and win it all to take 50% off the total prize pool, which obviously has been boosted by the bundles that you had been able to buy here. 85% for cashback that we just saw. In my opinion, that's a bit much. But talking about the prize pool, so the sales for the bundles have now ended, and we are, well, not quite at the 69k that I was hoping for, but nonetheless, 65,000, and there is a 9 in there, so 933, 50% of that. So I guess roughly 33k is going to go towards the winner. The second one is going to take 25, and the third and fourth respectively securing 12.5%. And the OLF finals, so the Onslaught Legends Finals 4NA have a prize pool as well. So both of those teams that we're going to see today have $5,000 confirmed already and are playing for another 5k. So quite a bit more than pocket money. But let's take a look at the match at hand. We do have some player statistics, player highlights for you prepared. Squeezy, he's been playing a lot for cashback, and he has been putting those numbers on the board.
Yeah, he really has. And if you look at the stats compared to the rest of his team, he's got almost 200 more average damage than anyone else on his team. And that pen rate, I've mentioned it every single time, it is almost the most important stat that you should pay attention to. 90% is very strong. So Jacob, on the other hand, for Storm, doing 2.9k with 86% pen rate. He's always playing the Griller, so he's supposed to be, expected to be, that top damage dealer for the side of Storm when he picks that tank.
Indeed. Yeah, he playing a lot of TDs, but not, you know, like one-dimensional only Juggernaut TDs, like only, for example, E3 or V4. Griller as well, but now in towards the first pick and ban of today. Cashback against Storm, and we're gonna start... Oh, Cashback actually selecting to not play Westfield, so they do still respect that Storm has been looking very good against them in the OLC number 3, I believe it was, where Storm just had a crazy run on that map. So we're gonna start off on Ensk, so pretty fast-paced map, into Studzianki, which can be fast, can be slow, then Ghost Town, definitely a tactical one, into Miravanka, which recently has been played very aggressively on both servers, and if we don't have a winner then yet, then it's going to be El Haluf.
Yeah, it's not surprising that Cashback ban out Westfield. They only played it once in the entire OLS, and they had 0% win rate on it. Meanwhile, we know that it's Storm's one of their most played maps. Storm, however, they also have a permaban, and that is Cliff. They have not played a single game on it in the entire season, and it will remain that way. They will probably permaban it, because even if we go to the best of 11s, even if they make it to that final, they can still have a permaban, so that's not ever going to get picked. But the map pool, in my opinion, definitely favors Cashback here. The win rate's just looking much better across the board. They still have 100% win rate on Ensk. Even though they've only played it 5 times, it's still a very ominous stat there. I
mean, you say even though they've only played it 5 times, but to be honest, like playing it 5 times and winning it 5 times in the OLS, you know, that's something that I want to see other teams repeat, first of all. So that must, like, that is a pretty crazy thing to do. Now, going in towards Ensk, also, like, a bit more in details, I think Cashback was the first team ever in the OLS to bring the Tisak to be played, and on Ensk of all maps, and it worked out absolutely beautifully. So we do see that they have a very thorough understanding of the map and, like, which tanks to play in, like, which kinds of situations. So now we need to see how Storm is going to react to that, because so far whatever Cashback was doing on Ensk, I also remember basically some really timed field pushes with that Tisak, or sometimes even with other light tanks, basically spotting the counter rotation, and if that one wasn't coming at the right time, then it was win by default because they were able to slow it down. So Cashback definitely an extremely dangerous team to meet on Ensk. And Storm, should be considered the underdogs in this matchup, in my opinion. So they need to be careful here that it doesn't spiral out of control quickly. I mean, best of 9 is obviously a pretty big match to play, but still, you don't want to be down 0-2 after one map.
No, and best of 9 is super telling, right? Because it's such a long series. So the team that's clearly better will reveal itself in the end. There's no hiding here in a best of 9. You can see that phase 2 score was a 4-0. You can pretty much discount that though, because neither team really had anything to play for, and Storm started picking troll tanks in the end. They started bringing Type 5s and Panzer 7s, so I don't think we're going to be seeing any of that today on Ensk. We should mention as well, there's different things at stake here. Cashback, of course, were the other team that was originally qualified to go to China, but they couldn't do that because of travel restrictions. So for Cashback, this is it, right? This is the big tournament, and so they're going to be way more focused on this particular tournament, whereas Storm, they've got WCI China in the background.
There is still some time, though, until WCI, and I'm sure they will put in a lot of training until then as well. So I don't think Storm is going to hold anything back here, because, as I said, the prize pool quite humongous. Every single match that you win today is going to double your earnings from the OLS, which is essentially what both of these teams, or all of these teams playing on the European server, have been playing for the past 5 weeks. As we do start into game number 1, and Storm and Cashback both do bring a lot of TDs here. So for Storm, we have a singular bat chat, and then double E4, 1E3, triple V4, and for Cashback, it's just straight up 7 TDs.
Yeah, Mineros is the only the outlier there in the bat chat. Everyone else is bringing those Juggernaut TDs. We've said numerous times throughout the season just how powerful those things are, and Storm looking to go aggressive on the 8-9-0 line. Akka is already running away in his E3. He doesn't want to stick around here. He takes a shot. Is he going to get caught here, or can he get back across the rails? Liberty is going to be in a bit of trouble as well. Cashback not in position to support the rest of their team. They're taking the points of interest on the other side of the map. Storm with an opportunity to pick up 2 guns for free.
Indeed, Akka and Liberty here currently the point of pressure for the team of Storm. Akka taking the second shot by Lucky, but now he has turned around. Good strike, however, coming out, dealing 340 each, I believe. So the ability there reducing the incoming strike damage, but that ability is going to run out at some point. Now Cashback does start up the cap, and obviously the strike has been used, so Storm need to find some other way of decapping. Now, however, there seems to be a push in the northern side of the map where Cashback want to react, but Storm, they do have people in place, and they're actually starting to counter push. DJ, however, already down towards one shot, needs to be very careful, but he bites the dust. First blood for Cashback, and now Twilight in trouble.
Yeah, Twilight is in trouble, and DJ has already gone down, so the trades are pretty much even right now, but Cashback, they're not stopping to wait around for anyone. They're going on towards Sir Jacob Storm. They made that early push towards the south and then rotated back towards the north, and they're out of position again, and Sir Jacob is just getting swarmed upon. He's going to be the next kill for the side of Cashback, and Strike comes in on towards Yuzek and Jordan. Both with ability popped. Squeezy takes a lot of damage and doesn't connect the shot onto Jacob, and that is critical because Jacob will stay alive. He keeps his gun in the game, which is very important for Storm.
Yeah, and now Storm, I think they realize that they need to make something happen here because they're up a bit in HP and they're trying to leverage that advantage as Liberty goes down towards one shot as well. And the trump card here up Storm's sleeve is actually that bad shot that we talked about because he can run ring around the Rosie with these TDs. However, Lukin unable to stay safe, falls as well. Jacob cannot really peek either. Liberty needs to be found by Storm if they want to make something happen.
Yeah, Strike is being picked up by Barbarian, so if Jacob gets spotted out, they should be able to find that kill. Jordan is not safe in this position either because he's behind those pipes there, and his cupola is exposed in the E4, and there's no room for him to back up around the corner. There's a wreck blocking. He's going to have to try and push it out the way. Mineros takes a shot from downtown at the rails. Eyes taking damage as well. That's the crossfire coming in from Lackey. Lackey, a very important tank right now, but he is low HP. Low HP for both teams here. We've got Liberty, who's a one-shot, Jacob, who's a one-shot. Little doesn't have too much health either. Storm slightly with the HP advantage. The guns are even. Any slight mess up here, any slight slip up and mistake could be costly. Jordan trading it out with Ice. Is he going to take one from Barbarian? He does, though, so a positive trade for Cashback.
A positive trade for Cashback, but we have to keep an eye on the minimap as that Batcher once again starts making its way around. It will need most likely 2 shots against Icehead, but Liberty actually taking the strike. This might be huge, but now Minaro's starting to engage, taking a shot as well, but it's going to be Icehead falling. Minaro's only taking a shot to the track. The strike has been put. We'll see Minaros does get caught, so we are still left on even numbers, 3 versus 3. This is so neck and neck right now.
Yeah, Barbarian placing the strike on top of himself just before he goes down there in the nick of time, and that was a critical kill to pick up. Lackey now trying to flank around behind Aka. They're both trying to pincer him, but Liberty picks up the kill on towards Jacob. That's the 2 one-shots, dueling it out, and just 2 guns left for the side of Storm here, and Little is already flanking on towards Yuzek. He cannot rotate his turret all the way around, just 180 degrees, so they need to find this kill right now. Aka is doing a great job of trying to survive for as long as possible. Lackey taking a shot from Liberty, and Yuzek gets picked up by Little. It's the 1v3. Lackey has just run out of teammates here, and he cannot do anything.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's also on 7 HP, so we probably have the intuitions right now coming in for Cashback. They're also taking the strike here. They're playing this super safe, but they could also just all load HE, as we do see Lucky with a great snapshot, but it's not gonna remedy the situation. The strike does come in. We do see Lucky trying to reverse, but the strike is going to confirm the kill, and Cashback with 245 HP remaining at the end put in the first round on towards the board. So the favorites, basically the place 1 of the regular season, is going to, you know, kind of start off this match exactly how they wanted it to, maybe a bit too close for comfort.
Well, if you can't handle the pressure, then you might not want to stay in the kitchen, because Cashback, they pick up that first round super tight, neck and neck all the way, and I think that bodes well for this matchup, that it wasn't a complete blowout game one way or the other. I said Ensk is probably Cashback's strongest map right now. They had a 100% win rate on it, and they do maintain that. They go up to 6 round wins on this map, but Storm, they definitely had a chance there. DJ getting picked up early was not good for them, but they were able to trade it out relatively evenly. You can see Mineros did a pretty good job doing 5.6k. Aka also only did 1.5k damage, but he stayed alive for the whole game, which is critically important. Just a couple of like minute errors there that cost Storm the victory.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that this first round here, and hopefully the match itself, it didn't seem like the teams were terribly far spread in terms of like skill or playstyle even. Both of the teams had a pretty aggressive idea coming out here, and I think Storm actually with the like better opening, to be honest. They did end up getting like an overmatch on the field, but they didn't press that advantage really. Instead they allowed, as you said, DJ to get caught on the rails because they didn't really have any assets in place to deal with a possible counter pressure there coming out from Cashback. So I think, yeah, they, like Cashback that is, they had the kind of not the best opening, but they very much were able to turn and flip it around in towards Storm's face just by having, you know, the better rotations.
Yeah, it's all about reacting well, adapting on the battlefield to what is presented in front of you. And like I said, I don't think Storm played that particularly badly. I think Cashback just showed the kind of form they're in, that they're just able to eke out the win there. That clutch strike from Barbarian on towards Mineros was game round changing, right? If Mineros is able to survive in the bat chat there and get away, get another clip off, then Storm probably end up winning.
Now, phase 1 scores here, you just said, like phase 2 scores was 4-0 Cashback, but it shouldn't be taken too seriously. Phase 1 scores, that was a 3-0, and at that point in time, both teams had everything to play for. So this one, even though it's a smaller best-of, probably more meaningful, actually. And so Cashback so far, in total, having played 8 rounds against Storm and lost not a single one. So not only do they have a white west on Ensk, they also keep maintaining their you know, clean slate against Storm as a team, which is kind of crazy, like 8-0 rounds.
Yeah, it's a very dominating stat there. But even that 3-0 that Cashback had, all of those rounds were close, and Storm they cooked up some unique ideas, but I guess the point that I just keep reiterating is that Cashback just have this edge over Storm in the brawls. Even if Storm have good initial ideas, Cashback just seem to find a way to edge out in front, and they're going back to their old reliable. They're bringing Liberty in the Tasak, the perma-tracking machine gun that is quite a nuisance to Juggernaut TDs.
And meanwhile, Storm are trying to equalize it here, bringing the batch out once again. Triple V4, 1 E3 and double E4. I think that is exactly the same lineup from Storm here, whereas Cashback are actually quite considerably switching it up. Not 7 TDs anymore. Instead, the Tesaki set it and the WZTD, which obviously does have very, very good heat pen. But, you know, in terms of armor, it does end up kind of falling apart against the likes of, let's say, E3s, E4s, V4s even. Even the upper plate cannot withstand, for example, V4 heat usually. And good spot coming out from the light tank here, only missing the Batchat. And the thing is, that Tisak, it doesn't have as low HP as, for example, an EBR, so the Batchat would need more than a clip to kill it. Now, however, I think Cashback trying to adjust to what they're seeing initially here, because Aka, he realizes he can get pushed.
Yeah, aggression already coming out from Storm, and that is thanks to the info provided by Mineros. He's spotted down the rails, and they think that there's not enough guns here from the side of Cashback to hold this flank, so they are just going to keep mashing that W key. Initial damage going in favor of Cashback, however, so Storm, they've got to be careful. You cannot just recklessly push into this mindlessly without any kind of plan of action, but they are pushing on towards Akka. In the meantime, they're trying to flank him. Barbarian is there in the Wheezy TD, but Akka has taken barely any damage so far, so not looking good for Storm right now.
Not looking good for Storm indeed. Lucky already down towards 1100. Akka now finally starting to take more, but the punishment that is being inflicted by the team in pink is just absolutely brutal. Even Minaros in the Batchat starting to take shots now, and finally, at least that's what it feels like, Akka does fall, but at what cost? Cashback at this point in time 2000 HP ahead, and some of their tanks haven't even entered the fray yet. The shot by Squeezy not connecting in towards Lukin here. DJ unable to retaliate either, and the problem here for Cashback is that one of their tanks, yes, it can perma-track, but what it cannot do really is deal a lot of damage against those TDs frontally respectively. Cashback now starting to edge ahead once again in that HP department.
Yeah, but look at Mineros. He's rotating all the way around in his Batchat. He's going to just ignore the Wheezy TD of Barbarian. They're going to try and leave him in the corner of the map and try and find Novach on the other side. But look at the Tasak doing the crossfire damage, keeping Lukin perma-tracked in place. He's unable to move, and all of these guns from the side of Cashback, they may be out of the fight, but they can still bring the punish from the down the town on the rails. Jordan down to 200 HP.
Jordan down to 200. Lucky, meanwhile, biting the dust, however. And this is Storm in huge problems here. Yuzek with a swing and probably a miss somewhere on the map. Minaros trying to find the Tesaki. Actually does end up doing some good damage, but at this point in time, is it going to matter? Because Cap is down towards 10 seconds. The low HP tanks, 4,000 at this point, have to come closer towards the cap. Good reset coming in from Yuzek, but no, it is going to be the triple cap in the end that do confirm once again Cashback is unbeatable currently on Ensk.
Yeah, that is a very, very commanding performance there. 100% win rate still on this map. That is still going to be a relevant stat, and if they win this match, you know, that's a very powerful map that they've got at their disposal if they want to use it. If they manage to get through this into the finals, any team should be afraid of them at this point on this map. But this is kind of how I expected it to go initially. I thought that it would be 2-0 for Cashback on this early map. The next map is going to be Studzianki coming up, which is a much better map for Storm. So this is where I looked for them to recover and try and bring it back to 2-2.
Well, let's first of all take a look at the damage numbers from this round, because I think the thing we should look out most at, and the stat that I'm most interested into, is how much damage has Akka blocked. Actually, not that much. So basically they weren't even able to shoot at him. He was just staying safe and forcing them to overexpose, I guess.
I think the difficulty was, but because Storm were trying to push on towards him with turretless tank destroyers, those 268v4s, they're great for just pushing in aggressively, but as soon as they've got to go round like 90-degree corners, it makes it a hell of a lot more difficult. So it was just tough for them to find the angles that they wanted on towards Akka and be able to coordinate that push. You can see Barbarian at the top there, just baiting Akka perfectly, and that's exactly what he's there for in the Wheezy TD, coming top damage for his side. If we could look at Liberty's assist damage, that would be interesting in the Tasak, because he was just being...
I can tell you right now, he has 375 assists. So even though he probably tracked a lot of tanks, it didn't translate in towards a lot of damage. I mean, directly at least. Now, Ensk going 2-0 Cashback's way. You said that was kind of to be expected. Studzianki coming up next, and you said that Studzianki more of a ray of hope for Storm than, you know, Ensk, because Cashback now sitting on 7 undefeated Ensk rounds, and on the other hand sitting on 9 undefeated rounds against Storm. I think there is not a single team in the OLS that can claim the same thing.
Yeah, the head-to-head looks pretty brutal, right? There's 9 unanswered rounds from Cashback against Storm there. Like I said, Studzianki, it's a better map for Storm. They've played it 11 times, so a lot of times, probably their second most played map in the OLS so far. But again, the win rate's still pretty good for Cashback here. They've played it 9 times and they have 67% win rate. So, but I mean, I could run down all of the stats for these maps, and every single map is positive win rate for Cashback from the maps that they've played at least more than a couple times.
Yeah. And the thing is, Ghost Town is kind of, you know, also something that, I mean, Ducky might expand on it later if this keeps going and Cashback ends up making it to the finals, where Ghost Town might get played as well. It's like sort of Cashback Town at this point. They seem like they've got that map dialed down as well, and that just comes to show that, you know, as soon as a team gets to like this state where, okay, yeah, 1 permaban is always going to be the case, like you just opt out of training and playing that map, sure, fine. But if you get towards that state where you're the opponent in a pick and ban and you're like, well, I would like to ban this map, but I would also not like to play this map, that is where you as a team just make it so increasingly difficult for the opponent, because all of a sudden they realize like, hey, you know, they look great on any kind of map. This is going to be a hard one to win. And
it just shows how important a strong map pool is, right? Because you can't, you know, especially because Storm permaban Cliff, it kind of limits their options. They inevitably have to play some of Cashback's stronger maps. I mean, Ghost Town, you realistically would probably like to ban it out. Same with Ensk, but they just can't really afford to do that when it's in the best of 9 format. So if we do get onto, when we do get onto Ghost Town, it's still a pretty tough road for Storm. Like I said, Studzianki really needs to be the place where they lay down that marker and start to mount some resistance. Remember, they've not even won a round versus Cashback in the OLS so far, so let's see if they can start there.
All right, first of all, a tank picks here, and Storm this time switching it up a little. They have been playing double light a lot of the time. This time, however, only Minairos in that T100 LT is going to be the only light so far, backed up by DJ in that bat chat. A Grilla, that is also kind of signature style for Storm, together with a V4, an E3, and double E4.
Meanwhile, Cashback have got their own signature style. They're bringing Barbarian in the Foch B, and then you've got Liberty in the Tasak. What I will say, as the planes come out, plane not being used by Mineros at the start of the game, but I think he only 5 tanks spotted for Storm. I don't think they know about Mineros right now, or DJ in the bat chat, but the head-to-head between the Tasak and the T100, the Tasak can't really pen the T100 with HE. DJ poking up in the bat chat, gets some early info here for his team. Liberty now trying to blind the info tower, but does not manage to deny it. Lackey takes it.
And now Cashback coming in towards the cap here as well. They have pretty brawly TDs, and they're going to utilize them. They do take 1 shot by, I believe, the T100 on the cross, but that is not really too much damage here, and all of a sudden double cap and Storm don't really have any answer to it as of right now. The T100 in the middle could go towards the artillery strike, but that would be increasingly dangerous. Yuzek getting himself a bloody nose against ISETs before here. Yuzek, he knows he has to drive in to provide those resets, does get tracked, does penetrate, but in turn is probably gonna take another one by ISET. So those resets, they don't provide that much decap points, but they are very costly.
Yeah, the cap strat has always been Cashback's go-to play. They want to bait their opponent to come in close and force them to make these mistakes. There's 3 seconds left on the cap. There's a missed shot. Lucan needs to drive in with ability active to try and block it. Does he get there? The cap is blocked just barely at the end, and Lucan is going to take a whole load of punishment. The trap is sprung, and Barbarian is there in the Foch B, and Lucan gets deleted from the battlefield.
Indeed, completely deleted. Is that E4 that sacrificed his life for the team? But is it going to be a meaningful death? It looks like no here. The HP still even, but Cashback, 7 tanks alive and kicking, and they're looking to snowball this one out as Little and ISET are starting to drive on towards Jordan, who's tucked in towards a corner. But realistically, how safe can he stay? Does manage to pop his ability, but now in comes the Tessak with the permatrack, and Jordan is bound to fall here as Lucky already starts to get focused by the Batchat. Cashback completely snowballing out of control.
Yeah, this round is done and dusted right now. The swarm of the Cashback tanks around the guys from Storm, it's just so tough for them to get anything done right now. But this strat from Cashback, this is a recycled strategy. We've seen this on numerous occasions. The Foch B, the immediate cap by the 268v4s, and they forced their opponent to go in, and Storm just had no reaction, no response to what was being presented in front of them, and they end up just being forced to suicide with multiple tanks, and then Cashback just press home that advantage. The game's not quite over here, but there is nothing for Lackey to be done as he just gets absolutely pelted with little Tessak shells.
I mean, that looked like a hailstorm, and he didn't bring any kind of umbrella for that. Lucky now also down towards one shot, even with ability active. Double cap here, and once again, Storm do not have anyone on any kind of strikes. Yes, Storm still even in HP, but the assets with which they can come and brawl are simply not there. 12 seconds, and Lucky goes down towards a one shot in that V4 off screen. Actually, Liberty with the Tessak to pick it up. So it is 3 against 6 tanks with 3 seconds to go. I don't think any Storm tanks can make it on towards the cap still here. Minairos with the last second reset, but is it going to matter? No, it's just going to basically make the pain go longer here, and the pain does keep mounting for Storm because they're going to be down 0-3.
Yeah, it's a perfect strategy from Cashback to just completely nullify the Gorilla pick from the side of Storm. He just cannot find any impact in the game because all of these guns are just hiding from him for the entire game. It's just DJ left, and there is nothing for him here for him to do. All he can do is just waste a little bit of time, but as we keep saying, the tiebreaker match, fastest win for picking side on tiebreaker, it looks a very long way away right now. They're down 3-0. They are yet to pick up a round against Storm, against Cashback still in the OLS.
That is 10 rounds without a victory against Cashback for Storm here, and DJ obviously trying to waste time, but Barbarian once again to shut it down with that Foch B. Kill all and cap. So maximum amount of efficiency coming out from Cashback that now stand at a clean 3-0. Only one more round and they would be on match point already. And the thing is, yes, we did see kind of an adjustment to how Storm was trying to play this. We didn't have the RHM T100 combination anymore. So there definitely was like a respect for how Cashback was playing this, which is very heavily around the cap. But it seems like they completely misread the situation, Storm that is, and they still didn't have enough to stop this cap pressure from mounting.
There's still just no reaction. There's not enough reaction. Sure, you bring one less light tank so that you have a little bit more meat in the fight and a bit more HP, but that you know this strategy from Cashback is heavily recycled. We have seen this multiple times on Studzianki, and we have seen it work. So they should have had an idea or had some kind of read or plan of action of how they were going to deal with the situation, because you know that Cashback are going to go into the cap circle. You know that that's what they want to do. That's like how they want to play the game. They want to bait you in and then let the Foch B go in and clip, right? That's exactly the way they like to play it. And from Storm, I don't know, there's just so many question marks there. It just doesn't look like they were prepared for it at all, and it's just not a surprise.
Yeah, indeed. And now I think we are starting to get into like the territory of this match where, you know, it's 3-0 now, and I mean the first round was the closest one so far, in my opinion. Like round number 2 on Ensk was kind of heavily in Cashback's favor. This round was, well, not over when it started, but it was decided pretty early on, and Storm was just trying to hold on by the fact that they had more HP at some point in time. But realistically, against the amount of guns that Cashback still had available and the concentration of the guns around the cap that would make any kind of decapping attempt so costly, like, yeah, Storm at the moment seem a bit shell-shocked here, quite literally.
Yeah, they do. They don't seem prepared at all. I mean, I don't mean to be so harsh, but it's 3-0 on the board, and like you said, the only round that looked competitive was the first round of the day, and they had that. Yeah, the story remains the same. They've got to fight back here, because if they lose this one, they're going to be going on towards match point, and then we're going on to Ghost Town, which is another preferred map for the side of Cashback. And at this point in the series, Storm, I don't believe anymore. I don't see a comeback happening, even though it's only 3-0. I don't think I've seen enough to believe that they can make this comeback happen.
I mean, maybe Storm are hoping for the W effect, is like basically, you know, don't pick up around, let the opponent go on towards match point, and then you pull the surprise full-on remontada.
I didn't realize that was a tactical choice to go down to that point.
It might be.
Yes,
I mean,
we'll
it worked
lull them
for
into
them.
a false sense of security. Let them get to 4 points, and then we'll start playing the game, and that'll show them.
Yeah, exactly. Like right now we have voice chat off. You know, it's just warm up. Oh wait, we're playing the match already. Okay, let's go to TeamSpeak, guys. But to be honest, like, W has been known to do that, whereas Storm, I haven't seen too much from them yet either. Storm are now trying to not let Cashback get towards that match point, and they're doing so with once again the T100, then an E4, an E3, double V4, the Griller once again by Sir Jacob, and DJ with the Batchat.
Meanwhile, Cashback have decided they want to have a bit of guerrilla gameplay as well. They're still bringing the stack with Liberty. They've got an M5Y of Squeezy, Foch B, 430U, and then double E4, so quite the mix and match there. We've seen all of these tanks before, of course. M5Y normally going towards the north of the map just to anchor down that position. But what is the adjustment from Storm here? Plane coming out again for Liberty, spots out 5 tanks, so he won't get an immediate replane available. Mineros again is hanging on to his plane for the time being. He's going for the early aggressive spotting run in towards the south of the map. He should be able to see Twilight if Twilight wants to go into the hole there. Is anyone from the side of Storm going to be aiming? Jacob's there in the back in the Griller.
Ooh, good reset. So Squeezy does get reset while trying to take the information tower. He is playing with the small gun, by the way. And DJ is now trying to feel it out against Liberty here. Liberty, probably spotted by the plane, has to back off a little bit, or that was the information tower. So right now, full information available for Storm for the first time in this match. They do have the edge. They do have the advantage over Cashback in this round.
Yeah, but Mineros has to be careful here because he's committing very deep into K3. So if he gets spotted out, the Foch B is going to repush into towards the south. He should be able to spot that, and he has enough time to back away from this situation. That's a good positioning from Mineros, getting the early info on Barbarian's repush in towards the south of the map. And Mineros, of course, he has a level 2 plane available again, and he elects to use it on Barbarian. So he wants to know where that Foch B is going for at least another 10 seconds or so. As Storm look to readjust, they're rotating back towards the south with Jordan and DJ. They want to meet this fight in the south of the map. Meanwhile, Twilight has actually taken the center strike. Mineros gets spotted, though. Was that by plane? I believe it might have been from Liberty. He doesn't take any damage.
He doesn't take any damage, and, you know, as well, he doesn't. This means that Liberty hasn't accumulated any kind of experience either on his light tank, so he's not going to be able to replane. So currently, the T100 on Storm's side and the Tsak on Cashback's side without any kind of meaningful resources to help their team besides spotting with their actual tank. Minaros once again with a spotting run, and those can be quite dangerous on the field there, because if he gets spotted out, then he's a sitting duck in the open as Little with the Gorilla. A swing and a miss, but now Cashback are gonna take the information tower, and information is absolutely key in this matchup right now. If you get to understand where the opponent is and where he's pushing, you can adjust. That being said, Twilight might get pushed by Jordan here at this point in time.
I don't like this push from Jordan because he can get shot by those E4s. He's not a low-profile tank, and Twilight is by no means an easy tank to take down. That 430U can be nasty with the DPM and the armor that he has available to him, so I do not like this positioning from Jordan. I think he is in a world of trouble. He does manage to connect a shot on towards the 430U, but if they keep trading it out 1-for-1 here, the 430U should win in this situation. Eyes over-peeking a little bit, just trying to find an angle on towards Jordan. Another missed shot from Twilight, though, as Jordan looks to make his move in, but you can see Eyes, he still has an angle in the E4 if Jordan tries to overcommit to this, and the strike is going to get taken for Twilight once again.
Ooh, never mind. The strike gets denied by Yuzek, who's over-peaking, and this now sparks the push here for Jordan. That probably is re-evaluating what he's doing right now. The strike does connect on him as well, as Twilight takes another huge shot to the face here. Takes one from the back as well. Does not connect. Storm well and truly ahead here right now in that middle of the map. They might have possibly finally found a way in towards the match, as Jordan is able to shut down the 430U.
I think Twilight with a massive misplay there. He just completely overpeaked and exposed his side turret to the E4 from Storm, and that meant he took an extra shot for free, which means Jordan is allowed to stay alive in the dip there. He's got the strike available to him in the next 40 seconds, so Storm finally with an early advantage in one of these rounds.
Now they need to bring it home. Obviously, the rules of the game dictate that currently it is Storm who is sitting on a kill. Now it is up to Cashback to do something. Should the timer run down to like the later stages? I said, first of all, trying to blind shot in towards the blue here. Not gonna connect either, and Lukin has been rotated over towards the northern side of the map. He's going to face check against Squeezy, who immediately bows out of the duel. He's going to drive back behind the stone here to not let that 268 V4 just frontally push on towards him. However, he does get spotted on the way out. So now Lucan feels confident. And indeed, he should be. 1400 damage taken in towards that MVY. That is not what Squeezy wanted to have happen.
And Liberty doesn't have a plane right now, by the way, which means that Lucan can actually take that strike unspotted, and he's able to just get away from that situation. So even though it looks incredibly risky, he's just poking in the middle of the open. Big strike there. Only Akka pops his ability, so pretty good damage for the side of Storm. Now they're leading in the HP department by about 4k. Liberty takes a shot in his Tsak. Squeezy taking damage as well. I believe that was a plane potentially used by Mineros as he places it again. So those two tanks stuck in B3 on that info tower. Plane coming out on towards Lucan, though. This could be a critical moment here. How many guns are aimed for the side of Cashback? Little misses the shot, though, in the Gorilla. You saw it just whiz past. I was expecting to see a big minus 1k, but it just doesn't come through.
It just didn't come through. Now Squeezy down towards 756 obviously is in danger here, because that V4, if it pops its ability and just drives in, he can even ram and kill basically in one salvo. Now, however, Storm have flipped the script of Studzianki. Now it is them who are going to cap, and it is only 8 seconds remaining, and now Cashback need to make a move. They're pressured into this. 3 seconds too. When is something gonna come out? Oh, Akka with the peak. He does get the reset, but at what cost, as Liberty comes in as well to get the full reset with the light tank. But Squeezy falls in the meantime to Jacob in the Gorilla. It is 5 versus 7, and the HP are almost double for Storm.
Yeah, and look at Mineros just harassing Barbarian. There is nothing that he can do. If he turns to face this T100, he will just run away. Eyes picks up the kill towards Jordan, though. That's them re-pushing in towards the dip there. Lackey now getting permatracked by the Tsak as well, but if you just look at the HP This is not a realistically competitive round here. Storm with such an advantage. They just move in and they pick up those kills. And finally, Storm start to show some signs of life in this contest. Barbarian doing what he can, trying to perma-track on towards Moneros. He might actually be able to pick up that kill, but it's not going to make one bit of difference to the end result here.
Indeed, as the Gorilla does shut down the pesky to suck. And now Barbarian, the only one remaining in his Fosh B. But Storm, finally, they needed 4 tries in this match, and I believe they needed 11 tries in total. But finally, they have done it. They have put, well, not yet, but they will put a round on the board for themselves against Cashback. And this now means that we are going to have a match on our hands, actually. Both teams have scored points.
Yeah, DJ with a bit of a skill issue there, realizing that he cannot actually flank the Fosh B, and he's going to heal with that ability as well. So he's not going to have enough shells to pick up the kill, but Jacob is there to help him out. That's what teammates are for. And finally, Storm put on a score on the board in this head-to-head. It's 10-1. In the head-to-head, 10 unanswered rounds, but finally Storm, like I said, they show some signs of life. And I said I didn't believe in the comeback anymore, and maybe they took offense to that, because finally, here they are.
Finally, here they are. Storm come into this round number 4, and they do finally take one, making this matchup at least somewhat competitive for the time being. However, I mean, first of all, let's take a look at the damage number. I already wanted to start talking about the coming map, because I can't wait to see that one. But yeah, we do see this MVY. It has been working quite well on Studzianki and in the position that Squeezy was playing it, just not this time.
Yeah, Squeezy, he ran away a bit prematurely. I think he was worried because they didn't really have the info available. I think he was worried that they were going to over-push on towards him, because it's kind of unorthodox to say that Lucan would be there in a 268v4, and you'd think, oh, surely they're going to overpush, but I don't know why Squeezy runs away from that situation, to be honest, because you've still got Little in the Gorilla in the background, and he is going to farm the whole time, and you would trade off the kill very easily. That's what the M5Y is there for, to just be the anchor, just to soak up all of that damage. And Squeezy being so low, it's not ultimately what loses them the game. They were slowly losing positions all across the map, but it certainly didn't help.
Certainly didn't help. However, now let's take another look at the pick and ban in between both of those teams, because what I was alluding to already, Ghost Town, this is not the map that you really want to play against Cashback.
No, it's certainly not, but Storm, they've played it quite a few times themselves. Actually, it's only 4 times, and they have 50% win rate on it. But what I recall from their experiences on Ghost Town is that they like to go very fast and furious, very aggressive through the middle, which we know is complete in direct contrast to how Cashback like to play. They like to play slow, methodical, controlled, usually with an EBR and an RHM, or a Leo 1 as well. So probably going to be a big clash of styles here.
Yeah, exactly. Cashback have been playing a lot of Ghost Town, if I recall correctly, and the thing is, they like to pick setups that consist of 7 different tanks, so a lot of specialization on those lineups. Then every tank is very good at what it does in the specific role that it's intended to do. But obviously the vulnerability of something like this, like obviously you have the advantage of every tank being very good at what it does, but the vulnerability that comes with it is when you meet a team that wants to like directly go super aggressive early on, then setups that consist of 7 different tanks and are not very cohesive in the direct brawl, they tend to struggle. However, Cashback, they have been kind of perfecting the way of even how to deal with pressure situations like that. Like at the start of OLS, I think we saw them kind of once or twice losing to things like this, but since then, I mean, a lot of training, a lot of adjustments have gone in, and now Storm, they are looking to further close the gap here on Ghost Town. They're going to do so with a singular 60 TP, 1 Batcher, double E50M. That's quite the curious pick, together with double V4 and an EBR.
Curious pick indeed. Cashback with a 60 TP, Mouse, a Leo, T123, E4, and double RHM. So the signature double light on Ghost Town. Storm, a very aggressive lineup with the EBR, whose Sir Jacob's job is going to be to try and clear probably half of the map pretty much immediately. We haven't seen too much of the E50M being picked in the OLS so far, but it has come back into favor. I think it actually turns out to be quite the good counter against Batchats.
Yeah, exactly. I think there was a matchup on Cliff between Hit and Run and Studzianki, if memory serves correctly, where both of them, like Studzianki brought 5 Batchats or 6 even, and Hit and Run was answering with 5 E50Ms, and the E50Ms just completely stomping, just completely trampling the Batchats. Now, however, it is a completely different map and a completely different matchup between two other teams. So let's see how this one is going to start. Minairos, first of all, takes a shot for dropping down into the hole that is east of the cap. That is probably what he considers to be acceptable, as Storm is taking 2 of those strikes that are located more towards the west. One strike has already been taken by Cashback, so we're left with basically double strike against single strike plus double info tower currently.
Yeah, info has been used by Cashback, so they know that this double E50M was seen rotating back towards the north of the map. But at the moment, Storm with a hell of a lot more map control. Minairos' position is quite an interesting one. It's hard to imagine what he can actually get done from there because he's always sort of stuck in the low ground, but I suppose it's just to sort of cut off those rotations. Barbarian gets tracked as he tries to go around the corner there, but Storm very split up across the map. Jordan puts into a shot to Barbarian, returns fire, but with ability up, Jordan makes that a positive trade in his 268 v4. But you can see, again, the info tower has been taken from the side of Cashback. They just keep tabs on all of these Storm rotations.
Yeah, the thing is, with 2 of those towers to switch between and double light tank available as well, Cashback will just try to extend the game here as long as they can, as Jordan and Barbarian do trade it out. But now Twilight coming around the corner in a hold down E3. That is a terrifying prospect, even if you're a V4 here. And now, however, no trades, no positive ones being done by Jordan. More of a HP donation in towards that mouse.
Yeah, Jordan finding it difficult to get anything done from this position, but he wants to keep holding this angle. That's why he keeps re-peeking in towards it. But you can see Cashback, they're more than happy to just keep rotating between these 2 info points, like you said, and both of their lights have planes pretty much available the whole time, because every time they use that info tower, they spot all 7 guns and they get a plane back from it. Lackey now trying to take the strike in his E50M. That might be a little bit difficult because Twilight is just above him in that E3, so he's not going to be able to take that. User getting reset by Izard in the Leo 1. That's one of the planes being used by either Liberty or Squeezy on towards that tank there. There'll be another plane used if they try to take that strike again. Now, the Leo 1 is immediately running away, though, anticipating some kind of aggression, but it looks like it's going to be a very slow, drawn-out round here.
Indeed, very, very tactical gameplay, but so far I think Cashback edging a little bit ahead. If we are taking a look at the HP, and also once again information tower being used, full information gained by Cashback. They do see this rotation coming out by the Batchat that does bleed, and by the EBR. Twilight, however, is going to be the focus now for the team of Storm. They cannot afford to lose a lot more for this push here, but Twilight, with the ability active, is going to focus on staying alive and puts another big hit in towards Lukin. He does have support as well from Barbarian, and Cashback in the meanwhile are collapsing completely on towards Minairos. Is Twilight going to get one more shot of damage in this scenario? I'm not really sure, because Yuzek with that E50M, funny button pop, just shot after shot. Let's see if Twilight does one more. I think he did, and Aka shuts down Minairos. So Storm now, as the dust settles, 7,000 HP to 14,000 Moff.
Yeah, Twilight took so long to go down there, and the whole time the side of Cashback were just pumping them with strikes. They were providing crossfire. They killed Minairos in the meantime as well, and Twilight may have died, but he bought more than enough time for the rest of his team. Everything that Storm wanted to do in this game was completely known about. The info towers just gave them the info for the entire duration of the game. There was no shock surprise about this push coming in, and Cashback on cleanup duty make it a very, very comfortable round.
Indeed, very comfortable round. If nothing else happens, then no, it doesn't. It's going to be a 7-1 scoreline in the kills here. And Cashback, yes, the second Studzianki round. I think they were kind of surprised by what Storm was doing. But once again, full control by Cashback throughout the entirety of this round. And it was crazy to see with the assets that they had. There was a double information and a singular strike. They were able to completely deny the double strike that Storm had. Because one of the strikes was under lockdown from that E3, and realistically with the E50M you just cannot cap then. And well, the other strike got planed and you know, got reset by the Leopard, probably even out of render. So great job for ISET as well. But overall, I think this round, once again, a demonstration of power coming out from Cashback.
It was a hard counter strategy, right? Everything that Storm wanted to do was completely telegraphed because of the info that was taken, and the planes, they both used them at the beginning of the game, and they place them, what they do is they separate them to either side of the spawn, so they get guaranteed that they get full info from the start of the round. And the way that Cashback just split their forces across the map, everyone is linked together. No one is a free pick. Even Twilight, who was like the crunch point, that was the point, the pressure point that Storm chose to push on towards. Even he's able to do 2k damage before he goes down, and the whole time his team is just clearing out the rest of the map. So the way Storm's lineup is set up, they want to push aggressively, they want to find this free early pick in the round, but Cashback just completely deny that.
And things from now on for Storm are not going to get any easier, because from now on every single round that they play is a do or die. We are currently in single elimination format, so there is no safety nets anymore here. As soon as Cashback puts the next one on the board, it will be them advancing to the grand finals. And for Storm, they will still get some prize money, obviously, but what they would like is to double what they currently have guaranteed and then get the chance to quadruple then in the finals from what they have at the moment. But right now, it honestly doesn't look like it. Cashback have one little slip up on Studzianki, and other than that, it's just been them running the show, essentially.
They have indeed been running the show. They're just giving Storm the run around just like a conductor, rotating their forces all the way across the map. And Storm, every time they rotate, they get spotted. So there's no element of surprise whatsoever. And how does Storm come back into this one on Ghost Town? Because clearly they have this philosophy of how they want to play the map, and they just got completely hard countered. So what kind of adjustment can they make now? Do they just like do something completely random? They just go hell for leather and just do some kind of immediate YOLO strategy, or do they mix it up completely?
Well, I can tell you how they can come back into this match, and that is they need to start winning more rounds. That is exactly what needs to happen now for them, obviously. The thing is, everything is kind of pointing against them at this moment in time. Yeah, historically speaking in the OLS, obviously Ghost Town has been one of the, if not the Cashback map. They seem to have the number down on it as well, same as on Ensk, for example. And Storm, I think they need to do something surprising, honestly, because I think for them, playing like their standard way of playing has not worked out so far. Like at a 4-1 scoreline, I think that is very fair to say. So if they want to have a chance, they cannot continue doing what they've been doing. They need to somehow switch it up.
If they want to keep playing like this, they have to get some sort of immediate pressure across the map, right? They cannot just let the double light tank play. But Cashback seem to be moving away from that kind of a lineup. It's something very, very different that they've got cooked up here. It's going to be triple Bliskavitz, double CS, a 277, and a Sente X. So Cashback going for the fight.
Cashback indeed on Ghost Town of all maps going for the fight. Very uncharacteristic for them. And Storm, on the other hand, they also have a lot of potential for a fight. Quadruple B4, one Briska on their team together with a 430U, so DPM isn't going to be an issue. And DJ once again with the bat shot. So whereas both teams had 1 to 2 light tanks last round, this time it's going to be 7 combat tanks for either team across the board. And I think we are going to immediately see see a clash in the middle of the map. Let's see what Cashback actually does when they see this triple V4 here driving in towards the middle of the map. Is Storm going to collapse on this? Yes, this is the other question. Let's see what's going to happen. Lukin leading the charge in that V4. Does get tracked, but only once. And now from the sidelines, the Blitzcars come in. But those CS tanks, they are so squishy.
Yeah, they are indeed very squishy. It's a nice snack for those V4s, but Cashback are trading it out. They've got a crossfire established on these 268 V4s, and if they don't have that armor presented frontally towards the enemy, then it's not a very strong tank. And Jordan is going to fall along with Lukin back to Garage there. And I still has not died in the CS63. It looks like they have been baited into a poor position here as Cashback look to just keep on rolling on towards Yuzek, the next tank in the Blitzkowitzer. The HP is still kind of close in this game, though. It's 4v3 situation. Liberty needs to make sure that he stays alive in the Sente X. Storm, right now, they've got to break distance. Lackey has gone close, however. They've got a 3v4 situation. They've got a Batchat out of the fight. They should have broken distance, gotten away, but now the train is coming in. Barbarian...
Yeah, the train indeed coming in here, and Barbarian is the focus, but Lucky is getting sandwiched here between three players. Liberty not able to stay alive, however, in this Centurion, so no Inspire available anymore. Little is going to get the 1v1, while DJ with the long reload, that's going to get cut short by the ability, and now all of a sudden the Blitzkowitzer has to fight against the 430U that obviously has ability active as well. Are they going to be able to shut him down with 2x Polish Tank Destroyer against this enraged 430U that's trying to stay in the Onslaught Legends Series, and he is not able to do it. Bad chat of DJ, now the only tank remaining here against three. However, two of those are one-shots.
Yeah, this is definitely a winnable round for DJ, but he's got to get out of trouble here. He's trying to go around the corner, and he's going to get tagged twice by Barbarian and Squeezy. One of them misses the shot, however, so DJ stays alive on 1.2k HP, but it's a very tricky round for him to win. There's two one-shots available, but he's got to get out of the way for the moment. He's still spotted in the open. Squeezy may be able to do another shot of damage before DJ gets completely out of dodge. Can he find the shot? However, Squeezy fires on the move, actually. Doesn't manage to connect. A shot comes in from middle. That's the 277 of Little, and DJ, I said it looked like it could have been a potentially winnable round, but he might have bitten off a bit more than he can chew here. Now trading it out with Squeezy in the Blitzkowitzer. That's only going to be a positive trade for the side of Cashback. DJ now down to a one-shot. He is in strike range. Double cap has been started, and Storm, it just slipped through their fingers once again. They kept it close, but it's going to be 5-1 for Cashback, surely.
Oh man, once again, such a close round, just like the first one actually. But now here DJ in the 1 versus 3 situation is probably not going to be able to even kill Squeezy here, because that one is coming in. He doesn't have an ability, Squeezy that is, so he isn't able to reduce the incoming damage, but he's just going to be hold down and above the Batchat, who's trying to do what it can, but it's going to be Squeezy to shut it down, and Cashback with a very clean performance. 5-1 scoreline in that semi-final. Number 1 are absolutely going to wipe the floor with Storm.
Yeah, and that, I say it's not really a surprise that we saw that one coming based on the previous results here. 5-1 in favor of Cashback. There were quite a few, there were a couple of close rounds. The first round on Ensk, that one that we just had at the end there on Ghost Town, but I think ultimately Cashback proved that they are the better team. They have the better rotations, better responses, and initial strategies planned, and Storm, in that last round, we just see them kind of get baited in with the triple 268 V4. I mean, they traded out kind of reasonably, but just in that end game, I said it during the cast, I think they could have just broken distance. If Lackey had just stayed away and ran away to fight another day, they could have had a chance to allow DJ to work in that Batchat. They had the lighter setup, and normally the team that has the lighter setup in the end game is always going to be favored.
Yeah, but Barbarian really getting out the wheelbarrow and carrying his team through that last round. 7.4k damage in that Briska. And the thing is, yeah, most of the fight happened at quite a short distance. Obviously, the DPM of that Polish Tank Destroyer is going to be quite intimidating, actually. But it was crazy to me that there was like 4 tanks of Storm pushing on towards the double CS. But like, the problem was one of the, like, they killed one kind of quick, but the other one even stayed alive and was able to get some more shots on the board. So, yeah, Storm, I think they had a counter opening, but just got picked to pieces. And this means the first grand finalist for today's OLS is going to be clear. It is a very deserved first finalist. It is the first place of the regular season as well. Cashback are going to advance, and now it's going to be kind of a spicy matchup in this semi number 2 with Hit and Run and Mafia. Moff, what are your thoughts about that one?
Well, there's a lot of history there. The Polish musical chairs, the Polish shuffle, a lot of players familiar with each other playing on different teams respectively. And of course, Mafia losing out to Hit and Run in that last chance qualifier for WCI China, so they'll want to take revenge.
They indeed want to take revenge, and I think, like, all things taken into account, it should be a fairly close matchup, considering that not only did we have that matchup on the last day of the OLS phase number 2, where it was a 4-3 victory for Hit and Run, I believe, but also, you mentioned it, the last chance qualifier for China, where both of them met in a best of 9, and it went 5-4, so once again, tiebreaker victory in Hit and Run's favor. That being said, though, let's quickly check out what just happened and how Cashback won out so crazily. We'll be back after some replays.
humanity's new hope. Soon, I'll share all my secrets with you.
Here we are back again, and Duck is back. Tell a friend, and we are here to see a rematch of, I mean, by now, quite a history between both of those teams, Hit and Run and Mafia. And Ducky, if the past matchups between the two of them are anything to go by, this is going to be a lot closer than the first semifinal.
Normally speaking, Kihan, yes. However, on finals day, you never know. Because this is where it all comes down to. This is what they've all been preparing for. I would have guessed Cashback versus Storm would have been closer than what it was as well. But Cashback just proving that their win streak has not come to an end just yet. But Hit and Run is another team that have looked absolutely formidable throughout this Onslaught Legends series. A bit of a weaker start for them, but then they came into full effect and made it work. Do we really count the last result against Mafia too much for either of these teams? I don't know, Key.
So I think basically for Mafia at that point, it was do or die. They needed at least 1 point, which is exactly what they got against Hit and Run. So I think at least Mafia were playing definitely on 105%, firing on all cylinders. For Hit and Run, that remains the question, because realistically for them, they were probably saving strats at that point. And if I would have been them, to be honest, I would have done the same, because for them, everything was confirmed. They were confirmed to play today. And so if they had any strats and pocket strats, we know that Hit and Run is very known for them. If they were saving any of them, then definitely today is the day to use them, especially against Mafia here. Now, Hit and Run coming in with 79%. I think personally that's a tad much, but I would definitely favor them, given that also they were able to best Mafia in the match for China.
I would give them around 65 to 70%. I think that would be, more bang on the money. Bit too much favor towards Hit and Run. But yeah, Mafia has a lot to prove now. They've been a team, they made it into the top 4, but their last few matches weren't that impressive, especially the loss against W would hurt them. Ketsai doesn't even shoot if he doesn't pen anymore. Brilliant statistics. I mean, 93%. You'd almost think he's cheating.
I mean, yeah, any of those players here that are going to be playing today are going to be off the charts, player squadle-wise, of course. But yeah, 93% is absolutely crazy. And he's been playing a variety of tanks. Like, yeah, Batchat and 50B are both French Titan autoloaders, but, that's kind of where the similarities end. And then Jagdpanzer is something else entirely. Jagdpanzer is something that, interestingly enough, we saw a lot in OLC number 3 and Onslaught Legends Series qualifiers, but realistically, in the OLS itself, it hasn't enjoyed that much of popularity. And that is, I think, down towards the, brawling TD change of ability. Now, statistics-wise, we do see Monster going up against Conrad here. And you can see both of those players, judging by the picture itself, they have been to China last year, that is. And now Monster edging ahead a little bit in the damage and win rate department, and also with the battles played, 61 at this point. He's probably played every single battle that Hit and Run has. So Hit and Run as a team, I guess, also has have 57.4%.
Good statistics from both of these players. I mean, Monster and Conrad both want to prove themselves, but for Hit and Run, this is also a true test to see where they stand for, it's not that long from now anymore, Kihan, for WCI coming up. They saw their direct opponent, if you would call them, lose out against Cashback, so they want to make it to the finals and then beat Cashback and set the tone for what comes at the end of November. And they're going to do that on these maps. Ghost Town being banned by Hit and Run, Miravanka being removed by Mafia, gives us Ensk as very first map, which is a map that Mafia loves playing.
Yeah, and hit and run. I mean, so far, I think their appearances on Ensk have kind of been spotty. I remember, especially in the first stage, hit and run picking Ensk as well and completely falling apart from it. But in the second stage then, so in the second round robin, they did end up kind of copying some of what Cashback was doing. And, you know, if you copy Cashback on Ensk, you copy a winning team. Pilsen, the second one. And I think Pilsen is also interesting because Mafia had a pretty unfortunate performance for themselves on Pilsen against W that didn't end up hurting them in the end. And I think, Ducky, the third map actually might be a difference maker between either of those as well, because Airfield is truly going to determine between them who has got the tactical playstyle nailed down.
Really curious to see the Airfield between these two. We've talked about this map the entire season as a slower map, but I believe either of the two will probably have something special ready, something quick, something fast-paced to try and surprise their respective opponents.
And then, if we have not a winner yet, it's going to be Westfield. So once again, the pace is going to get completely switched up from probably the slowest map in the pool on towards a map that has been played extremely aggressive by all teams from all sides. And, you know, if we still don't have a winner at that point, it's not going to slow down either. Cliff, probably the fastest, probably the brawliest map in the pool that has seen great and has seen terrible rounds, mostly by hit and run, actually. They tried a lot of pocket strats there, most of them ending up not working in their favor.
Well, round one about to get underway between Hit and Run and Mafia. Phase 2, yeah, Hit and Run winning that tiebreaker. I think Mafia already did not care anymore at that point. What did you predict, Kian, for this match?
So for this match today, or for the past one that happens? For the one today, I need to check, but I think I went with a 5-2 or 5-3 scoreline for Hit and Run, so I definitely think that they should be favored here as well.
I mean, I went with Hit and Run as well. I think I went with 5-3. I don't forget myself.
Oh no, actually I went with the Hopium. I said Hit and Run is gonna take it in tiebreaker. Just because I wanted content extension. Let's see what's gonna happen. Hit and Run once again. It seems like, never mind, they do change it up. Quintuple 268 before, together with an E3 and Piotr bringing that WZTD.
Mafia in return, Bacha 25T, triple V4, triple E4, a very mobile lineup as well, very TD heavy. Just the only difference there, few TD picks in the Bacha. Of course, if Kubash can find an opening, that is going to be very important. That Bacha can rack up the damage even with that TD ability.
Let's see if the past matches is anything to go by, then bringing that bad chat against full TD lineups doesn't work out too well. But that was obviously two different teams. Now, the opening, we see a lot of tanks getting spotted on the side of Hit and Run. Triple TD, actually, but those are not the triple TDs that are making their way on towards the cap. So Hit and Run immediately with a very aggressive opening. There is not a lot that can punish them. Cat's Eye being split off here on the offside in the city is going to go aggressive as well. So Hit and Run trying to take everything. They are taking double strike plus cap at the moment. That is a lot of committed resource.
Cap is going as well, 12 seconds. Marcel may have to peek this. He gets one, already he gets two. He wants to reset the cap. He's looking towards it. He will find a small reset. Kubas joining that 216 V4. Ketsai popping his ability. Probably did not expect the bad shot to be in this area just yet. On the field we have a fight. Monster Panzer Fury against Perfuse and Barkis, and the cap will get abandoned now by Hit and Run. They have pulled the trigger. They want to go onto Perfuse and Barkis. You can see them trying to retreat back to the further buildings as Hit and Run has said enough capping. Let's try and push them. Wheezy TD joining as well. Perfuse down towards 30 HP, but he's still alive. But Barkis will not be able to say the same as he gets picked off by the guns from Hit and Run, who have pushed across the railroad and are finding success. They will find Perfuse. They will need to put a shot into him, but then Conrad as well, a little bit isolated. And sure, they will lose Ketsai on the other side of the map, Kian. But losing Ketsai for killing about 3 times from Mafia with the 4th on 0 line waiting is probably something they would sign for every single day of the week.
Exactly, Conrad now getting pushed on by 4 tanks of Hit and Run, and even the HP are favoring them now. Hit and Run still have not dropped a tank in the city. That singular 268V4 by the team in white has still managed to somehow survive. Piotr with the ram to put Yola on towards a possible one-shot. He does have the ability active, and finally Katsai falls in the city, but at what cost? Well, at the cost of everything. This first round is completely in the favor of Hit and Run, the more aggressive opening to take it at the start.
I mean, Hit and Run very happy here, right? Already from the beginning of this match, taking the pressure towards Mafia, making them deal with the way they want to play the game. And Mafia not able to respond properly to it whatsoever. Push on the field, Hit and Run. They thank you very much. Push off of the cap, find very many of those Mafia tanks trying to retreat. Good stuff from Hit and Run. This is kind of what they want, and if you're Mafia, you have to be able to play against Hit and Run in those fights. If you can't do that, you end up in rounds like this.
Yeah, exactly. Hit and Run, I think, playing... I mean, you never know how they're going to play it, but most of the time you can be quite sure that whatever Hit and Run is going to do, it's going to be extremely aggressive, because all of their players thrive in those chaotic environment where, you know, you have 7 people at once shouting on TeamSpeak, just trying to call out what needs to be done, what needs to happen next, who to focus, and they know each other so well. They have so much cohesion between them that, you know, it's just... As soon as they get that ball rolling, it's almost impossible to win against them. And yes, Kubash did find quite a bit of damage, actually, even against TDs with, you know, HP reduction when it comes to incoming damage. But it was far from enough, and I don't think the Batcha was even a deciding factor. Instead, I really want to see how much bounced or block damage Katsai has in that city. 1040, actually not that much, so he was just doing really a good job of being as big of a nuisance as possible.
Yeah, I mean, you give up 1 tank, but the return for that is pretty good, right? I mean, Katsai is obviously dead, but they put so much pressure on Mafia at the same time. Triple V4 in the cap, taking the strike, taking the other strike as well. It was ideal for Hit and Run. And for Mafia, I don't know if the patient game is going to really work for them against the team like Hit and Run. Usually you have to take the fight to them.
Yeah, Hit and Run, like, they're a team that can be defeated, of course. It has been shown, and Hit and Run, they have struggled a little bit, like with Onslaught as a mode and like with the adjustments to the meta. But the thing where they struggled most was when their kind of aggressive playstyle was just hit with the no U card, and someone else managed to play even more aggressive against them. And that is not what we saw from Mafia, because at some point in time when no damage had really been dealt yet, it was Hit and Run taking the cap and taking both strikes at the same time, while Mafia wasn't really contesting a single one of those points, and they needed to adjust. They did it too late and in the wrong way.
Yeah, it works best against Hit and Run if you don't allow them to execute exactly what they want to do. Throws a spanner in the works and ruin their initial strategy, for example. Mafia will need to do that. I don't think in a semifinal like this, Kihan, you can afford to let your opponent get away more than 2 rounds. If they lose Ensk 2-0, it's really rough to start the match off that way.
I mean, there has been 1 match already today, and that started off on Ensk 2-0, and we all know how that one went. So, I mean, the first round here, convincing victory for Hit and Run, but best of 9 is obviously a lot of room to still adjust for the team of Mafia. They're going to be probably like, all right, Hit and Run, this is how you're going to play it. Okay, let's play like this. I don't think they're going to be too shaken here, because, like, realistically, what gets you, like, mentally are those rounds that are close. This one wasn't. And now Hit and Run are going to try and extend the lead on Ensk. And they are going to bring a WZTD and triple E4. All right, that's a lot of them, together with an E3 monster now hovering that Jagdpanzer. So possibly going to pick it. And Piotr is going to use the Batchat.
Mafia in return opting for the CS63, triple V4, an E3 and E4, and the WZTD. Now the CS63 is an interesting pick on this map. It doesn't really get much.
No, and the thing is, the CS63 even loses out in the 1v1 against the Batchat, because if the Batchat gets a full clip, then he has such a short reload that he just ends up killing the CS. So we'll see how this one goes. YOLO, first of all, taking a big shot of damage by, I believe, Ketsai in that E3. Kubaj now tries to take the information tower, and YOLO is going to go towards the strike here. So this time, a lot more aggression coming out from the team of Mafia, who immediately secure the point of information.
Yeah, they're pressuring the field while in return Hit and Run pressuring the city. They respectively take an airstrike, but there's still a little bit of Hit and Run tanks left on this field, Kian. They're trying to split the forces from Mafia. Divide and conquer, as you may say. Monster in the Jagdpanzer, still holding, is getting pushed upon by Perfus, Barkis, and YOLO immediately on his side. That's a lot of damage taken on this Jagdpanzer, a little bit slow on the ability even as well. I don't even think he's going to do a second shot. He has a WZTD in support, and now Hit and Run pushing back across the rails like last time. But Divide and Conquer is currently working for Mafia as they pick up Monster very, very quickly and relatively for free before the majority of the Hit and Run tanks are even here.
Indeed, and now Hit and Run are trying to retaliate on towards the tanks, and a kill gets traded actually as Piotr coming in with that Batchat as well. Still has 2 more shots in his clip, but is it going to be enough to turn the tide of battle? Profuse gets held, so the Batchat actually working out in Hit and Run's favor, because now the double TD from Hit and Run are able to blow up Profuse. Still though, Mafia 2000 HP ahead, and they still have a medium as well. Kubash, he can, you know, really hover around and sting like a bee. Konrad and Rishek are going to be trading it out, and I think Hit and Run, they're starting to run out of assets here because the HP are just lower, and this is just a brutal fist fight between those teams.
Rishek goes in a little bit too far in my opinion. He does get a good shot against Orchik, but Piotr coming in and gets picked up by Marcel. A mistake there from Piotr in the Batchat. Did not expect that tank to fire back at him whatsoever, and maybe a lack of communication there from the side of Hit and Run, because if the communication was there, Ketsai should have told him, Piotr, you cannot do that. And honestly though, Kian, look at the situation right now. If they had a Batchat in this fight, they could have won this.
Indeed, the Batchat would have been a crucial asset to have, but now it's only Ketsai and Tsek here against 3 tanks. Now Ketsai is going to chase after Orzek, but Tsek, once again, it's gonna get a sandwich here, and while Ketsai might win the 1v1, Tsek is not going to win that 1v2.
No, Tsek is definitely not winning that 1v2. Ketsai drops Orchek to 12 HP, but it will be Mafia in round number 2 of Ensk that bring it. And honestly though, Ki, again, Piotr there with the mistake in that Batchat dies towards, I think, the V4, right before the V4 died of Marcel. And with that bat in the game, I think Hit and Run could have brought this back.
It was definitely within the realms of possibility, but like this, we are now going to see the first map getting divided point-wise. It is 1-1 after a very, very quick Ensk, and I think Mafia, after that first round, they kind of shook themselves, and they were like, all right, Hit and Run, this is how we're going to play this matchup, let's go. And they were like, you know, rolling up the sleeves, getting on the boxing gloves, and it has worked. Like, the adjustment that we wanted to see from Mafia has definitely happened. And now, obviously, the ball is in Hit and Run's field once again to adjust on their end and try to surprise Mafia once again. As we do see here, Monster, I mean, perfect pen rate, but he's still not going to be happy with the result. As you said, I think he was even a little bit late with popping that ability. And obviously this means that he's not going to be able to get a second shot of damage. And on the other side, I mean, you know, it kind of speaks for itself. The tanks that are in the fight for longer obviously will have more damage, because players like this are not going to bounce a lot of shots.
Yeah, you see the problem there. I mean, Monster in the Jagdpanzer just got overrun, only does 1 shot of damage, doesn't buy enough time for the Hit and Run tanks to come across the rails and support him while they're still trying to pick up the Jagdpanzer, WZTD, and Crossfire. Just didn't stay alive for long enough for that to work. And even then, Hit and Run could have honestly returned back with that Batchat versus the CS. Piotr could have been an extremely powerful asset in the end of the game. But it didn't come to be, and Mafia closed it out coordination by them. Pilsen, round number 3 and 4 is that map. And we have seen quite a lot of Pilsen from Mafia as well. They have gotten surprised by cap plays though. And I think, you know, even last time we saw that Pilsen was really not it up against Hit and Run, who wasn't playing 100%.
I think weirdly enough, in between both of those teams, Pilsen might play out a little bit like Ensk, in the sense that whoever is more aggressive is going to net themselves an advantage if they don't end up completely getting caught. We did see that with Mafia against W, where W was, I think, up against the ropes 0-3 at that point in time, and all of a sudden, you know, W with a pocket double Jagdpanzer pick able to somehow surprise Mafia, and then they went on with the Cinderella story to get the full remontada. So I think Pilsen might be playing out in a way where both of those teams really try to secure those neutral objectives at the start of the game for their team. And whoever has the better opening and then ends up playing better from there on out is going to take it. But who that is at this point is quite difficult to say, in my opinion.
Well, Pilsen is the kind of map where you have to be careful with whatever you do, though. If you go 1-2 and they go 1-2, it's bad. If you go field and they go 1-2, it's also bad. The splits are important. The way you distribute your tanks in the beginning of the game to be able to cover a potential quick cap or a field push are very, very important. Reactions are almost everything. Wouldn't be surprised if either of the two tries to pressure the cap straight again, and especially Hit and Run, but I feel like Mafia will know nowadays, or should know, how to deal with that.
Let's see. Mafia have shown that they can indeed adjust to this ultra-aggressive playstyle coming out from Hit and Run, and that they are able to capitalize on the misplays that are inevitably going to happen on any kind of team that you face. Because, you know, no player can 100% of the time play 100% perfectly, always, except you, of course. But now Hit and Run once again looking for the lead. It's going to be a singular batcher, double Fosh B, triple V4, and an E4.
Mafia in return, bring in their HM, bring in the E4, the E3, double V4, and double bat. So Hit and Run playing without a light tank, which may also just say to Yuki hands, well, they could play very quick cap with this again.
Yeah, indeed. I think the Hit and Run lineup lends itself a lot towards that western side of the map that has the cap, and even if you take some middle control, you can even take double airstrike while only giving one towards the opposing team. Now, Tsek with a kind of curious pathing with the Fosh B, but I think that is just because he really didn't want to get spotted here. The plane coming out from Mafia, he does see triple V4 headed towards the cap together with one Fosh B behind them. That is Monster, the team captain himself, and now Mafia, they need to react to this limited kind of information, and I think the fact that none of their team got spotted immediately tells them there is no light tank. This is an all-in play already. Marcel putting a good shot in towards Pan's Fury, but now triple cap coming out from Hit and Run. Mafia, they need this outside strike at the rubbles of coal.
They do have Barkis in the E3 that could go and block the cap. He's doing that. And just about now with that E3, he knows that he needs to do it. Piotr is actually going for the trade here against Konrad. Kubash will join him. I am not a fan of the sacrifice play, Kihan, but he is definitely sacrificing himself for this one. And now Piotr trying to get past Konrad. He will make his full clip at the very least, which is more than most players do when they play an Onslaught with me. But he's still down and out, and Hit and Run will have to do something to react to this, and they're starting to pressure the 3-line. It's spot out the RHM even off YOLO. They will find Marcel, but can they pick up that V4? He's very, very healthy still.
The V4 indeed very healthy, as Barkis is going to get collapsed upon by Pan's Fury and Chalky here. Both of those V4s trying to do what they can. YOLO from the sidelines is also trying to support, but Ketsai to shut it down. So both teams now with kills, but the advantage for Hit and Run once again is there. They have more guns, they have more HP, but Monster on the long reload.
Monster on the long reload. Ketsai chasing down Konrad. Konrad down towards a one-shot. Ketsai getting helped though by the other bad shot, the one from Kubash, but there goes the repair kit and Ketsai peeks around. Kubash could not track him in time. Mafia up slight amount of HP, but they don't have the guns, and Orchek's trying to bail, trying to get to a more defensive position. He gets tracked once. He does find a good shot there against Chaki, So a good shot from Orchek brings it a little bit closer from the 6v4 to a 5-on-4 now. And they do still have that RHM on full HP, but Profus looking a little bit isolated there on the 2-3 line. But look at Mafia. They're dishing out the damage right now. And Orchek, with his defensive position, has delivered some potential. But Monster, the one you mentioned that was on the long reload, has come off of that one. Is looking towards Profus. Pops the ability, will heal most of that back. And Ketsai will come in support as well. Profus doesn't get around the corner on time. Gets the shot from Ketsai. And now, though, Profus in a lot of trouble here on this 3-line. Monster will just tank, and Ketsai will just shoot. Tisek even looking to get in, a little involved in the action from behind. And you gotta wonder, though, Key, when Profus dies, what can Mafia still do?
Once again, a Fosh Bieber, the team of Hit and Run, jumping into the fray, and Profus is going to die, leaving 3 guns alive for Mafia. Yes, the HP are still kind of even, but now it's up to Kubash here, who does come in that bat shot, but Pan's Fury is going to adjust, meaning that Kubash in that bat shot now needs to shoot at the higher HP TD, even takes damage in return. The V4s are now going to hunker down in that corner of the factory on the map, and now we'll have to see, is that gun advantage for Hit and Run going to translate into towards anything? Ozek going towards one shot, is trading currently as T-Sec and Monster trying to do what they can with the Fosh Beast, both of them on towards a one shot. T-Sec now starting to heal back, however, but the E4 on the outside for Hit and Run is going to take the artillery strike, and with all of those tanks being oh so low, this is a crucial asset. The strike goes down on towards Ozek, it does connect, and all of a sudden it is a 2v5.
Gotta say though, there's a bunch of one-shots here. YOLO's in a little bit of a rough position. He wants to get Monster, he does. That took a lot of damage for him. There's still 2 more one-shots available though. YOLO will have a play in as well. Spots up Panzer Fury. That was close.
That was close.
Yeah, that was very close. Kubash no longer with a strike available. Another strike being taken by T-Sec, and it is playable for the side of Mafia. You have to be real careful with YOLO now.
Exactly. YOLO is going to be what makes or breaks this round. And now another asset getting taken. T-Sec is now going to sit on a strike as well. Rexa, however, takes a shot of damage from the Batchat. Is the Batchat able to do more damage for the time? It seems like no. And now the thing is, Ketsai needs to be very, very careful. Together with Pan's Fury as well, they cannot get picked up. Having those low HP still in the fight is what makes Hit and Run win at this point in time, because they have more kills on the board. But obviously the 2 lighter tanks from Mafia, those are the crucial ones to stay alive. And the thing is, Kubash is so healthy, he can even still tank a little. Obviously not for long against the Fosh, but those, you know, those Fosh on the side of Hit and Run, it's only T-Sec remaining. He can only take 2 before he falls.
Good counter movement there. T-Sec getting spotted out by YOLO. He's obviously rocking Lorner's exhaust by the look of things. Ketsai hiding in a corner. Kubash is not just going to find him. Proxy spot, of course, decreased from 25 to from 50 to 25 meters in Onslaught. So, yeah, no, Hit and Run knows. You know, they're just hiding. They know that Mafia has to find kills.
Let's see if they're able to. Kubash now getting pretty close on towards Ketsai. He is going to proxy spot him even, but this means that Ketsai obviously in that bunker, in the inside, or not a bunker, well, for him now it is. He can adjust, and a strike indeed does go down. So Kubash now a 2-shot for those E-tanks, for those E4s, E3s, and now YOLO, his whereabouts known as well, of course, because he is taking a strike currently, meaning that Ketsai...
He gets a shot against Rexar. Drops Rexar towards a one-shot. Rexar getting eager. They wanted to go pick up the kill against Kubash, but what's going to happen is Rexar is going to explode to YOLO, and it's now a 2-on-3. And Hit and Run falling a little bit to the pressure, Keyhand, because that was maybe a little bit over-eager from Rexar, but a really good playing there from YOLO and Kubash between the 2 of them.
Yeah, now T-Sec is going to secure yet another strike for themselves as well. This is going to ensure that the RHM cannot take any points of information as of right now. This might be an awkward interaction, however. Kubash should be spotting the Fosh B. Currently, he does not. Maybe the distance is just too great.
No?
So, no, he's not spotted currently. So, yeah, Tsek catching a good timing window here, possibly even some small foliage hiding him here, so his retreat goes unnoticed, and this might be actually detrimental on the other side of the map, because YOLO is starting to drive in. He's assuming that the Foch B is nowhere to be seen, but actually here comes Tsek, and he obviously, getting spotted, knows that it must be the RHM, or most likely is. Does he guess correctly where YOLO sets up?
Well, Kubash is gonna find Ketsai now. Oh, Ketsai does the shot though. Tsek has a strike. Kubash might die. He might just about die. YOLO is in trouble as well with the RHM. Was that the strike?
The strike misses.
I think that was the strike that just missed. YOLO, did he shoot at Tsek? That's the big question. Tsek kinda predicting this, but YOLO could play around with the bushes. YOLO gets put it out. Tsek finds the kill. The hunt comes to an end as Tsek wins that trade against YOLO. YOLO getting outplayed a little bit there, but Kubash still has an opportunity here. He still has the potential. He needs to go take the artillery strike. I think Tsek realizes this as well. Tsek knows that YOLO is forced towards the strike to pick off Panzer Fury, and he's already counteracting this.
Indeed, he might even only be driving towards the point of information. Let's see if he just drives past it. No, he decides to go for that point here. And Kubash obviously doesn't know where the one strikeable tank is of Panzer Fury. He would need one of those as well. Good shot, though, coming out from Kubash, trying to do what he can. Tsek, a swing and a miss. Kubash is going to stay alive for now, but now obviously his whereabouts are known. But now the thing is, with that strike that he is taking currently, he can make Tsek a one-shot. So both of those, let's see what's gonna happen. And the Foch B with the snapshot. Onslaught modifiers, pretty good.
Tsek with the flick picks it up for hit and run. Yeah, Tsek putting the round there on his own back and winning it out. Surprising YOLO with that south push, getting him stuck in K4, K5. And then YOLO is like, I can't run anymore, guys. I can't run. I'm gonna die. And then at this flick at the end as well, technically you should say that Kubash has advantage there. Does needs to do one shot, hide, take the strike, kill, and win the game.
Yeah. I mean, the first part of that, he did perfectly, right? He did a shot, hide, but then it started falling apart, and Hit and Run are able to, I guess, shakily, but nevertheless, they are going to be able to pick it up here. And I think also what was very crucial was that the E4, I think it was Ozek, like hunkering down in that corner there, he actually did HE penetrate the Batchat to be sure to make him a one-shot.
It's Ketsai, I think.
Oh, Ketsai. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, Ketsai in the, yeah, with the big HE pen. 1100 alpha, I mean, in fact, he penned it is already, you know, Batchat is not pennable everywhere, but he does find it. And Mafia are gonna be kicking themselves again, Kihan, because in that endgame scenario, they really could have won the game.
They could have. They had the assets that they needed, but I think they were getting a little bit too over-eager there with that repush by the RHM. I think kind of unlucky for themselves as well that, you know, the Batchat ended up not seeing that Foch B leaving. I think that was a very crucial interaction, because the Batchat is then standing in the bush there, and he's like, well, if the Foch is leaving, then, well, he either did it already or he's still there. So I think that was probably the information that was getting relayed, but it was wrong. And that's what ended up costing YOLO his life and Mafia the round. But it was close.
Yeah, Mafia not getting the better of clutch situations, losing the first Pilsen. And it was really interesting that they even game that close, because I mean, Piotr is sacrificing himself. I really don't like the sacrifice play. He did fully clip out in return, but it's -1 tank. And then you would imagine they have a setup to deal with the cap, but they weren't really able to do so. They found that E3 rather easily, and another V4 as well. And I think that's a bit of maybe nerves on Mafia's side, but really good stuff from Hit and Run at the end game. It was very, very hard for for Mafia to really find anything with all of those guys hiding in corners with their TDs.
Yep, and this now means that once again Hit and Run do have the advantage over Mafia. So once again they will be trying to equalize it here, and Hit and Run, I mean, once again with a more aggressive opening, I think. They did do the sacrifice play, yes, but on the other side of the map they had full cap control plus double strike. So once again, I think the trend continues of the more aggressive team getting the victory in between either of those two. And I wonder if the teams realize this trend as well, and if they are going to adjust any kind of the prepared strategies that they have going into this matchup, of course, or whether they are just going to, keep holding on to those prepared tactics. Hit and run, that seems to be a big bit of preparation going in towards the second round here on the map number 2. Triple bat shot, triple 268 V4 and an E4. That is unusual.
3 bad shots, Kian. I find that a lot.
Yeah.
I do really find that a lot. I mean, if you make some quick push and you find success with the bats, maybe... What if you go to... Listen, what if you go to cap and you play the bad shots in the middle and you just pretty much track the guy coming to reset?
I mean, for me, the memories more come up of Hit and Run trying a lot of different things with triple bat, and, it kind of never worked. So let's see. First of all, though, once again, the light tank of YOLO is going to spot out all the TDs on the lineup of Hit and Run. So that V4 push that we do have is going to get spotted out rather easily, and Conrad doesn't get spotted, so they don't know what kind of a tank it is that is currently taking the artillery strike. The strike itself, obviously, a crucial asset here to be able to reset. And Hit and Run, yeah, they realize, well, the enemy can reset with the strike, so, realistically, sitting on this cap here doesn't do us any favors. We're just gonna continue and keep on pushing. Meanwhile, on the 9-0 line, one Batchat is taking the strike. The other two are trying to get in towards the fight as well, as Tsek and Chalky are going to open up on towards Barkis.
Yeah, Bark is smart to get around that corner. Marcel taking a full damaging shot, though, from a 268 V4. But the second return taking a lot more. Profus now coming in as well. These V4s have gone maybe a little bit too far. The bad shots are now starting to join, though. Do keep in mind that Mafia does not know that it's 3 bad shots again. They know that it's 1 bad shot. They don't know about the 2 others, so this could come as a nasty little surprise when they do start retaking with that. There is double strike available for Hit and Run, so they're not in danger of getting capped. But they don't have to worry too much, because look at how much room Mafia has left in the south of the map.
Yeah, exactly. Currently, we are waiting for that double Batchat rotation that's coming there. Meanwhile, one of them is trying to push out the north as well. Ketsa is going to see the tanks that are currently on the cap here, as Monster takes only 1 out of the 2 shots available for the 268 V4s here. Profuse now taking 1 from the Batchat. Piotr getting spotted out as well. And now I think Mafia do have the full information available, and they're trying to collapse on towards those V4s. Those are the low, those are the hurt tanks. Chucky realizes he needs to push Barkis away from this, so he doesn't get to peek on towards Tsek. A strike going down here that's going to damage 2 of the opposing tanks. Tsek now the focus as Kubash comes in, but it seems like he wasn't able to connect the shot. Pants Fury with the first pickup of the game. First blood, Hit and Run.
Then they're wanting more. They're wanting more tanks here. The triple Batchat now starting to work their magic, keeping all of the Mafia tanks stuck in the D-line. Panzer Fury came from the side already. Katsai now coming from behind with his Batchat, with still 4 shells available. Piotr already clipping from behind. And I think Mafia really did get surprised in the end of the day that Hit and Run decided to take not 1, not 2, but triple Batchat on Pilsen, as these TDs are trying to push in, trying to get out of the crossfire that Hit and Run has, and even the mobility in favor of Hit and Run. But those bad shots, Kian, they keep on clipping. And with the Onslaught ability, with that extra DPM, that reload, they're just going to be back in the fight rather quick. And Mafia gave it to Hit and Run, leaving the south side of the map just so wide open and prime for the taking.
Indeed, Monster now with the next kill, and only 2 tanks remaining for Mafia. Make that one as YOLO falls. The CS with another pickup, but Conrad falls as well, and Hit and Run are going to make it 3-1. Once again, pocket strat coming out from Hit and Run, but this time, and I think it feels like for the first time in the OLS, the triple bat actually working out for them.
Yeah. I mean, they did get spotted in the south, but they took so much map control back, and then they find a fight, and the Batchats just start unloading, and it's just terrible for Mafia, because I think every single Batchat from Hit and Run ended up having full ability. Panzer Fury, I think, even caught the light tank in the north, so he already had the ability. Yeah, the extra strikes, I mean...
And to be honest, the Batchat's not doing that well on the damage department, but keep in mind, a lot of them were probably shooting on towards Juggernaut TDs
They're
with
almost all
activated
shooting at
ability.
Juggernauts, TDs, you know, like the damage is just that low because, well, you know.
Yeah. But what I do want to say here, what I didn't like by Mafia is they knew pretty early on, like, the whereabouts of the triple V4 plus E4 of Hit and Run. And they basically had 7 tanks kind of close-ish towards those. And then they were giving this window of like 30 seconds, 60 seconds for the Batchats to actually
They
rotate.
could have probably peeked out from all angles and tried to delete V4s themselves before they got in trouble. But trying to cap there against double strike is never happening anyway. So I do agree with you. They probably should have tried to eliminate those double V4 that was committed out of the game by aggroing themselves in the mid, and then the Batchats would have a really hard task to come back in against superior guns. But Pilsen out, Airfield in.
Pilsen out, Airfield in. First of all, though, an opponent's map pick getting taken 2-0 by Hit and Run. What a classic. This time they don't drop their own map pick 0-2 though, which is also kind of surprising for Hit and Run. Now though, Airfield, and we said it already, Airfield is a different kind of beast. So far, what we've seen between both of those teams was a lot of aggression and, you know, a lot of initial engagements then translating in towards brutal firefights. And while the brutal firefights might still happen on Airfield, I don't think they're going to be happening immediately.
I don't think so. It shouldn't normally, but I think one of the two. If I was Hit and Run, I'd probably try and run a surprise strategy now, something quick. So maybe I don't fully agree with you. You can afford to lose a round.
You can indeed afford to lose a round. I mean, we did see W try like surprise strategies against other teams because their playstyle sort of isn't that, you know, well suited for Airfield, just because it is slow and tactical. I think Hit and Run, they have kind of a more versatile approach to the whole matter. So we just saw, obviously, that they have definitely the ability and the skill to execute very aggressively, but they are also a very tactical team. At times, they can play super control, and the same thing, to be honest, can be said for Mafia. So whatever we see here coming out, it will probably be a surprise. And okay, never mind. Okay, the 13105 does get switched. That would have been a very big surprise. But Hit and Run still run triple autoloader, singular 50B, double bat, double Briska, and double E4.
Mafia on return, bring in the EBR, the bat, the double Bliska, the V4, and the double E4. Anyone could still play very aggressive with this.
Honestly, I kind of like the Mafia lineup more because whenever we so far saw EBR going up against Batchat in that like B5-6 position with the spotting tower, the EBR has actually been the one to come out on top. So that is where I slightly favor the lineup that's coming out by Mafia currently. Obviously, no light tanks with any kind of plane, so those spots are not going to be happening. Instead, Pan's Fury and Ketzai are going to make their way over in those double Batchats. Let's see if Kubosh does spot them on the cross. He kind of doesn't. Both of them get spotted, however, as they do come over. And indeed, they do commit in here. Ketzai gets saved by the strike tower here, and Kubosh is just going to get double teamed by that Batchat. Scratch what I said. This time, the EBR getting absolutely obliterated.
He was fast, he was furious, and he's back in the garage rather quick as well. As now Mafia left in a 6-on-7, need to readjust, need to play towards the south side of the map. It's hard, and they're gonna have to be quick about it as well. They start pressuring the cap, but you see the bad shot position from Ketzai already getting some freebies on the back of that Bliskavice that tried to take the balcony position. Orchek peeking, not finding anything, taking a full damaging shot in return as well. And triple cap is going, but it's being blocked by T-Sec. Chucky needs to be careful with his peaks. So, but look at the HP, Kihan. Conrad is down towards the one shot as well. I mean, he's 300.
How did that happen?
He tried to run away, and I think he got caught by the E4, by the 50B of Piotr, and it's kind of over, Key. It's kind of over.
To be honest, this looks a little bit like a recycled strat by Mafia, so I think Hit and Run have found a counter here, actually. And I mean, they did get a little bit lucky that their bad shots didn't take more damage on the cross, but you cannot always count, even with Onslaught accuracy, on towards your TDs, hitting all of those shots, making the EBR actually able to survive. And we now see the adjustment here by Mafia, down 5,000 HP. That lead only gets extended as Chucky gets a good shot in towards Orzek here. And Monster even having the strike here now. Pan's Fury with a shot in towards the E4. Make that 2. The ability coming in late. The third one doesn't connect, but the damage, once again, it has been done.
I don't want to be, you know, Mr. Pessimistic for Mafia, but down 6,000 HP, down a gun, no positions, strike control 4 hit and run. You know, hit and run could spend the next 7 minutes just taking strike after strike and blasting away at these tanks, and they will win the game. But I don't think Piotr is going to let it come that far, because he's already starting to close the distance in the 50B. He wants to do something. I think he realizes even, or knows, that it's looking rather good for his team, and he's starting to, well, then poke a little bit. And Panzer Fury closing as well. 15 seconds. It is not really important. They can still block the cap, which is exactly what they're going to do when it gets high pressure, which is what right about now. Monster takes another strike, and that HP leads Keyhand. It was 6,000. It's now more than that, as Orchek is getting clipped out, and Mafia now with the desperation push through the middle into the wall that is hit and run, but it will not break, it will not fall, they will not get across and enter the grounds of hit and run illegally. They'll be shut down and sent back where they came from, the garage, as Barkis fights the bullets. YOLO is also going to do so, and the rest of his teammates, he has not to worry. They will join him rather quickly, as hit and run, just like Cashback, so far have been dominating Mafia, and will make it 4-1.
Indeed, Rexar there at the cap, sort of a you shall not pass moment, fighting 1v3, but he has so many friends that he was able to win it here still, and hit and run in this round number 5 with an absolutely commanding performance. 7 tanks available, I believe, still at the end. 9,000 HP, something like that. This was just straight up domination from hit and run.
Strat for strat, hit and run was just ahead. I mean, the poor EBR never saw the bad shots coming. I think he needed to peak even earlier than what he did. But even then, if one of the bad shots loses half his HP, the other one will kill him.
Yeah. And we do see, I mean, Kubash, perfect shooting once again, but, you know, we both saw, and everyone else did as well, that it didn't matter, like, completely. And Mafia kind of falling apart a little bit in front of our very eyes, as sad as it is to see for us right now, because obviously we were hoping for a closer match. And yes, individual rounds have been close, but hit and run have managed to close out those rounds as well. And then of course you have those like just dominant rounds coming from hit and run now that you know, completely cement their lead here now, that of 3 points and match point once again. And you know, this match might have the possibility of looking like the first one, honestly.
I think it's kind of overkey. I think Mafia might have been broken in spirit after this. They, not to be too nice to hit and run, but they're getting outplayed on a level where I don't know what they need to do to come back into it. They are not really taking any fights. They're letting hit and run take every engagement that they want. Let's recap, right? Let's think back. Ensk. It was hit and run twice, taking the engagement against Mafia. One time they didn't make it work though. Then after Ensk, we had Pilsen, right? And in both scenarios, again, hit and run took the engagement to Mafia. Mafia trying to receive, unable to do so. Airfield, again, hit and run took the engagement to Mafia straight by pressuring Beeline with double bad shots, and Mafia trying to receive and is not capable of doing so. That's the same story. It's they have not changed their playstyle whatsoever. They're trying to receive hit and run, and it's not working.
No, it definitely isn't. I think the one round that it was working, it was Mafia with that adjustment that I was talking about, like, you know, actually being aggressive themselves. But it especially that second Pilsen round, where we had those hit and run tanks committed into the fight with the V4s, and the Batchats out of game, we did kind of see that Mafia were not willing to, you know, keep forcing the engagement to a further point where they were able to win, because at that point in time they essentially were playing like 6 versus 3 or 4, and they were slightly winning, so they were thinking like, yeah, all right, we're slightly winning, we can just hold.
The gap, got surrounded and died.
Yeah, and the thing is, they were slightly winning 6v4, yes, but there were 3 Batchats out of the fight that then just came in like a sledgehammer. So yeah, hit and run, currently outminding, outplaying, and outskilling completely Mafia on a tactical level. So I think if Mafia somehow at least wants to start getting something in their favor, they need to switch up what they've been playing completely, which is exactly what you said, trying to receive this hit and run aggression. Instead, they need to try and create their own like sort of gameplay. They cannot let hit and run dictate the pace of what is happening.
It's a bit too late for that, Giant. You know, they had to kind of stop that playstyle after round, 1 or 2.
And I thought after round 1, when they took the second one, I thought they had made the adjustment, but it turns out, maybe falling back into old habits after that. It's not looking good currently for the team of Mafia. From here on out, they are going to need to play perfectly if they want to have any kind of chance. And for hit and run, that last round on the board, sometimes it can be the hardest one. But so far, they have looked pretty good in this semi-final of the OLS coming in. And they are a little bit switching it up, not too much, however. Singular, 50B, double Batchat, Briska, and triple E4, actually.
Mafia having their own Bliska as well. Triple V4, Mino, double Bat. I mean, it's the E4s versus the V4s. Which one would you rather have?
To be honest, the E4, because realistically, the E4 has enough penetration to negate the armor that the V4 has. The E4 also has a turret. It has more alpha, so you're going to be favored in the trades. I would prefer the E4 in this matchup, actually, because here also on Airfield, it kind of is around corners where you actually need that turret. Let's see. Double batch up by hit and run once again, getting sent towards the point of information. This time, however, they do not find anyone. They do not even get spotted for this, as both of them are off of reload now. Kubosh playing it very carefully, and Conrad taking the strike on the southern side here. So Mafia trying to make the game very broad.
They do have control over the south strike this time, though, which they've already used as well. They have triple cap pressure, so they are putting a lot of pressure on hit and run very early on. Better than in the previous round of Airfield, where they lost the EBR immediately. And now there's pressure around this northern part for hit and run. They're trying to close the distance. 10 seconds left. They do have a strike available. Piotr will have to put that at some point. They have that bad shot behind them, though, that they need to deal with at some point. Kubash trying to play in between. Piotr now peeking out, taking some damage. They're trying to focus out Barkis in that V4, trying to shoot one target. YOLO trying to hold up the other lane, but Mafia so far is doing a good job at actually stopping this hit and run aggression. But Panzer Fury and Katsai want Kubash in that bat, who just came off reload as well. Piotr gonna be blocking the road. You shall not pass for YOLO, because that's the best he can do with the 50B at this point. The looming threat here is that double bat shot, of course, Kihan.
Once again, the Batchats currently reloading, and one of them actually dropping down towards one shot. Panzer Fury, that is, as Rexar starts to get pushed by an enraged Marcel here, together with Barkis, so they're gonna double team on towards that E4. That is probably gonna be able to do one more shot of damage, and the double bat coming in, but they're starting to run out of steam. They're starting to run out of gas. There's nothing left in the tank. Panzer Fury, 34 HP and a dream, but that one is gonna turn into a nightmare. He does get shut down, and Mafia hold on for now. 5 versus 3 situation.
Yeah, Mafia has this round at the very least. I mean, cap attempt by Tisek there, but that is not going to be doing too much. He even looks to be already in the garage. We may have deceived even by the looks of things.
Possibly.
But that would not really change the game. However, I believe nonetheless. And Mafia finally around where, you know, Hit and Run tries to put pressure, but Mafia has immediate counter pressure from the beginning of the game. So, you know, Hit and Run pressures Beeline, but in return, Mafia is already on the cap.
Exactly, and I think the positive thing to see here for Mafia is that this time, not only did no one, like the EBR in the previous round, get completely caught off guard, and, you know, no one just died and you're playing from 6v7 from there on out, as Mafia here does end up taking the round by cap. But also this time it seemed like Mafia actually had a plan as to how to open. They were giving some like kind of room for Hit and Run to take map, like parts of the map at least, but in return they were taking so much more. And yeah, then came out a push by Hit and Run that ended up kind of falling apart a little bit, because Kubash in that bad chat, yes, he did get pushed, but he was able to, I think, completely clip out on towards the bats as well. And after that, the double bad chat, yes, it can be very, very... it can be a very big threat, but it ended up not really doing too much. We see here Ketsai only really able to realistically get out a single clip himself, and then, you know, 3 clips between two bad chats, that is kind of not enough.
No, indeed, that's not enough between the 2 bad shots, and then Taylor 50p only doing 1 clip as well. Not working out this time around. Maybe a little bit premature pressuring around that northern part, but maybe they realized that, you know, T6 DC'd or whatever, or something is happening. You never know, but they needed to play a little slightly less aggressive and get the bad shots to get Conrad out of the battle and then play from there. But they already lost too much by the time they even found the bad shot. Mafia was already repushing, finding Piotr, and finding success. So Airfield gone means Westfield.
Exactly, let's not kid ourselves here. Score is still 4-2. And Westfield is one of those maps where, you know, everything can be over very quickly. It is very brawl focused, and to be honest, I mean, Ensk went 1-1, which is also brawl focused. Pilsen went 2-0 for Hit and Run, and this is why currently Mafia is fighting with their backs against the wall. The situation itself fundamentally hasn't really changed. Like, yes, it's gotten slightly better for Mafia because they were able to stay in the tournament, but still, Hit and Run, they only need 1 more.
That 1 more can sometimes be the hardest one, though, Key. Yeah, that one more, knowing that you're going to put yourself in the finals, a pretty significant upgrade as well in the prize money already, right? Bonds and gold as well. Let's see. I mean, Westfield can be played in a few different ways, so it would be nice if we get a good old-fashioned brawl on the dunes, but more likely we'll get a fight around the mid-cap.
Let's see. I think obviously we are spending a little bit more time here because it did actually seem like TSEC had a DC, but apparently Mentos is now going to get swapped in. Obviously, both of the teams do have 9 player rosters, so whenever something like that happens, they are immediately able to respond for the next round. And indeed, I think Westfield is going to be a very interesting map between both of those. Not only because it, you know, might be the last one we see here in this matchup, or actually the last round, but also because Westfield has been and still is a map in the OLS where a bunch of different things are a possibility. And just because the openings between 2 teams look similar than what you saw in a previous match, that doesn't mean that the ending is going to be the same as well.
What do you think, on the Westfield? Does Mafia extend their life a little bit more?
It is... You're putting me into a predicament here.
Yes.
I really don't know what to guess here. All right, let me try to make my prediction after we see the final lineups here. And Hit and Run kind of one-dimensional, to be honest. One Batchat, one RHM, and quintuple Brüska. But one-dimensional doesn't necessarily mean bad. It's just that they're looking for the immediate execute. But to be honest, Ducky, to answer your question, I like Mafia's lineup more.
Yeah, Batchat, STP, Badger, Triple Bliska, and RHM. A little bit of everything, while Hidden One is more, well, straightforward, right?
Mm-hmm. Hit and run, obviously, I think 5 out of 7 tanks that they have picked profit from close range engagements. Those Brüskas, they will only be able to really be effective at those very, very close engagements. Whereas for Mafia, they do have the majority of their tanks that, you know, can stay at a distance and not lose damage. Piotr is now going to take the spotting tower here in the Batchat, and this is going to net them a little bit of an information here. And actually, you know, we do see the hit and run tanks driving back across. They want to get into those close quarters fights, and I'm not entirely sure if Mafia are going to be happy with that, because they actually have 2 tanks out of the fight now, drawing the STB away. Yes, they're going to be able to farm, but at this point in time, hit and run have a lot of very, very effective close range guns in a good position, and that is close to the enemy.
Kubash now realizing that, where am I supposed to go? Where do I go? Takes one, and the ram from Chucky coming in as well. He blows up. No tank left standing for Kubash. Just a quick run and hit from Hit and Run, who now see Barkis as well trying to escape, but Barkis taking so much damage on the runaway down towards 800. Piotr not in the greatest position himself, so in that battle, Mentos trying to help him in his Bliskavica. He's the stand-in from Tisek there. Now Chucky, Monster, Panzer Fury, Rexar, they're all coming. They're moving on towards Conrad. They've said, Conrad, you've gone a little bit too far in that Bliskavica. We will not let Piotr fall for nothing. As now the rest of them pushing back in as well, and even Ketsai from the back lines getting involved a little bit. Conrad now realizes that it was not the play that he had to make, but it's the play he did go for, and he gets punished. 3 tanks down from Mafia, and only 3 tanks left standing now, as Hit and Run will say enough. 2 points is all you get, but they will move on to fight cash back in the grand finals of the Onslaught Legends Series, and pretty dominant performance from them throughout this match.
Once again, Hit and Run are going to take a very important match off of Mafia, and the EU second seed for the WCI in Chengdu is going to confirm dominance against the team of Mafia that they let not go towards that event. Piotr and YOLO are going to exchange the ram kills, but in turn, Hit and Run are going to advance in towards the final. And I think, Ducky, it is very fair to say the finals of the OLS are going to be between the currently best teams in the OLS.
Yeah, throughout the season, the best 2 teams are making it, continuing their performance that they already showed before into these semi-finals, proving that, you know, hard work and dedication can get you where you need to be. They pick up Mafia's scalp, and yeah, that is great for Hit and Run. They do a really good job here on Westfield, and poor Kubash, he had nowhere to go. He's like, I don't know where to go, guys.
Yeah. I said before the round started that I liked the lineup more by Mafia. I think the problem wasn't the lineup. The problem was the way in which it was used against the very scary prospect, of course, of having 5 Bliskavicas just driving up and over and into your face. And the winning team here hitting and then running, but towards the enemy. They just wanted to keep those Bliskavicas in the close quarters combat fight. They got those engagements. And we could see Mafia, they were scrambling back. They were trying to create, engagements in which they would be favored numbers-wise. But it run at that point in time well and truly ahead. And to be honest, the match kind of one-sided as well. So the 2 semifinals here definitely going the way of a single team each. Those 2 are going to meet in the grand finals. It's going to be Cashback versus Hit and Run. That promises to be an absolute banger of a game, Ducky. But before we see that, there is something else happening today as well.
Yeah, the OLF Finals, Dopamine versus Stacked, is coming up when we return. But yeah, that's of course also keep in mind that is a best of 11, guys. It's not a best of 9, it's not a best of 7, best of 11. So could be a long one if the teams are evenly matched up, which I'm expecting between Cash, Bag, and Hit and Run. Between Dopamine and Stacked, I am not sure. I think the first few battles will tell us what kind of a match we're gonna get.
Yeah, to be honest, the two semifinals for the NA server were kind of, same story as here. One of them was 5-1 and the other one was, not sure, 5-2, 5-3. But yeah, it is fair to say, I think for both of the upcoming grand finals, which is pretty nice to say as well, that we do have the best teams from either server that are going to participate in them. But I think for the time, that is quite enough a yapping from the two of us. Let's head over towards some replays and we'll be back with the OLF grand finals.
welcome back. And I'm joined now by a Moff, and we are going to take you through the OLF Moff, the finals, and then on North America.
Yeah, the finals from across the pond. It's going to be Dopamine against Stacked, which arguably Stacked have kind of shocked a little bit. Smile and Dopamine were previously sort of the top two, right? And Stacked have been able to raise themselves into the final here. Interesting thing, I was looking at the lineups because I don't really have too much data on them because they're not present on Phil's almighty spreadsheet to look at map win rates and such. But I was looking through Liquipedia, and I think only like 2 players from both teams have actually been to China before.
Yes. That's correct. Correct, Moff. I thought you were gonna mention Dopamine's permaban of Cliff, but you know, we'll get around to that later.
Yeah, it's an interesting that they permaban that. I recall, like, I don't know how long ago it was, but in one of the Onslaught tournaments, Dopamine, they were really a big fan of spamming like 6 E50Ms, 5 E50Ms, and that kind of playstyle just didn't really lend itself to Cliff, which is probably why they banned it out. Familiar face there, Ferret at the front there. He played with Clueless, of course, as a stand-in during the OLS on the EU server, but like I said, most of the players in this team, they didn't actually go to China before. It was Smile who previously held that spot.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I mean, the big question here for Dopamine is their regular. I mean, Ferret is leading in China. Normally, Choppa is leading for them. I don't think Choppa is available today, so that means that a lot of pressure on Ferret's shoulders.
Yeah, it is a lot of pressure, especially if you're not supposed or initially intended to be the main caller. We do know that the main caller...
Deft's picture, bro, I think it's the best one I've seen so far. It's just...
He is him.
It's just that good. It's just really that good. It's just like, I'm here. What's up?
Yeah, and then there's Frugo right next to him doing some James Bond cosplay.
James Bond from AliExpress. Either way, and then the Fairy just looks like he just doesn't want to be here anymore.
He's like, wait, I have to play with NA?
Mom!
What?
Mom! Don't take that picture! Anyways, let's not make too much fun of poor Fairy. December has the most points out of anybody in Onslaught on random Q&A. Do you think that's going to help them?
I mean, he's played a lot of games, that's for sure. 20,000 points on the board. Average damage, 3.6k, which is pretty good there. The pen rate also pretty nice, but that's kind of what we expect from these players. Most of them have the pen rate in the sort of 80 to 90% range, but like you said, he's been playing it so much. It might actually be to his detriment because the ranks in NA, there's not very many players, so the sort of difference in player skill that he has to work with is going to be very different to what he's going to experience today.
Can he carry though? That is a rather large question. Last time around he was streaming the POV from his side. Maybe he's doing that as well if you're interested in that. I'm not sure if he's going to be doing it, but if he is, it might be something interesting to watch. Is December _. I have no clue if he's actually going to do it. I think he is.
If he does, that's interesting. It's always cool to get an insight to what the comms are like for the teams in these matches, especially if things turn south. We know that the comms can get quite heated for the team. 76% of the community going in favor of Dopamine. That's not really too surprising. They're kind of the de facto favorite going into this match, but, you know, Stacked have some credibility.
I think 76-24 is maybe a bit much, but you know, I do know that Dopamine had a decent amount of training, so I can only speak from their perspective. I don't know how many trainings Stacked has had. I know Dopa has even been training a little bit against Hit and Run. I think they trained against Hit and Run today as well before
that is a very, very good practice to play against Hit and Run. Playing against regular EU competition is great for the NA teams. I wonder if Stacked did any trainings against W, and then if they did do that, I wonder if Frugo played for Stacked or W in those trainings.
That's a good question.
He's playing both sides.
playing both sides. Yes. Yes. But they trained against them yesterday. I don't remember. No, they trained against them yesterday. No warm up today. So this is best of 11. The way best of 11 works is we don't have to get a team to 5. We have to get a team to 6. Studzianki is the first. Westfield is the second. Airfield is the third. Pilsen is the fourth, and Miravanka is the last with a tiebreaker goes down. Cliff being banned by dopamine, not a surprise.
No, it's not a surprise. And of course, even in best of 11, there's 9 maps in the pool total, so you can still have a permaban. There's still 3 maps banned in this matchup, so they don't have to play that at all. Ensk being banned out by Stacked. Some teams just don't really like to play it, and I'm kind of with them in that boat. I don't really like playing Ensk as a map. All I know how to do is just press W key with the Foch B. And Foch B doesn't really get picked too much on Ensk. So I don't have to worry about that. Then we got Westfield and Airfield and Miravanka being picked by Stacked. I don't really have, like I said, I don't have any data on these teams other than the previous matches. And the guys will remember that these previous games they played were kind of blowouts. So how much can you really read into what are their map strengths?
I mean, it all depends on how the teams prepared and how much they trained. Of course, they didn't have a league format where they had a lot of matches to experiment, so it all comes down to this. There's less to go off of, no spreadsheets. It would all be decided in the nitty-gritty in the battle itself. Score lines 6-3 for both Gihan and me, and you going for a 6-4 move.
Yeah, I just throwing it out there. I suppose I could have gone with stacked 6-5. I was kind of thinking about it, but like I said, it's kind of hard to get an idea of where the teams are at because they don't have this constant league progression. Also, their meta is it's slightly different as well because they're not playing against each other week in, week out in the league. In EU, we're seeing a lot of recycled strategies, a lot of copy pasta. The 2 semi-finals that we saw in NA, there were some quite interesting lineups.
Yeah, there was a few interesting things altogether, but we get interesting things here. Need to see. I don't think so, Moff. I think these teams will be playing a pretty similar style to what we have seen so far from our hometown heroes here in Europe. Stacked, starting it off with a Bat, a Bliska, a Foshby, a V4, double E4, and a Tsak.
Meanwhile, Dopamine are bringing Vova in a Batchat, E50M, M60, potentially. We'll see if he switches over at the last second. Double V4, then an E3 and an RHM. If he stays on that M60, this is exactly what I was talking about with slightly more cultured and exotic picks from NA. Maybe Ferret just feels like picking a North American tank. The M60 is very cracked.
It's very fast.
It's very fast, and it's super, super good. And remember, because of the accuracy buffs to the modifiers in Onslaught, he can probably just run HP Turbo Rammer. But the problem with the M60 is the hull, right? It's kind of paper, and it's got this giant cupola on top.
But it's fast.
Yeah. It also has no camo as well.
It also has Inspire. I guess you're trading it off for like a 1-to-1B?
Yeah, I think you would still prefer a Sentei X most of the time, though. Paddy gonna try and take the info tower, but the Tsak hard countering. He can just spray and pray in that bush line, and Paddy is unable to take the info for the side of Dopamine. Dark Ninja takes a shot from December as well, who's getting good early shot out in the Batchat. You saw Paddy there just destroying the building in the South Strike. The Tsak still just tapping away, preventing Paddy from again trying to take the info tower. So Dopamine kind of flying blind right now.
Hockey not seeing the south. OP Hacker and Frugo approaching this part of the map. They're waiting for December to join the Vova. Just about together with, I think it was actually all him that got the info. It was Hockey that actually peeked the bush. Vova will be backing away. Needs to actually run from the stereo. E50 coming to reinforce. M60 coming as well. That is not enough for the side of Dopamine. They need one more even on top of that.
They do, but Dopamine, they're not going to get caught here. All of their tanks are mediums and lights. Hockey is more than fast enough to run away, but he needs to be a little bit careful. He may get replaned, but Chase in the Tsak doesn't currently have a replane available. He actually just used it on towards Hockey. So is there going to be any crossfire from the north of the map? Stacked are still going here. Vova needs to be careful. Hockey and Blur, they've got to set up a crossfire angles because these V4s probably aren't going to stop.
You see PM committing into the strike and fair there with the M60. Big mistake, 1.2k taken. Questions arm of how is he going to perform while leading for this team in absence of Choppa. And yeah, that was a little bit of a mistake there. Takes another one. PM in the meantime getting pounded in the middle as well. The start for Stacked is a good one. Melly and Frugo finding PM, who tried to push into the strike, and that leaves Dopamine with a potential south repressure. But that is first blood for the side of Stacked. And Dopamine trying to aggress this, but this is a really tough position, Moff.
Yeah, it's a very tough play to push in here with your mediums and light tanks. It's just very, very tough. The OP hacker there in the 268v4 is just going to be able to shut that down. Ferret's trying to move up in his M60, but he has no HP remaining. Strike coming in now, that's going to do quite a bit of damage as well, and the HP only going further in favor of Stacked. But can Dopamine clean up these tanks? Can they pick up OP hacker? He's going to be perma-tracked and held, so he's going to go down. No further save for him in this match.
No further save from him, but in return though, Stack running over the middle of the map, and they will still have a full HP. The sack as Chase and December find their own little TD to perma track. It is going to be Paddy falling. Frugo out in the open, Dark Ninja with the shot. It's a 5-on-4 for the side of Dopamine, with Stacked having the HP lead though, but the potential there for a strike for the side of Chase. He will take that one. Now, how does Dopamine react? Because they still need to do something.
Yeah, they've got to help out Dark, man. He's in a very, very tough spot. He's got to watch the flank coming in from behind. That's December moving up in the bat chat. He needs to be careful, though, because there might be a repush on towards the zero line over near his position. And if he gets spotted out, Dark will be able to shoot across towards him. You can see him already aiming towards that part of the map. And Dopamine, they may be down quite a bit in HP, and they've got a lot of low HP tanks, but they still got the RHM alive, and they've got 3 mediums, which are fantastic for playing in the end game here. Chase gets spotted out while trying to take the info tower. That was the plane coming in from Hockey. So Chase getting slightly outplayed there in that situation, and this is all just going to help Chase. Still spotted as he repeats. Does he take more damage? Doesn't look like it. Dark has actually managed to get into the strike for free, which is pretty good for the side of Dopamine, because once he takes that strike, he can reset the cap.
I think there was a strike attempt even from the side of Stacked. I think they... Wait, Dark forced it.
He didn't take it.
No.
He wants to block the cap here. I'm not sure if that's the greatest idea. Can he hold down this angle? Maybe reset Koman with HE potentially, but he's just going to hold that angle. Koman peeks into him, not as taking too much damage because the ability is active for both players here, but Melly is there to support, so Dark in a lot of trouble right now.
Dark trying to back away with that reverse speed, but he hits the corner of the building. Koman is going to peek this. You would assume that he wants to get the kill here, can give up a little bit of HP to find that shot. Him and Melly together when they're both reloaded. No, they opt not to do it actually, as now Vova closing the distance a little bit, trying to close the distance, and Chase against Hockey. He's going to need some shots there in the RHM, because the sack can just clip out the RHM, right, Moff?
Yeah, but he won't have quite enough alpha to do it. I think Hockey just took a shot there from the batch at December, trying to help out Vova, going down to a one-shot as well. And Chase does manage to pick up that kill. That is hugely important for the side of Stacked. And Melly, Koman actually picking up the kill on towards Dark as well, and gets around the corner without taking too much damage. Now December coming in with the batch at, should be able to clean up here, but doesn't want to overpoke. It's going to be Melly to pick up the kill on towards Vova.
Oh, Ferret misses against December, gives December an opportunity to peek around the corner and pick up the kill. Blur returns the favor, but that was not good for that player there. Now Blur forced in with 2 cap pressure from the side of Stacked, and yeah, the Stacked, they're clipping out the RHM fully. An early strike could have saved him off, but there was no early strike.
They could have saved him, and Blur just kind of left to pick up the pieces here. They're not looking the right way, and if he gets a free shot early on, that could be giving him a chance here. Koman's turning right at the end, though. Will he be able to snap the shot? He does. And that means Stacked win the first round.
First round on the board there for Stacked, and pressure on Dopamine very early on in that regard. Yeah, that was a bit all over the place, but weird that Dark decided not to opt to take the strike. I mean,
it was quite weird. Maybe there was
no,
a
there was still a
communication?
strike. There was still a strike available from the side of Stack, so I guess Dark didn't want to get reset and then be forced into the cap anyways, with them waiting. It makes sense if you think about it that way.
Because if from Stack's point of view, they can wait 14 seconds, like right until he's about to take the strike, and then reset him, and then I believe it's a 5-second delay, and there was sort of roughly 20-30 seconds left on the cap, so he didn't want to chance it there in that situation, but I don't know, it's kind of a tough spot for him to be in, because you don't really want to go and block the cap either, because that just allowed both of the double E4s to peek into him. You can see Melee there doing a good job picking up 4.4k damage with 3 kills. December also went down, but did manage to do 4.7k in the bat. Blur actually did 4k while sniping in his E50 for most of the game.
It have even been a little bit different there. Ferret picked up the shot against December, made him a one, killed him for that. Then the M60 is still alive, and then it's 2v2, where it's playable, I guess, for the M60 and the 50M against the double E4.
Yeah, and think about how much HP Ferret bled in the beginning of the game. For free as well, like completely for free. And you mentioned when you're the guy that's like calling the shots for the rest of the players, sometimes it's very difficult to focus on your own gameplay, and you just sort of end up driving in the open and making all kinds of misplays. OP on the other side for Stacked as well as doing the same thing, and he's probably a bit more used to calling in these kind of situations. So Ferret, you've got to focus on the team, but also your individual performance.
The balance between the two, it's not 15v15 where, you know, you can get away with...
You can get away with one guy in 15v15 just kind of driving in first and being like, okay, it's your job now, guys. I'm just going to focus on pinging the minimap. In 7v7, you make up so much more of your team. It's so important that you're always trading positively, or at least not throwing away your HP so needlessly. As for the M60 pick overall, I don't think it really offered anything particularly unique that we wouldn't have seen from Ascente X, perhaps.
I mean, X is... I don't know. X is slower, I guess.
Yeah. I was also 350 heat, right?
Yes.
On the M60. Yes. That's great. It's great for sniping at tanks like 268v4s from range.
Yeah, 350 is amazing.
Yeah, didn't really come too much into effect for him in that game. He had to come in close fairly early on while the brawl was happening. But Stacked picking up the early round here, given that, well, they're perceived underdogs, it's quite good for them, and probably for the competitiveness of this match that they pick up the early round.
Stacked bringing, so switching a little bit, an AX, a Bliskovice, quad V4, and an E4 to this next Studzianki battle.
Yeah, meanwhile, Dopamine going a fair bit lighter. They've got a 277, double batch at M60, and triple 268 V4. So 277s, normally we would see them jumping straight into the hole there for that strike. And since Stack don't have a light tank available, they're not going to be able to get that spot out early.
They're not able to do that. A quick note, December is covering it, Moff. So if you want to watch POV, that's also pretty interesting.
Yeah, he'll be giving the comms for his team, and like I said, it's always cool to get an insight into what the players are thinking, because when we have this like big oversight, we've got all the mods and all the observers, we can see everything that's happening. You can't, it's always very easy to criticize the players who don't necessarily have all the info there, but very aggressive from Stack. This is kind of the similar sort of play that we see from the side of Cashback early into the cap circle with 268. OP getting spotted out. I think he thought about going for the strike, but that is not going to be the case. Triple cap already started for the team of Stacked, and Dopamine, they don't really have anyone close. It's only Paddy here, and he's going to have to suicide if he wants to reset.
Paddy already getting held by Melly and Koman. Can they get a reset? Who's actually going to do it for the side of Dopamine? Who's going to reset that angle? Paddy just lets off an HE shell, but that's not really going to do much either. Ferret taking another shot on that M60. Kind of like round number 1, down 1.4. The cap does not look like it's gonna get stopped. No, finally a reset there from Paddy, but again, Dopamine has bled a lot for this. Melee is actually going to shield, and now Stack though deciding that they want to push from the cap into the hole with all of them. The V4 is coming. Hockey is gonna be the one together with Blur, the first focus. I mean, they do pick up that 277, but in return they lose so much for that. 3000 HP difference. Hockey needs to get back inside of that factory area as well, and he doesn't quite do it on time. Takes a lot of damage. They do have a bad shot in Crossfire though.
Yeah, the bad chat is providing Crossfire, but Stack, they're not going to wait around for him to clip and reload and clip and reload. They're just going to keep pushing back in towards the factory area, just sticking as one big purple blob of tanks. PM now pushing back into the strike, trying to provide Crossfire. They've actually managed to catch out Koman here, but the HP is so much in favor of Stacked right now, and they're just going to keep pressing that advantage. Hockey now getting hunted down by December. It's actually John who picks it up from behind, and Stacked with almost double the HP of Dopamine here are just going to keep pressing that advantage.
They should keep pressing that advantage as well against the side of Dopamine. I mean, up in guns, up in friendship, up in HP as well. And they're going to make it 2-0 rather early on in the series here. Studzianki going absolutely terrible for the side of Dopamine. Stacked looked like, you know, almost the same as what Back was doing. And Dopamine did not have the answers for that.
Yeah, it did feel very much like a rinse and repeat sort of style. The cashback of Broughton, how many times have we seen it catch teams out on this map where they just go straight into the cap and you don't have anyone immediately there to provide resets, you don't have any strikes available, and that just inevitably forces you to throw away some guns, bleed some early HP to try and get that reset, and then Stacked do not lose the advantage. They just grab hold and they keep pushing, they don't let go.
I'm gonna be very happy leading this match with a 2-0 scoreline, just like that. And yeah, more and more pressure on Ferret here. First big test before China, that's what I would call it for him. How he's gonna do while leading. And well, maybe Studzianki was just not the map.
Yeah, maybe it's not their map. I believe, did they pick it though? I'm just gonna check that.
Yes.
They did actually pick it, so 2-0 on their own map pick is that's very not... It's a pretty poor start, but, you know, how much can you really read into
it's the best of 11
map picks here? It's a best of 11, so there's still a long way to go. I mean, you can go down 5-0 and then you win 6 straight rounds in a row.
Yeah, that's also possible, of course. It's very unlikely. Damage numbers there, I mean, yeah, across the board. Nothing too amazing for Stacked. I mean, it was a good call to get. They were a little bit hesitant. I think they would have capped out as well, though. I honestly think they would have capped out.
Yeah, they would have. They would have just been able to do that. Melee again, doing consistent job in the E4, doing over 4k damage. Consistent performer there for the side of Stacked. Then we've got all the V4s who just kind of trickle down economics. They don't really care about how much damage they do, they just push in for the team. But Stacked really look to have the measure of Dopamine, especially on this map, so maybe Dopamine gonna have to turn it around in the next one.
Anything is possible with the power of friendship. Off. -1 is a bit mean production, right? Dopa is not that far behind just yet. Second map, perfect timing, is going to be Westfield. Listen, there's a lot of pressure on Dopamine. I do think they need to start here winning a round on Westfield because this can spiral rather quickly. He could be looking at 4-0.
Yeah, things can spiral out of control if you, like you said, you go down 4-0. The morale of the team is going to be pretty in the mud, you would have to say. And Westfield, that was the only round that Dopamine actually lost in their semi-final because it was a minor misplay from individual player in the SDRV who got spotted and went down for free. So we'll see if Dopamine are going to rock the same kind of lineup there, bring the SDRV.
I mean, they could. It's possible.
It does limit your options, though.
I don't really like the SDRV because there's going to be a team that fights you with 7 tanks down and then you just lose. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's the problem. The duality of the STRV is that it's super powerful for that one position where you can just snipe everything and just completely lock down the north of the map. But if your opponent chooses not to fight you there, then you're really going to be struggling to get in the fight, and then you're kind of in this position where, do I push forward? Do I stay? You don't want to get caught out in the open.
Yeah, I would not bring the STRV again. The more I think about it, I understand how amazing it is if it does work, but like imagine a team that just turns with 7 tanks and goes fight south. Okay, the STRV does some bleeding damage, you know, but in return they have like an AX playing on their Dune, and then you have 6 fighting against 6 fighting. I think you just lose.
Yeah, it's super important as well whether a light tank spots it out in the beginning of the game, because if you get that early info, you can react accordingly to completely avoid it. If you don't spot it, however, then you may be lured into a trap where you overpoke on middle, and then you get farmed.
I'm curious to see what lineups they're gonna bring. I'm mainly worried for Dopa. They needed a good start here. Maybe I'm a little biased, unfortunately.
Well, you do have the inside knowledge or the inner workings of that team. Given that it's Westfield, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few E50Ms being brought by Dopamine. We know they like to take them, and Westfield is definitely a map where you can do that.
Yeah, just not too many. I mean, Westfield's the kind of map where you don't find a good engagement for them, Blitzcast will go through your entire team.
Yeah, and E50Ms, if you try to retake the north of them, it's always going to be tricky as well. I don't have the greatest gun depression. No E50Ms in either team's lineup here. Stacked, going very Bliskavitsa heavy. They've got a Badger, an STB for the inspirability, and just 1 RHM.
Dopamine with the RHM themselves, triple Bliska, Badger, Senti X, and a Badger 25 key. No STRVs, Moff.
No STRVs. Almost identical lineups from both teams. Dopamine with the Batchat being a little bit more light heavy. Both teams using the plane at the start of the game. Only 5 tanks spotted from the side of Stacked. 6 spotted out on the side of Dopamine. So December with a fantastic plane there. All of that experience playing so many Onslaught games clearly helping him out there to put the plane in the right position. Stacked going early into the dip in A3 though. They really want to hold down this part of the map and deny Dopamine taking it.
Dopamine sees the double Bliskavitsa there. They may swing towards the middle of the map now. They seem a little bit confused as of now to what exactly they want to do as December pops the info. Vova taking an info point himself. He will activate that and see the double Bliskavitsa actually edging forward a little bit. Not the greatest move. PM gets a shot there on them. Blur gets a shot as well. John Encom and Blur leading a little bit fair. Now trying to get a shot as well. Doesn't miss either. I think they're trading the damage for this though. But I'll say Dopamine probably pretty happy with the result of that so far.
Yeah, because Dopamine, they focused all of that damage onto just 1 tank, whereas Stacked have shot a bunch of different tanks from the side of Dopamine, so they're not being able to focus fire there. So if Dopamine want to push that dip later on, John is going to be the vulnerable piece there, being on only 900 HP. Cap has been started, but it's only a 2-man cap right now. Blur peeking out, taking 1 from the Bliskavitsa as well. And
look at the rotations though, Moff.
Yeah.
Ninja and the Batchat.
Look at the Batchat and the RHM and the Bliskavitsa as well. They're going to try and cut off December in the RHM. He's going to get caught here. The Batchat is going to come in to support Hockey shortly. But how long is this going to take? Will they lose the north of the map in the meantime?
Hockey and Vova have December down and out. Dark Ninja a little bit away from the fight as well. You can see immediately the blue blob of tanks moving in from the side of Stack. They want to overpush the north. Fair is apparently already on 400 HP, so he seems to be in trouble. PM now getting pushed on in the Badger as well. Fair backing off Paddy, trying to make his way out of there as Blur's now in trouble in the X as well. They're trying to retaliate. They're trying to get back to those edge positions, but they lose the AX. They're about to lose Fair as well. They've lost almost everything in the north, and you would say, Moff, they took a little bit too long to pull away from that area, knowing that they're going to repressure the south. Paddy will find another kill though against Melly, leaving 5 tanks left standing for the side of Stacked. But Dark Ninja now in trouble as well in his Bliskavitsa, and I don't think the Stacked lineup is about to stop anytime soon.
No, they're just going to keep on trucking in towards Dark Ninja. He's going to be the next pick, and There is no way that Dopamine come back into this round. It's going to be stacked 3-0. They really showed up today so far. They're really switched on, and Dopamine do not have anything to respond right now. You said this would be the place to start evening up the scoreline, and that is not going to be the case whatsoever. It's 3-0.
3-0, and yeah, the move on towards the RHM was a good one, but there was another Bliskavice out of the fight for that, and then the tanks in the north were in less than optimal positions.
They didn't adjust accordingly. The Sentei X should be running away. Does Hockey get picked up by the strike? No, he just about manages to avoid that, and Stacked just going through the motions here, not over pushing in towards the Batchat and the RHM. They know they're two tanks that can sort of run away and stall out for a long time, so they're just going to collect the points of interest, and then they're going to go and start the triple cap and just make sure that they do in fact win the game.
And for Stack, they're going to be very, very happy right now. Up 3-0, an opportunity to make it 4-0. They can already kind of see the lion's share of the prize money. I mean, this is the match for 5k, right? So always nice to get a little bit more. And so far, yeah, good reaction there from Stacked. I mean, I think the initial play from Dopamine to get the RHM was really good, but there was just no adjustment. You know, if you're going to do that, then you have to be ready to bail from the north, or at least not, you know, get caught with the amount of tanks that they did.
Yeah, maybe they felt like they weren't going to be able to repush in the north because they've got these two tanks stuck in the hole. They'd Nesty be in the back, and maybe perhaps Dopamine felt like if those guys tried to push forwards, if they tried to cross the open, that they would be able to have the damage output to prevent it. But like you said, there was a Bliskavica, I believe it was Dark, who went into the south as well, that's an entire full HP tank out of the fight, and that just made the overmatch that
like
Stacked had.
South of the strike.
Yeah, it just made the overmatch even stronger for Stacked.
And as a result, 3-0. Unexpected move. And you gotta start wondering, when does Dopa actually do something in return? Because so far Stacked is leading the charge and dominating, winning multiple rounds in a row. I would say it's the Frugo effect, but we know W never wins 2 rounds in a row to start with. So there has to be something else.
It's an unfamiliar position for him, being up 3-0.
It's usually
He's
the
not
other way
used to it.
around.
Yeah. Stack don't want to rest on their laurels though, because we know that Dopamine is a strong team and they are more than capable of coming back into the fight here. But it's not just the fact that Stacked are up 3-0, it's the way in which they've won the rounds as well. Like, Dopamine didn't look like they were in the fight in any game, really. It didn't look competitive.
No, they're just getting a little bit beaten right now, and it's not pretty so far, Moff. Not pretty whatsoever. But it also comes down to Stack just playing really well, though.
Yeah, Stacked are playing well, and you do have to credit that. And that's kind of what happens, right? If you have a team playing really well, you can make the opposition look rather foolish there.
And so far, they've done a good job at that. They have to keep it up, though. Top damage there from Frugo seems the ping is not an issue after all. And when do we start getting really worried, Moff? It's best of 11, so 3-0 doesn't feel that bad. It's only like halfway point.
Yeah, they've got half the rounds that they need to win the series, so I'd say when it gets to 4-0, if Dopamine lose this next one, then there's going to be some pretty big question marks. You can already hear the noise in the background, right? It's 3-0. If they go down 4-0, then you have to wonder if Dopamine's even going to show up in this contest.
Well, I hope they do, Moff. I hope they do, but if they don't, then they only have themselves to blame. So far, just not really good enough. They had some openings, but they haven't been able to convert any of the close rounds yet. Like I said, best of 11 is a very long series, Moff. Peaking in the mid part is better than peaking in the beginning.
Yeah, but like you said, it's very difficult to come back when the other team gets that momentum and they start to steamroll through you. It's very tough, right? And like you said, Ferret under pressure. I don't know if this is going to be the first time where he's like officially leading the team, but the fact that they've gone down 3-0, he might be feeling like, oh no, this is kind of my fault, and perhaps feeling even more pressure, like he needs to deliver.
He does need to deliver, and it starts now on Westfield number 2. What would you like to see them change, Moff?
I would like to see them win, play better.
Outside of that.
They just need to be sharper with their rotations, because the opening initial idea from Stacked, they always seem to look like they know what they want to do, whereas Dopamine kind of just sort of broadly drive in a direction with their tanks, but they don't really have a plan of action. Stacked look like they know exactly what they want to go for and what parts of the map they want to pressure.
I don't know. I need this team to start popping off, Moff. Maybe take a straight fight for once. Who knows? I mean, they tried to take a straight fight though. Stacked wouldn't give it to them in the last round.
Yeah, they did. They did try to go for the North commitment, but Stack just immediately locking down that A3 just says, nope, we will not let you have this part of the map, and you are not going to push here. We're going to lock that down. Stack this time going to be bringing a bit more of a paper lineup than the previous round. They've got double Bliskavitsa, a Badger, then they've got 2 Inspire tanks, which is highly unusual, and then double Batchat.
Yeah, Dopamine, 1 Bat, 1 AX, 1 E50, triple Bliska, and an RHM, so Dopa can play off of the information, Moff.
Yes, they can. If Hockey gets a good plane at the start, then they will be able to react immediately to that. But what do you make of the double Inspire tank bringing both an STB and the Centex?
Seems overkill, no?
It does seem to be a little bit overkill, but perhaps they have something specific in mind. Stacked going fully towards the north with everything. The plane at the start only spotted out the tank destroyers from the side of Stacked, and Vova could potentially be in a bit of trouble here. There's not a great deal of support. It's only Blur and maybe Dark who can give a shot on the crossing, but if Vova gets spotted here, then he may be a free pick.
Yeah, and Vova realizes that he can't run anymore while the rest of his team has bailed from the positions. They could indeed just drive at this guy, and it would be over almost instantly, and it does look like that's exactly what they're doing. December and Chase moving on towards Vova, and it's another free kill here for the side of Stacked. I mean, he's just dead. He's gonna do maybe 2 shots of damage.
Yeah, 0-7 for Vova there. Very unfortunate for him, just getting baited by the rest of his team based on their positions. There needs to be a reaction from Dopamine now, but look at the HP already. Strike comes in to reset the cap, but now Dopamine are forced into this crossfire. There's a Batchat in the south that's just clipping away, and the HP is only going to be in favor of Stacked in this situation. Blur's getting pushed on towards in the north as well. He's going to lose that fight versus December, and Stacked are winning once again.
And this is all ogre yet again for Dopamine. The story from the first 3 rounds continues in round number 4 as Stacked is ahead. Stacked gets a freebie on Vova and never lets go of the round after that. And this is the part where you start calling, dialing 911, and you're like, somebody, let me get a medic.
They need to call an ambulance, and they do need to call it for themselves, not for the opposition this time. Dopamine in a lot of trouble. They're low on Dopamine, low on rounds, and the morale in the team is going to be pretty poor right now, and that probably looked like the worst round that we've seen so far, to be honest. The Batchat just getting caught in A3, and the fact that they're not even ready for it and surprised that that push is going to come in, it looks pretty poor.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of them was bailing from position, and the Batchat kept going. Maybe some miscommunication where the Batchat was also supposed to run, but then didn't. But that's a free round for Stacked. It doesn't get much freer than this. 4-0 cruising. Has this match slipped too far out of the grasp of Dopa with a 4-0 deficit? Will be very, very high.
Yeah, and every round that you lose, it's just you're creating a bigger mountain for you to climb. On the side of Stacked, December doing 4.4k. Got 2 clips for free in that round, so very nice game for him. On the other hand, you see Vova there in the Batchat, only able to get off 2 shots because he just got jumped on in the 2v1, and there was nothing he could really do about that. And this kind of form that Stacked are in right now, they're playing off of each other well. They're reacting. They have good openings. They just look like a team in a different class.
I don't know. what is the next map off? Maybe if it's something slow, something can happen. They need a break.
The next map will be Airfield, so that is indeed going to be a slow map. Well, it depends actually. We've seen more pace, more speed being brought to Airfield rounds of recent time, but still, on the whole, it's been the slowest match time, the slowest average game time throughout the entire OLS. So perhaps they can use Airfield to stabilize and just hold default positions.
Airfield, Moff, at least for Dopa's sake, you know, it's a slow map. Normally speaking, unless you send an EBR beeline and it gets caught by double Bacha, then it's not that slow. But it does give them a little bit more time. They really need a 2-0 here on Airfield to kick things off with, to even have a competitive finals. Or if they don't, that's going to be just a really sad moment for them and probably going to put a dent in their confidence going into China. I mean, if you're the NA team going into the WCI, you're aiming to take top 3, to be honest.
Yeah, they would have high hopes going to China, trying to bring the challenge to the EU teams, which would always be the favorites going there. But if they're struggling this much against their own regional competition, and they're not just struggling, they're drowning right now. This is really, really bad. They can still turn it around though. It's, you know, the story, the headline is not written yet. They can still make a comeback.
It's going to be real hard, Muff. It's going to be real hard. They need some milk. They need a whole
They need some
jug of
dopamine.
milk. They need a lot to go right here. They need to start with Airfield though.
An Airfield can be won and lost in that first minute as well. Contesting the points of interest, contesting the info in the north. If you lose out, we saw what happened to Mafia earlier. You don't want that to happen to you. That would be a really sad way to go out of the competition, if you just lose the brawl in the north immediately and then you just lose the game.
What kind of lineups are we expecting here, Muff? Are we
No
expecting I don't know. I don't think either of these two teams will play with an EBR.
Maybe, maybe not. I don't think we've seen a single... I don't think in the semi-final, I don't think we saw a single game of... no, we did see Airfield, actually. I remember Smile, the way they went out in that semi-final against Stack. They tried to boost up double BZ onto the balcony, and unfortunately for them, it didn't work out. But look at that lineup from Dopamine. That is super, super light. They've got triple Batchat, a 50B, Minotaur, and double E4.
Stacked in the other department has a Bat, an EX, a Bliska, and quad V4. These Batchats are going to struggle.
Yeah, and they need to have that element of surprise, right? If they don't have the element of surprise, they are going to be absolute mincemeat. Perhaps the plan is to send double Bat over towards the info and then have another one controlling the south of the map. That would be my guess, and they are sending double Bat towards the north, so early contention for the info point.
Double Batchat for Dopa. 0 for the side of Stacked. So Hockey is going to be stopping. They're going to just be sending Ferret, actually. He's going to be going and taking that. And they have taken control of that. He does take a shot from the V4. They have some map control at the very least.
Yeah, that's a very important position that has been taken. To look at December, though, going super aggressive, going to boost up in the Batchat, going straight for the fight with Vova there, who's taken a couple shots from Crossfire, but December cannot commit to this fight. This is a really, really aggro play, and he will go down, and that might just give Dopamine the opportunity they need to win around here, but Stacked are not stopping with the aggression. Frugo and OP continue to push in. Vova is caught between a rock and a hard place as he tries to drop down without taking damage. Sente X shooting him with HE.
Now Stark trying to reinforce, trying to do something off of that play from December, the boost, but it's not working out for them whatsoever. December down, OP Hacker in the grave as well. They tried to bring those V4s back into the fight to do something with them, to help, to try and get the Batchat. I mean, Vova is still alive, however, at this point, and that's pretty important as well. He's juking with Chase, and for the first time in what feels the entire series, it's actually Dopa with an HP lead and a gun lead as well. It would be impressive if they managed to lose this one, Moff, as Frugo is kind of in a pretty bad place as well, and Koman and John can get sandwiched from two sides by the Mino and the E4 with the Batchat from behind. And yeah, it leaves you wondering, Moff. I like the boost from December, but I think he overplayed quite a bit.
He overplayed his hand for sure. I mean, he can boost up initially. I'm not sure if Vova was spotted before he did the boost or just after, but certainly when
Vova shot him already once.
Yeah, so certainly when he does that boost up, he must realize that you cannot commit to that fight, but I guess he just didn't realize all the angles that the Dopamine tanks had on towards him, and Dopamine with a gift here. And this is the kind of round that they need. They need this to build up a little bit of confidence and just sort of settle the nerves, because they haven't given up match point, and that is quite important, right? Giving up match point can really be a tough spot to be in, because then you can just lose any kind of round to a fluke incident or just losing a tank early on here. But the fact that they pick up one round now and they don't give stacked match point could be so important.
Could be so important. Yeah, I like the booster from December. He's covered by the AX, so you can take the balcony, but committing to the fight is a mistake. I do believe that you can then slowly get the Batshot out of that balcony position by wrapping around him with the AX further south. But the overpeak was, I mean, it was eager. I mean, I understand you're up 4-0 and you can afford a little bit of a crazy play, but, you know.
I think from his point of view, especially when we see Frugo and OP push in afterwards, he's probably thinking, okay, our plan, they probably prepared this, is that they're going to push in with the V4s at the same time as the Batchat boosting, so the V4s can tank all the shots and distract from the Batchat, but the timing was just not there, right? There was no one ready to profit off of the distraction from December, and he goes down relatively for free, much like we saw Vova in his Batchat in the previous round on Westfield. But that round, more so stacked misplaying than Dopa really doing anything too impressive, but they'll take whatever they can get at this point.
I mean, who wouldn't, Moff? Who would not take a little bit of a free round when you're down 4-0, you know? I would sign up for that every day of the week.
Yeah, just to reiterate, the point though, that it's still, even though stacked give up a round, it's still not really positive signs from Dopamine, right? That they're doing something good. It's more so just the fact that they get given this free round. So we still need to have a round where we see some signs of life and they actually make a play that secures the victory on their own terms.
Maybe Airfield 2 will be the round to do so, Moff, but at least they have something to bring back the mood just a tad, right?
Yeah, they can laugh at December and it's like, oh, stupid Batchat, what's he doing? And then maybe boost the confidence a little bit and just think, oh, the opposition we're playing against are in fact human. They are not immortals who we cannot take a single round against.
What comes after Airfield? Because we're definitely going to get at least one round of it, so...
After Airfield, it is Pilsen. And then after that, if we get there, it's going to be Miravanka and Tiebreakers Ghost Town.
Okay, so... We're slowing down the pace a little bit, though, in general, for the second half of this match. Now, Airfield won. What did you think of the lineup with 3 Batchots, Omov? I thought 3 Batchots was a lot.
We have seen it, though. Hit and Run have brought triple Batchat on, I believe, more than one occasion. But the problem with when you commit to triple Bat, and just a lot of Batchats in general, it makes it very high risk, high reward, right? You need all of the timings to go in your favor, and you need to get the bats in at the right moment to be able to clip without taking the brunt of the damage. And especially on Airfield, it's kind of difficult to have that element of surprise when the enemy team can have like one tank locking down each angle.
Round number 6.
Hold on.
That
surely not.
They're trolling. Stacked, Bat, Gorilla, V4, E3, triple E4.
Yeah, a very standard lineup from Stacked. Dopamine going with the double Bat again, so probably going to contest the info tower. Then we got double Bliskovica and triple V4, so going to be something fast and aggressive from the side of Dopamine. Stacked with that Grilla, he could be in the prime position to hard counter any kind of aggression.
But Grilla from that side, Moff, I am personally not a fan.
No. It's not as strong. The angles that you get from sort of D2 are just not quite as good. We've got a Bliskovica being boosted in towards the middle by one of the Batchats, so we'll see what that does to the timing. Is Hockey going to be able to get in towards the mid without being spotted? I think OP should spot this out, but OP's actually trying to move up himself, and he may get caught here. Hockey trying to boost in the Bliskovica, and he does manage to make it up. Does the second one of Dark also make it up? He does. So unlike with Smile in the previous semi-final, they do make it up with double Bliskovica.
They're taking some damage though from December, who's peppering that Rich. So the double Bliskovica pulling back now. Blur and Vova moving on towards OP Hacker. Is he gonna pop the ability or not? It doesn't look like he wants to, because he also knows that ability means that he gets struck, but in this case it also just means that you die when you don't. First kill for Dopamine, which is using a very interesting strategy here, Moff, with the boost, with the Batchas through the mid. They have a little bit of control. They need to be careful though. 8 seconds left on the cap. Did Stack use their strike? That's the big question. I think they did, because December's forced in it. 4 seconds left. He will be blocking, and now the fight erupts. They want to go for December in that Batcha. They need to be careful with PM though, not to overcommit for this. They want to focus him out, but right now they're still missing a lot of guns. They're missing the Batcha. They're missing Dark Ninja as well. They are finding December. They are finding success. They drop him towards a one shot, and Ferret probably will chase him down. But the HP Moff.
December does go down to Ferret. The HP is very close for both of the teams here. We've got Hockey and Dark Ninja both being super low HP in the Bliskovica, which means they can't really do much of anything here in this situation. Frugo does pick up the kill on towards PM. Paddy is unable to save his teammate in that situation. Frugo may be able to get another one on towards Ferret. He's got his rear exposed here, but there's just 3 guns left for the side of Stacked here, and Dopamine look to be in a good position to pick up a second round.
Look to be in a very good position, Moff. And while we were talking about this, Moff, there's one thing to remember. The Gorilla was never in this battle, if you remember that. He was never contributing. So while the HP was close, and for a while even in Stack's favor, they were unable to really do too much with that, because of the fact that, you know, the Gorilla is constantly out of the fight. The battle plan that Dopamine picked is the least good one if you're Stacked, right? Because you need a slower game.
Yeah, and not to mention the OP overcommitted in the beginning, right? Because he was in F4, and I thought he was just going to stop there.
Was he already down though when he spotted the boost? Because I think he was already down.
I think he just started driving down, and that was very unfortunate timing for him. From his perspective, he's going to be molding about that one, because if he stayed up, that could have made all the difference in that round, because it just means that it takes those Batchats and just all of the guns from Dopamine, it just takes them that bit longer to pick up that kill on the E3, and the longer the OP survives, the more potential there is for the Gorilla to get involved in the game.
Yeah, exactly. And now the Gorilla just having 0 impact, basically. I mean, he does 2.3k damage, but in the real battle, you know.
It's all late game damage that is pretty much meaningless, maybe only 1 or 2 shots while the actual fight was still ongoing there. But Dopamine, we said they needed to bring it back, and winning 2-0 on Airfield is a pretty good way to do that. And now, you know, maybe Stacked are going to feel a bit of pressure, because when you get into that position where you take such an advantage early on, you're thinking, oh god, we better not throw this.
Oh, yes, when you have such a lead from the beginning of the game. You know, it's 4-2 now, though. And this was a good strat from Dopa, though.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying from the previous round. I wanted to see Dopamine actually, like, sort of take the fight to Stacked and win a round on their own merit. And that is exactly what they did in that game there. And the double Bliskovica boosting up as well, that's not easy to do. We saw Smile fail that with the double BZ, which have got rocket boosts. They use their ability, which gives them a mobility buff. In the Bliskovicas, they timed that at the perfect moment to boost up as well.
So, Airfield, finally signs of life for Dopamine. Pick up 2 rounds, will now be bringing it to Pilsen. Another map that could lend itself towards a bit of slower gameplay, but also, you know, we saw a lot of quick cap attempts. That is, again, another possibility.
Yeah, Pilsen has the potential to be played fast and slow, right? But you've got to be careful. If you split your forces too much, if you want to play towards the field part of the map, you've got to be anticipating, you've got to be prepared for the triple cap to come in.
Will these teams be prepared? That's a good question. Do we expect a quick cap play, Moff? I almost feel like Stack, the way they're playing, Moff.
You think they can just risk? You think they can just risk a game trying to pick up a cheeky win?
No, I'm just saying they play very EU-esque. You know, maybe it's the Frugo influence.
Well, they do have the EU imports, which help out with that. I feel
Ferry
like Dopamine...
Ferry is not an import.
That's true. Voey did not actually. No, he tried to qualify on
That doesn't count, to be honest.
That doesn't count. Okay. I feel like Dopamine are more of the team that like to do this kind of reckless aggression. I feel like their playstyle is actually more similar to hit and run.
Yeah. Well, who's Nord? Because I think whoever's Nord is going to play towards the cap.
I will have a look at that. Pilsen was picked by Dopamine, so Stacked picked the side. Does that mean that they picked South? That is the question. Stacked picked side 2, South.
Let's see the lineups. Stacked. Fairly normal there. 4 to the U, push B. Well, double 4 to the U actually. Push B, triple V4, and an E4.
Meanwhile, Dopamine have got Jagdpanzer E100, Sente X, triple V4, Batchat and an IS-7. So, slightly unusual lineup here. I'm interested to see how the IS-7 is going to be used, or what specific purpose that it has in this round, because it may be fast, but do you really need an IS-7 to go mid?
I don't know. Apparently you do, because he's not going middle, he's going towards the field, Moff.
He is going towards the field, shooting down a wall in the beginning of the game, so his TDs will be able to have an angle on the crossfire there. We've got Sente X and IS-7 going over towards the field in the beginning of the game, but they're splitting up quite a lot here. Stacked are going predominantly towards the field. They are, however, sending December in towards the middle strike, which could be of vital importance here if they want to be able to reset the cap. But you look at the way that Stacked are driving. OP Hacker is just sitting in the middle of the open right now. He's going to try and take the info tower. Can Blur get the reset in the Sente X? He shoots HE, but he does not manage to deny the info tower being taken. So full info gained for the side of Stacked. They know exactly where everyone is, and they know that this IS-7 and the Sente X are alone.
Can Dopamine do something off of this, though? I mean, they're getting double strike taken by the side of Stacked. I mean, December doesn't take the strike just yet. He's collecting it now. Map control favor of Dopamine, and some good shots there, I think, on Koman. Taking some damage on that 4 to the U, not going wide enough. Getting spotted. Batchat now rotating. The base still being captured, but that is, you know, that's not really much, right? Double strike available, rotations in the south. Paddy and Dark need to be really careful in this part of the map, though.
Yeah, the cap is down to 30 seconds, but like you say, with double strike available, it's not going to be too much of a problem. There is a rotation from the side of Dopamine. The Batchat and the Sente X are leaving, which could give them an advantage on this side of the map, but if they want to push here, I don't think that's really going to work out. Double 268v4, they've got quite a bit of distance. They're not easy tanks to take down when you've got to cross so much open ground. But Stacked are pretty split up across the map, so maybe it could work out.
Hockey now pushing forward, the Batchat and the X coming. IS-7 from Ferret starting to run away, starting to bail, starting to take some distance. Unlike Westfield, it seems like they are disengaging at the right time now. Hockey to take all the initial damage. OP Hacker is going to be the target here for the side of Dopamine. You can see Paddy, Dark Ninja, and another Batchat moving in on towards that location. OP is definitely in trouble here. He's going to fall as well. The Batchat from Vova pushes against him. He's going to probably hit the track shot there. He does hit the track shot. OP, no repair kit available. The i7 not getting called either. And so far, Stacked seems to be chasing the facts in this battle, as they will find some shots against the Jagdpanzer. That was a relatively easy kill for the side of Dopamine, but in return though, PM in the middle of the map and that Jagdpanzer wasn't able to get out. I think he even pushed from the 3 lane. Maybe a mistake there, Moff.
Yeah, but it's not going to be too bad because he's going to get full reload off, so he should be able to get one more shot off in that Jagdpanzer, and that will end up being a decent trade. Strike comes in as well on towards Koman, who's bled a lot of HP to get into this part of the map. Melee now flanking with the Jagdpanzer. They're going to try and peek at the same time, but December could go down here. I'm not sure who PM shot, probably the Foch B of John, and then actually ended up missing the shot, but the HP is still even. The guns in the game are even as well. Paddy and Koman. Paddy picking up the kill.
Yeah, on the chase here, they want December. Vova finds Melly in the E4, and the HP Moff, like you said, is going to stay even for quite a while, but the guns are not. Paddy now finds the kill. The Foch B, I think, is on reload right now, so Paddy realizes he can just stay alive by simply sitting in that area, and the AX of Blur says, thank you very much, I love farming Foch Bs. My favorite snack at this time of the day is Foch B, as Paddy is getting pushed on by Chase, but does get the strike off Moff, and that strike hits too. That hits home.
Yeah, and look at Dark, he's going to be in trouble now. John is almost off a reload, and he has the shells available, and with ability up, Dark Ninja has been perma-tracked on the corner. He does manage to repair it, but John should still pick up the kill, but it's very difficult sometimes versus the 268v4 having a bit of skill issue right now. He needs to pick up this kill, and he does, so despite missing a couple of shots there, he does very importantly still kill Dark Ninja. Meanwhile, the rest of his teammates, it's going to be Chase and Frugo. They're going to pick up the kill on towards Vova, who cannot get out of trouble, and suddenly it's only Blur left in the 3v1. He picks up the kill on towards John, but that's going to be all as Chase and Frugo look to pick up the kill.
What a throw, actually, to be honest, Moff there in the end. The bad shot of Vova getting called by the 4-3 on the 268. Just needs to count on his friend in the AX to farm the Foch B and create crossfire.
Yeah, it looks so good for Dopamine, right? They got that free pick, or relatively free pick, in the south. They managed to take down OP Hacker, and all they needed to do after that is just sort of stabilize the situation and keep all of their guns alive. But PM getting caught out, I don't know if he pushed forwards into that part of the strike or if he was always there from the beginning, but that Jagdpanzer getting caught out and losing a lot of HP for free before his teammates could really respond.
Also means match point for Stacked, Moff.
Yeah, we had this resurgence, right? This resurgence from Dopamine, and suddenly, oh, look at that from PM. 3 shots fired and 0 damage. And the IS-7 not working out very well for Ferid either. So Blur trying to compensate by doing 5.7k damage in his Sentai X, but it's just not enough. On the other hand, however, OP also did basically nothing. Koman also did basically nothing, so it's kind of a 5v5.
How did the PM miss everything? One shot there wins the game.
Yeah, it does. And the pressure, you know, when you pick that Jagdpanzer, that's the risk with it, right? Is that it's got such a long reload, and you're placing so much emphasis on connecting one shot, and that puts a lot of pressure on the individual player, right? Because he knows that if every shot that he misses is so costly and has a major impact on the outcome.
Now, match point for Stacked. And you could argue more if it should be 4-3 at this point. And then we have a match in our hands. Now 5-2 is a very tall order for Dopa. 3 rounds in a row to bring it to tiebreaker. 4 rounds to even get a tiebreaker victory.
Yeah. And for Stacked, they can kind of chill for a little bit now, because you think about it, they have 4 opportunities to close out this match now. They just need 1 round from the next 4 games. And for Dopamine to keep up the pressure and maintain a level so good that they don't drop 1 in the next 4 rounds, it's really tough.
They have 1 round of Pilsen, and then what was the last map? Remind us all.
Map is going to be Miravanka, and then tiebreaker is Ghost Town.
I meant without cheating.
Well,
Well,
it's right there in front of my eyes. I have it.
Yeah, but I
can't-
mean, listen, dude. Cheating is always easy. What do we
Reminder
think?
next time?
What do we think, Moff? Is it Ogre?
Yes.
Wow. That is very pessimistic.
You gave me a very like one way question. It's like either yes or no. I don't know what you want me to say.
Yes or no? That's
Yeah.
indeed what I wanted to hear from you. Round number... What round number is this? 8. Dopamine with an AX, double 4 to the U, triple V4, and the Tsac.
Yeah, the Tsac meta coming to North America as well. They've been inspired. You mentioned that they've been training with some EU teams like Hit and Run, and they want to give it a try for themselves. Dopamine bringing the Sente X 430U, double 430U even, and double 268V4. So 430U screams aggression.
And it does look like that's what they're going for. Going towards 1-2. Pretty good playing there, though. Spot sound 4 or 5 tanks actually for the side of Stacked. Only missing the double Batcha, but even that one Batcha will be spotted normally by the Stack. No, he won't spot him. December does dodge it just about, but it's Vova to spot it out, so they do know about the Stack. And Blur committed in with the 4 to the U. They'll be playing the cap. I'm getting a shot there on the move, even against melee. Offside control, though. It's a bad chance versus a Tsac.
This is a weird game because Stacked, they're not like fully committed into the city area, but look how deep December is. He cannot leave from this situation, and Stacked cannot afford to abandon him. But both teams, just with pretty much all of the guns in the game, just at the edge of the city part of the map, both teams have one strike available. We need to see what's going to happen with Ferret in the offside, though. He's going to go for the info tower, so he'll be able to grab that and then know that this aggression is coming. But John is already spotted out in the Foch B, crossing through the open. Do Dopamine have enough tanks to hold this push?
The V4s are starting to peak in the middle against PM. Frugo and OP Hacker going for that. They're actually going for the 430U. They're just literally just driving at him. The Tsac's coming back in. They want to kill Blur, but can they do so without losing too much? Can Ferret find the track shots against Frugo? He can. Frugo perma-track. That's the power of the Tsac. Dark Ninja coming back in as well, trying to keep Blur alive, and they're able to do that just now. More connections coming in. That's the bad shot. Blur dropped towards the one shot. Does Chase find the kill? He does actually pick it up from the outside of the map. Dark against Melee in the 1v1. Dark missing the shot. PM in trouble as well. Amarak even in that 268 V4. And now on this part of the map, Dark is going to fall against the Forge B, who's coming off of reload in a second as well. That's not what you want to see there from the 268 V4. Gets tracked, gets held. Where is the rest of Dope? I mean, Dark finds the kill against December somehow. And Ferret clipping the ass of that Forge B. That's gonna hurt as well. HP almost dead even. Actually back in favor of Dopa, even after all of this.
Yeah, both teams still with a pretty good chance to take victory here. The Tsac of Ferret just hiding in the corner with only 600 HP. Vova is in a pretty good position here. John cannot go around that corner with such low health remaining in the Foch B, but Ferret gets killed by Koman in the 268v4. Somehow he gets picked up, and Hockey coming in with the repush along with Vova. They need to connect these shots. They're going to try and find the kill on towards John, but John has tucked himself in and made himself a very difficult tank to pick up the kill on here. Melee now not deciding, gonna shoot Vova, probably go down in this engagement, and then it'll be a 3v3, a 3v2 even.
Yeah, and there's a kill found by Paddy. Their chase now coming in with the Batcha, but Hockey has established crossfire. Paddy behind Koman as well. Koman is going to go for the ram against Hockey. That's going to do a lot of damage. Vova bailing a little bit, even playing around the rocks. Chase misses another one. Vova still extending that chase with Chase, who finally finds the kill, but as he closes that one out, Hockey and Paddy have finished their respective target, and now the Rex blocking a little bit. It's the tight squeeze. Gotta turn left, which means one more shot from Hockey with Paddy to shut it down, and Dopa hold on just a little longer.
Oh my. That was the battle of the throws right there. I couldn't tell who was winning that game at any point.
How does
until
the Sag die?
yeah, I don't know how Ferret got picked up the kill, and December also dying to the permatrack Dark. But I think he had to go around the corner there because he was gonna die from behind. So he really just had to risk it and try and make that choice. But both teams just throwing away a lot of guns there. I remember right in the beginning, we thought the round was probably over when Frugo and OP just pushed into the over there. They pushed into a complete crossfire, but somehow they managed to keep it even all the way until the end.
I have some inside information for you, Moff. Apparently the Sag died because he was pinging the minimap.
Oh no. And that was Ferret as well. And that goes back to your original point, the narrative that we brought up, that Ferret, how will he handle the pressure of having to lead at the same time as playing his tank, and he goes down for free because he's too busy imparting wisdom on his teammates.
As a result, it's 5-3. Could have been 4-4, Moff, actually, after 8 rounds.
It could very much be 4-4. Suddenly, after the first 2 maps, Dopamine, they flicked the switch, and they've turned it on. They've showed up to this match, and every round since then has been pretty competitive.
What do we have now? Miravanka. Oh, I don't know, Moff. I think it's still kind of over, personally. If it's 6-3 or 6-4, I'm not sure. But
Maybe.
I don't see 2 rounds on Muro.
Well, I'll tell you something, I hope it's over soon, because I need to pee, man. This is best for 11s. I've got to go pee. So I'm hoping for a stacked win right now.
That's, yeah. There's solutions to that, Moff. But,
Oh, how much of a pro at cast do you have? A pee bag, like, strapped up or ready to go?
Exactly. I just feel like Moro is a map where you can play pretty aggressively in the beginning, and that will allow you, for example, to play that cap and force the issue and force a potential mistake from the side of Dopamine, who are facing match point.
Yeah, Dopamine on match point here, and you know, Miravanka, like you said, these rounds can be super, super fast, and stacked with Frugo on the lineup. We know how W likes to play, and they like to go fast and furious straight into that cap circle. So we could see a clash right there.
Yeah, if I'm stacked here, sorry, I may try on one of the 2 rounds to play pressure the cap, because you know as well that if they don't have good positions in the very start, you know that you could spin the round for free in like 1 minute 15. But you could do a lot of things in 1 minute 15. What do we see? Stacked, IS7, double Bat, AX, double Bliskovice, and Archem Panzerwagen to round it off. So not really looking like a cap lineup. Dopamine in return, quad Bat shots, and AX and double Bliskovice. Now this lineup screams not capping either. It might be a clash in the forest, but the question in the beginning of the battle will be, can December hit enough targets with the plane to make it worthwhile for his team? Because it's pretty hard in the RHM to hit all 7 in this current patch. Does he use the plane initially? No, he doesn't even use the plane initially, actually. So no plane usage there from December. He's keeping it. Triple bat shot immediately in towards the middle of the map. And I guess they're trying to surprise somehow here. They're playing the cap, but Paddy and Vova getting spotted out immediately. Paddy taking a shot there. Ferret trying to go somewhere as well. They're trying to overpush the middle, kind of like we saw on EU already. They're bailing out of this position. They're stopping, and that's going to result in them taking damage, however. While Hockey's on the outside there, and now how does Dopo actually react to this? Paddy is getting focused out, and bat shots being spotted everywhere, and Dopa just currently driving in between a rock and a hard place, going absolutely nowhere, and they're not sure how to play this out whatsoever.
Hello, fellow co-caster. I definitely didn't just go to the toilet. Dopamine in a lot of trouble. Down 3k HP here. We've got John re-pushing in towards the middle. Frugo re-pushing as well. Ferret in a lot of trouble. Stuck behind this building. He needs support from the likes of PM, who's over-peaking on towards the middle. But look at Paddy. He's already down to 100 HP remaining. He's in a bit of trouble as well. And Ferret does get picked up. That's an important kill. They do return fire on towards a tank from the side of Stacked there. But Koman has side shots on towards Dopamine here. PM is in a lot of trouble. Amaract in his Bliskavitza.
Paddy's still alive on a one-shot though. Koman and his respective Bacha buddy on 1-2. Melly trying to pressure forward. That might be a mistake from Melly. Tries to overpeak against Vova. Paddy finally falling. Damage being returned on towards these Bacha. The Blur hitting shots as well. But the RHM from behind now picking up a strike. Dark Ninja flanking Chase. Can he find the kill? Hockey and Vova re-pressuring here. Missing the shot. The strike comes in to pick up Vova. Now Hockey left by himself. Coming down towards a one-shot is not going to fall just yet though. Chase is finally out. But PM Hockey also very, very low. And battle number 9 is where Dopa will bite the dust, and Stacked against all odds will be taking the OLF and the lion's share of the 15k prize pool.
Yeah, Stacked with the upset. Everyone expecting all of our cast predictions in favor of Dopamine, but Stacked always looked like the stronger team today. There was a bit of a resurgence from the yellow team, but it was not to be, and Stacked will be the champions.
Stacked will do it, and I don't know how much of the rounds you still remember, Mof, but the batch had started with triple driving down the middle, kind of like we saw. I think it was Mafia in the regular season, drive down the mid with bat shots and just over push the middle, if you remember.
I think it was Studzianki.
Or Studzianki.
The team. They were the team that really liked.
Or Studzianki.
Yeah.
And then they turned towards 1-2 line. And there was still double Bacha there also on 1-2. Like Stacked was kind of split across the map. And they took a lot of damage for that.
So they went for something exotic and they just got caught up in the crossfire. But I think on the whole, Stacked were the better team today. They had a couple of wobbles in the sort of mid part, but they ultimately were victorious, and that's reflected in the score, 6-3. Turns out I could have just waited one more round before I went to Wii.
Well, I mean, nobody noticed until you mentioned, but for Stacked, yeah, they're very happy. Just doubled their winnings, and for Dopa, they have about a month, a bit more than a month to focus back up and start focusing on the WCI.
Yeah, that's true. They've got a new purpose now. They got to lock in to that. We could say that this tournament didn't matter as much to them, but of course you always want to win anything that you're in, and there's a greater prize pool if they came in first, but it's Stacked that are the champions. I need to work on being more smooth with the casting. You're right, I could have very easily gotten away with that.
Yeah, could have. But it is what it is, Moff. At least you were honest, and honesty is
it's a learning experience.
Learning curve. Yes, indeed. Yeah, they're getting the 10k. Congratulations to them. Just doubled their winnings. They're very happy. I don't think they really expected it themselves that much either, but it is what it is at the end of the day. Congratulations to them. They were just better in the beginning of the match.
Yeah, and they were able to maintain that advantage throughout. So that's a nice chunk of change for them there. 10k US dollars. We've got one more match to come though, and it is the finale of the entire Onslaught Legends series on EU. It's going to be Cashback against Hit and Run, the two top teams in the leaderboard and the two favorites for the entire lineup. I wish you the best of luck with that. It's another best of 11. You've been on a marathon today. I hope you go to the toilet in this break.
I'm okay. I'm still chilling right now. But that's enough from me and Moff. Moff, before we go to the replays, who do you think is going to win the EU finals?
Cashback.
Okay.
They are the better informed team.
Moff thinks Cashback is going to win. I'm pretty much on the Cashback train as well. We'll have to see. But before we get into the grand finals, let's take a quick look at the replays and see how Stacked took that quite unexpected victory.
Ooh, double strike going down here. Are both of them gonna connect? The nuke, as some would say, does hit. It is a great migration towards the 1-2 line, and I think Chucky is not gonna serve well as a border guard. He's gonna get overrun as Victor already bites the dust. So Hit and Run are pushing back against this.
That's exactly what he would need to do, but no, the round from Liberty. What a play.
Solo connects on you. Miss the RHM. That's why the pocket of V does what it does.
But from the sidelines comes the SUV and the double kill with the strike. The 13-105 Mentos there to pick it up. This is what peak performance looks like.
Hello there and welcome back one final time. It wouldn't be a tournament stream without me forgetting to unmute.
It's been a while,
indeed,
though.
it's been a while, yeah, but I couldn't let the OLS go without it, Ducky. But we have now arrived at the final match. It's going to be the grand finals. It's going to be grand indeed. Best of 11 once again. And I dare say we do see the two best teams of the series in front of our eyes right now.
I do believe so, that we do have the best two teams in front of our eyes, just like with the OLF. Cashback and Hit and Run have had a phenomenal season in the Onslaught Legends Series in the Phase 1 and 2. And no better than these two teams, the repeat of the Independence Day show match, if you remember, Kihan, to face off against one another in the finals of the OLS.
Exactly, and yeah, there is quite some history at this point between those teams. It was sometimes clear-cut, it was sometimes close. Hit and Run mostly, at least in, you know, some time ago now, history, had a history of struggling, actually, not against Cashback specifically, but with Onslaught in general. But it seems like they've put in the effort, they've put in the grind of the trainings, and now they have arrived to be within the top two teams in Europe and about to possibly crown themselves. And on the other hand, the lineup of Cashback will want to do everything in their power to take that crown, rip it out of Hit and Run's hands, and put it on their own head.
Cashback would really like to win this as a compensation for not being able to make it to China, right? That would make them feel a little bit better, I guess.
Yeah, indeed, and also kind of to demonstrate what's at stake here. I mean, the prize pool is basically 66,000 euros, not dollars, euros actually. So yeah, the winner getting half of that. That's around 33k. The second one getting 25%. So basically both teams are not only playing for merit, bragging rights, and obviously the title of OLS Season 1 champion. There's quite a bit of cash involved as well.
Yeah, this is also, you know, doubling your payout real quick.
I mean, not so much with the bonds and gold, but, you know, at the end of the day, bonds and gold are really, really nice, but doubling the cash is nicer.
I mean, this seems a little... Sounds a little much. This is definitely a little much. 82 versus 18. I would say this is more like 50-50.
I would possibly give the advantage to Cashback personally myself as well, just because of the form curve, you know. I was speaking earlier today with Moff about it when we were casting the match Cashback against Storm, and he brought up the statistic that basically Cashback lost the first two matches in the OLS in the first stage in tiebreaker. And since then, they have picked up every single match. They're coming, I believe, off of a 10-game or 10-match win streak now. And against, for example, against Storm, they now, within the entire OLS, they dropped exactly one round. That is an absolutely crazy performance. Now, Hit and Run, no slouches in their own right. They have made their way here, and the way was long and bloody, and they claimed the lives of a lot of opponents in the process. But I think Cashback right now are at least looking like they have that edge.
Yeah, but 80, not 82% edge.
82 is brutal, yeah.
I mean, 82 is a bit off the mark, still. Favoring them, sure, I understand. They're peak performance. But I will say, if there's one team that could beat a slower playing Cashback that's trying to play Control, for example, it is Hit and Run.
Definitely. We have seen Hit and Run earlier today, and it was absolutely crazy. Fast now, Cliff.
What a surprise. But Cliff gets immediately followed up with Ghost Town and Ensk.
We might be sitting here for half an hour, and it's like 6 rounds played already. Now, I don't want to say it's going to be 6-0 either way. I don't think that is likely to happen, but like, those are 3 banger and quick maps to start up upon. Ghost Town, I think the slowest out of the bunch, but even Ghost Town, especially with Hit and Run playing, could be a quick affair.
I mean, Ghost Town won't be quick, though. It can be, with the way Hit and Run likes to play. It can be. They could play very, very quick towards the cap. Yeah, half an hour, Keyhand, with some... Yeah, like half an hour, done at 8:30.
Possibly. And the thing is, things are not going to slow down from there. Westfield also pretty fast map, and then into Miravanka. I mean, we are looking at a very, very quick set of maps here in between both of those teams, and that suggests one thing, that basically both contestants here are very convinced of their own abilities when it comes to just, you know, immediate reactions, calls, and then just, you know, in the chaos of battle, just emerging victorious. That is what both of them have done in the respective semifinals as well. Those were fairly quick, 5-1, 5-2. They completely wiped the floor with their respective opponent, but I think now not only is the ante being upped considerably, it's being doubled actually, it's also like I don't think we are going to see such a one-sided match here.
I mean, I don't think so either, but you never know. Depends on how the first 2 maps go, Kiant. We saw that in the OLF already, right?
It will be interesting to see. Quick fun fact, actually, it seems like stacked. So the now OLF champions did train yesterday against Cashback, and I quote one of the team members when I say that training against Cashback was like the night in Game of Thrones, long, dark, and full of terror.
It's just funny because Dopamine trained against Hit and Run the day before.
Oof. Well, if the NA match is anything to go by, then the training between Stacked and Cashback maybe had a bit more merit to it, but it is all getting decided here. In we go into the grand finals of the Onslaught Legends Series. It is Cashback against Hit and Run. We're gonna start off on Cliff, and Cashback are going to bring a 50B ×2, a K91 of all things. That one's getting switched now. So a TVP, triple Bluska, and an RHM.
The side of Hit and Run, triple 50B, double Bacha on E50 RHM. So it's Bliskavitsas versus Bacha at Skiand.
So to be honest, Bliskavitsas on Cliff, not the most usual of picks, to be quite frank with you. I'm surprised to see it like 3 times on the board. We can see Hit and Run with a very auto-loader focused setup. So it is going to be a clash of styles here, and that clash is immediately going to happen on the 1-2 line here, because Aka and I said in the 50Bs are going to arrive there, and that triple 50B hit squad of Hit and Run are coming as well. They want to get those first picks here, but they're also going to drive in towards the TVP. The first kill immediately from Chucky. Now I said getting focused out, getting focused down, but those 50Bs are probably running out of steam now. That's why Piotr has to come into DPM with that 50M. Now the Bluskas from the upper side making their move.
Bliskavitz is moving in, but that's triple 50P and a Bachat coming back up. Panther Fury in the middle trying to help his RHM player respectively, but Chucky already starting to tank. That hurts though, 1.6, but Mentos with Clip available coming in, starting to put damage on towards Twilight, who tried to help his teammates that were already dead on the 2-line. The double 50B Barbarian getting chased down by Piotr in the TVP. I mean, he's making his clips work, but the rest of his team having no luck in return. I mean, Chucky down towards the one-shot, sure, and everybody's currently on reload, but Piotr finds Barbarian, and Squeezy here, yeah, you're getting squeezed between Mentos and Monster. He does one more shot, but with him fallen, it's only little left, and that is round number 1 for Cashback.
Round number 1 for Cashback.
No,
that
for Hit
does
and Run,
get
sorry.
thrown. Hit and Run are going to pick it up. But yeah, to be honest, lineup diff.
Really just a very good move in the beginning, just not stopping with those 50Bs. I don't even know how much lineup it was. It's Strat versus Strat. Hit and Runs was just better.
Just opening wise, Hit and Run, getting the better engagement on that lower side, immediately able to pick up one and the second 50B as well. The TVP not really having a say in the matter, and then Hit and Run just with the perfect reactions after, stalling a bit against those Bruskavitsas. And yeah, as I said, that was a very easy round for Hit and Run. They made it easy on themselves by having the correct reactions after seeing the opening from Cashback. And now, honestly, like, good by Hit and Run to put that first round on the board. However, I don't think this round really tells us necessarily too much about the strength of either team, because when you have a win by opening like that, I mean, as soon as you have a certain like level of player skill and caller skill across the board, then, you know, being handed around like this is just free.
But showed good reactions from Hit and Run though. They see those 50Bs appear on the 2-line and they're like, okay, just drive at them, guys. Literally just drive. And it's good preparation as well. Cashback just happens to play the thing that absolutely instantly loses, in my opinion, against what Hit and Run played.
Yeah, and like they even had that 50M on the lower side because they were like, all right, triple 50B, we're gonna get some initial burst, but what happens if we leave like one tank on like 800, 900 HP? You know, then actually a DPM medium could come in pretty handy. And guess what they had? A DPM medium to finish the job. So for Hit and Run, every single domino falling into place. And I mean, Cashback, I don't want to say they got read like an open book, because the book of this match so far hasn't even been opened yet. Like maybe the prologue is being read, but yeah, good job by Hit and Run in this initial round here, definitely.
Can they continue it through? Well, even if they win Cliff to 0 though. Ensk is coming and goes down. Goes down first and then Ensk.
I mean, to be honest, I think if Hit and Run wants to have like a good shot at winning the match, then they do indeed need a good opening on Cliff to, you know, kind of
it should be their bread and butter.
Yeah, to kind of be able to do anything against what Cashback is looking to do on those Ghost Town Ensk grounds. But the thing is, Cliff, it's such a hit or miss map, right? It can go either way. It is most of the time down to those openings. And ooh, you're saying actually it's going to be a repeat of the NA scoreline. So 6-3, both Moff and I saying Hit and Run is going to get one more round. Well, they're a third or a quarter respectively of the way there already, but all of us saying Cashback will take it.
That is bias. Did we all vote for Dopa last time as well? Maybe we'll be all wrong together twice.
Possibly, but yeah, I think we all voted for Dopa. Let's see what's gonna happen. Best of 11 is such a long match, usually, that, you know, even the form of the teams within the match can change, as we do immediately go in towards round number 2. And I mean, Hit and Run kind of switching it up. Cashback definitely though. 1 RHM, a Foshby, a Centurion, so Inspire Medium, double 277 and double BZ75.
Hit and Run not changing too much in the way they approach things. Triple 50B, Batch at 25D, CS63, Centurion AX, and a Bliskavice. Interesting, they have opted for Mentos as their final player.
So T-Sec is there now. He had that timeout earlier on Airfield.
Mentos Chucky recheck rotation there.
Yeah. Let's see what happens. First of all, Hit and Run are trying to get that engagement that won them the round, are trying to recreate it, but this time it's going to be a different engagement altogether, because this time they don't drive into double 50B. That is a lot more meat that is headed their way, and immediately Cat's Eye down to half HP.
And now the repush coming in, Little getting immediately he owned by these 50Bs. They all stop, they blow him up. Aka, the second one, Barbarian with the push B, trying to get in. Katsai playing around the rock, playing a ring around the Rosie. Now Aka down towards the one shot as well. Chucky tries to get the ram, but Katsai gets the finish, and 2 times down for the side of Cashback, but HP lead for them though. Hit and Run just does not have the burst to continue blowing up these tanks. Panzer Fury down towards the one shot, and Barbarian says, I'm out. See you later, guys. As now Cashback bullies their way onto the upper side, and they bully themselves all over Monster, who is like, okay, I have to go down. And now Twilight getting chased down, but Cashback does have the upper positions.
Cashback has the upper positions currently. They're gonna lose Twilight in the process as Monster bites the dust, and Katsai with a bad peek in his CS63 does have to bow out of it as well, is going to give up the outside stone position in the process. And all of a sudden, as Twilight is likely to get picked up here by Mentos as he does, it's gonna be a 4 versus 3, but one of those 4 tanks of Hit and Run is actually Pan's Fury on a super one-shot, even for that RHM of Liberty that's now headed his way.
The Pen of Liberty actually catches Panzer Fury, and he does. Panzer Fury tries to get to A4, but Liberty gets the better of him. Chucky already driving back in. Hit and Run realized that we are in the position right now where we are forced to drive up, and the 50B does not like doing that. Iset still behind the bush, gives another one to Chucky. He's gonna pull behind the corner. They cannot push that. Piotr is like, okay, I know I can't push that. He's going too behind now. He knows Liberty is coming, but still his teammates in the meantime are taking a tremendous amount of damage as Mentos is basically down towards a one shot. Piotr with the ability will chase down Liberty. Could use a track shot. He won't get it. Drops him towards the one shot, but let's be real, Squeezy and Iset are gonna pick up the 2 tanks on the upper side in the meantime, as Mentos is down towards the one shot. Squeezy will not just blow his load for no reason. Looks, aims, shoots, scores together with Iset.
Indeed, double team in between Squeezy and Iset, the dynamic duo, and to be honest, the battle in between Piotr and Liberty is a lot less dynamic because someone else is going to make a 2v1. Once again, Iset there to shut it down. Shut it out is what Squeezy does here, and after 2 very quick and explosive rounds on Cliff, we are left with a 1-1 scoreline.
1-1, and this time around Cashback is like, okay, we like you see, we like 50Bs as well, but you know, you can play without them, and they sent so much meat down 1-2 that it's really hard for Hit and Run. They stopped, they blew up 2 tanks almost immediately. Like the 277s were basically just deleted off the map. But then there's double BC and a Foch B and an AX, and it's a bit too much for the triple 50B to deal with. And then you see them struggle when they're reloading because they cannot do anything. And then Monster comes in from the top, but by the time he's there, it's already over.
Yeah, exactly. And indeed, Little, he didn't really have anything to say in this match. He just got blown up, but the thing is also, I think Aka was one of the tanks that immediately got caught by those by those 50s Bs. But what are you realistically achieving by killing the 2 277s immediately? Like, yes, of course, it's nice to get 2 pickups, but those are 2 tier 10 heavy tanks that kind of low-ish DPM. You can make it a little bit better with the skill and, of course, the Inspire medium, but realistically, 277s inherently are tanks that are supposed to soak up damage. And yes, Piotr getting 5k of that, but the thing is, for example, one entire clip of that was on the RHM when the battle was already lost, when it was already over. And yeah, you said it while it was happening. Hit and Run had to evacuate the donut and lower donut area, and all of a sudden then it was just Cashback with the upper positions plus a light tank that could just roam, and that was a losing position 10 out of 10 times for Hit and Run.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a team win from the lower side, unless they were up like millions of HP It's really, really hard once you lose those upper positions, even if you have an HP lead, to come back in and just start be like bully your way up.
And now, this means that we are at 1-1, Cliff getting split. However, Daki, up and coming are Ghost Town and Ensk.
Ghost Town and Ensk, that should be cashback maps. Let's not get ahead of ourselves and be like they're gonna win this 4-0, but that should be maps where you would favor cashback.
Normally, yes, but a lot of especially tactics from Hit and Run that we've seen have been all but normal. I think Hit and Run is a team that really tries to go out of their way to not settle in any kind of a standard playstyle. They try to make it increasingly difficult for the opposing team to really understand what exactly is happening until it's too late. Sometimes it goes apparently wrong, but I think that's just the nature of using a lot of different tactics, is that some of them are just bound to end up looking stupid, while others you're left scratching your head like, how did this just work? This is kind of crazy. We did see the phase 2 result there with the better end for cashback then in tiebreaker, so that also was a close match.
It was a very, very close affair between those two, and we're expecting a close affair here as well, but it could be a clash of styles in Ghost Town. We know cashback not the kind of team to go for a quick gap.
Usually not, although they have also been known to sometimes switch it up, and we are indeed going to not see the sort of quote-unquote classical cashback on Ghost Town with like 7 different tanks or possibly double RHM Leopard 1. Instead, none of those. It's going to be triple Bliska, Centurion, double CS63 and a 277.
Versus the 60p, the triple bat, the Leo, and the double RHM for hit and run. They're changing it up, but cashback is not. We've seen this from them before.
Indeed, cashback here sending triple medium, indeed, like directly towards the cap, and now we'll have to see how this clash of style actually works out against each other. Piotr has a lot of open ground to cover actually until he can go in towards like resetting area and resetting opportunities. We see the swing by the triple Batchat that does get spotted by the Bliskovitz of Barbarian, lets off one but only tracks Monster. All of a sudden this Bliska is in heaps of trouble here. That is triple French autoloader, but he has backup. He calls for support and he gets it. Liberty and Arca chase those annoying Batchats away, but possibly at the cost of Barbarian's life. He does get claimed by Monster, but Piotr falls in turn.
Yeah, hit and run moving close. They know that they will have to reset and those bad shots come in, but it takes 3 bad shots to kill a singular Bliskovica. Tisek now evacuating the area. Squeezy gives him a farewell gift. Twilight says, I got one for you too. It's Christmas came early for Tisek, getting presents from all of the cashback members. And Iset says, I will drop the strike just, for good measure. Pick him off as well, and look at the result of this immediate cap pressure. It's exactly the same as against Storm. They play with the CSs on the cap, so much pressure so quickly, you don't have time to go take airstrikes. They force hit and run close, and then they do the thing which is really, really good, which is not overcommit to the cap. They immediately abandon the cap, they don't even want to try, and they just go back and beat those bad shots, make them run away. And yeah, I mean, the bad shot, it's quicker in reverse than it is forward, but that's not going to save it.
Exactly, and I think cashback have been kind of baiting all the other teams for the entirety of the OLS. They kept playing Ghost Town slowly, and here now on the final day, in the semis and in the finals, they completely abandon that. They completely switch it up, and they say, you know what, we're a pretty good team on Ghost Town when it comes to playing slow, but you know what we can also do? Play it fast, and we also do that well.
And in spectacular fashion, they will make it 2-1 over Hit and Run, who won the first round, but now are looking at a few rounds of cashback in a row, make it 2, but an opportunity to make it another one on Ghost Town. Mentals is playing the long game, wants to extend the battle for as long as he can. May get greedy at some point, just wants to make sure that, it's not the quickest battle in this series.
Indeed, the 3-minute mark now does get crossed, and Mentos, I mean, he's playing a very cheeky game, but obviously Cashback, they can either go cap or they can even take one of the information towers, and at that point Mentos is obviously bound to be found. Right now he keeps them guessing, but I think also another side note of what he wants to achieve is after this very quick and destructive round of Ghost Town, he wants to give a little bit of time to his team to like think about what the hell just happened, give them a little bit of time to adjust. We see there now he finally lets off a shot to let them know where he is, but the thing is, double information tower has obviously been taken. A strike misses him, I believe, but Liberty with that hash from the Centurion Action X is probably going to make a short work off of him. Another hash shell loading into the breach. It does fire, and Cashback, after being down 0-1, now are up 2-1.
Yeah. Beautiful stuff there from Cashback. A quick, aggressive round that makes everything from the first Cliffs team forgotten. 2-1. Nice. That's good. Sometimes recycling is the right choice.
Yeah. And I really like what Cashback is doing here. Like, they have been, for the, as I said, the entirety of the OLS, they've been playing a very particular style to, on Ghost Town at the very least, to where all of us were like, all right, you know, they're going to pick 7 different tanks. They're going to try and play it slow. If the opposing team plays it fast, then Cashback has been getting a lot better recently at playing against that as well. So that's why they're a good Ghost Town team. And now they're bringing a completely different kind of style, which just attests to their skill, is that they're able to switch it up like that and look even better with it.
Barbarian, obviously the MVP of that round. He 3 bad shot clips to the face and his team won. My goat.
You know, he made a high impact play and he sacrificed himself to the better of his team.
Yes. Exactly.
And who wouldn't? Who wouldn't?
True.
I mean, that is why he's the GOAT, right? Barbarian, I mean.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm sure we see plenty of goats in the chat right now as well.
I'm pretty sure it's absolutely filled with those. But yeah, the thing is, hit and run must be like a little bit alarmed now, because yeah, of course, like Cliff being split 1-1, that, you know, that happens. Not always, but like if that happens, it's not a tragedy. It is
it's
kind of
expected.
a flip map.
Kind of
yeah.
expected in a way.
You can never guarantee to win Cliff 2-0. Like 1-1 is definitely within the realms of expectations. However, what was not in the realms of expectation was Cashback just, you know, flipping the page of the script to completely switch up what they have been doing. And I cannot emphasize enough how much preparation those teams put into the matches that lead up against each other. And then when the opponent plays something completely differently than what you expected, then that might be absolutely detrimental to your planning, because all of a sudden now the tactics that you made just are gonna fall apart.
I think we will see Cashback slow it down a little bit now, though. I mean, I don't see them play cap 2 games in a row.
Let's see.
I mean, it's a good question.
I mean, they cannot really speed it up anymore. That was already extremely quick.
I mean, I think EBRs would make it there faster.
Yeah, but whether that is actually a viable like thing to do, it might be. Let's see. As we do go into round number 4 here, and Cashback are indeed going to slow it down considerably just because of the tank lineup here. It is 60TP Mouse, E50M, E3, E4, and double RHM.
And then 150B times 2, triple V4, E4, and EBR. Last time they played something like this, Kihan, you remember? They just pushed off of the cap with that lineup. They put the 50Bs on the cap, they put the V4s on the cap, and then they just push off of it. Will Cashback be prepared for that? Who knows? We will see. Double plane spots basically everybody. Only the 50Bs missing because they went wide towards 1-2.
So let's see. 4 tanks that have been spotted here, and 3 of those are headed towards the cap. So now Hit and Run want to do to Cashback what was done to them in the previous round. They're going to drive in towards the cap. They're going to put a timer on Cashback, but already Cashback have an artillery strike secured, and as the spot comes in once again, Hit and Run realize that staying there is probably not the best idea. Ketsai now though going on a journey. He has his backpack on his back and he's driving in, but he is completely away from everyone. He does have the EBR to fight Twilight with him together, but like that was pretty disjointed by Hit and Run. And on the other side of the map, I think Monster is getting collapsed upon.
Yeah, Twilight may do one more shot in the E3. Will they give it to him? Yeah, Panzer Fury actually decides to peek that. A little bit of a mistake there. Keyhand, the 50Bs were picking him up anyways together with the EBR. I mean, somebody would have been able to find the finish without having to take a shot from the E3 in return, but Twilight's still alive. They need somebody to pick it up. There's another 50B coming. Chucky does find the kill, but look at these 50Bs getting punished. I said just getting shot after shot. Aka down towards a 1-shot as well, though. Will Monster reload on time? I think he will, because Squeezy is shooting APCR, which means he needs 3 shots. Monster picking up Aka, finding the kill there, but will not do more than that. Squeezy finds the kill in return. A little now pushed into the cap as well, and Cashback may be overextending here in this city area. Just a touch, Keyhand.
Cashback possibly overextending. I said from the backlines, probably firing shot after shot. The gun must be red hot for him as T-Sec falls in that 50B. Liberty to pick it up, but in turn, Piotr to shut down Little. And all of a sudden, as the airstrike comes in, Pants Fury is down towards 205 as well. However, Hit and Run, they do have less HP. They have more guns available, and they are trying to focus those now on towards Barbarian. But it is the Leopard 1 with the strike kill on towards one more tank, evening up the guns as Ketsai kills Barbarian, but Chucky is on a 1-shot, and Liberty from the sidelines trying to help. As always, in that RHM takes a big one though by Piotr, who in turn takes damage as well. This is all over the place.
Yeah, Mentos in that EBR really annoying now. 1.5k HP. Piotr taking another one from Liberty, who's going to probably disengage towards 1-2 line himself. But Mentos is on the chase here, trying to find Squeezy. However, it's not over for Cashback. It's playable. There is a plane available from Liberty, so if Mentos goes onto the info point here, he will be getting shot by the RHM of Squeezy. Liberty taking the strike on the other side now, and they know that they have potential to win this round. Chucky 1-shot, Ketsai 1-shot. It's really the EBR here that has all of the HP.
Let's see how this one plays out. I mean, Hit and Run, they have the trump card with that EBR, but Squeezy in that RHM will try to, deny that advantage here. I mean, double LT versus a singular one, and the big problem here for Hit and Run is that Ketsai is a 50-50, and Chucky is a definite 1-shot for those EBRs. I said is a 2-shot. He should be giving at least 2, as Mentos does outspot him though, and Ketsai falls to Liberty, so all of a sudden the gun's dead even.
Yeah, Mentos is pushing Iset though. Iset loading HE, he knows what's coming, he is aware. He knows that Mentos will be probably approaching this. Mentos gives the APCR shot. Iset will give him the HE 475 and will try to give him one more shot. The plane is a good one. The plane actually connects, and the strike, will it connect? Yes, it does as well. That makes him a 1-shot to HE from the RHM's beautiful strike placement there. It all adds up, Kihan. He's also a 1-shot to the strike as well. And I think Hit and Run's in real trouble.
Hit and Run might be in real trouble. It is the double RHM wombo combo that needs to do it for Cashback here, and Hit and Run at this point in time thoroughly on the back foot when it comes to spotting potential, because also those Cashback RHMs very smartly so have taken the map control in a way that Hit and Run is never going to get towards those strikes again. There is a lot of time to play with, 5 minutes and 20 seconds that those RHMs can just spend to look for openings and to just chill out, as Mentos I mean, I think he's probably driving right at the edge of getting spotted there. He actually does. Let's see if Squeezy intuition's over to HE. This might be detrimentally. Mentos obviously doesn't know exactly where he's spotted from. And, ooh, the miss coming out from Squeezy. Now Mentos does as well, of course, as the shot from Piotr does not connect. Second miss coming out, though. I think Mentos, is he going to drive into strike? No!
He dodges the strike, and Squeezy hit this HE shot. Third one's the charm, the hardest one of the three, actually, he connects. Good stuff there from Squeezy. That was the hardest shot out of all three of them. And Liberty immediately gets one on the back of Piotr as well, who tries to make up for losing his EBR friend, but Liberty does not miss those kind of shots. He puts in two. Squeezy now coming from behind. Piotr fires off in frustration. Chucky's put it out as well. Squeezy comes in, picks up number one. Liberty looking towards Chucky for number two, and he does nail that one as well. And hit and run. And we're kicking themselves because Cashback make it 3-1.
Cashback indeed off of a carry, I think is fair to say, by their light tank players. That was, I think, a lesson for anyone trying to play light tank in Onslaught, on Ghost Town, in the late game. There you go. Just watch this replay. That was beautifully played by them. I mean, some missed shots here and there, but in the end, I think Squeezy and Liberty together just showed perfectly how good light tanks can be in those ultra late game situations, even when you're down a gun or two.
And they played it out really well at the end of the day. And that strike was more important than anything else as well.
Man, the clutch plays by ISED as well. You said it, like that strike there to make the EBR a one-shot for the strike and for the RHMHE, that was so clutch.
And which is only possible off the back of a good plane from either Squeezy or Liberty. One of the two dropped the plane on the EBR when he went around the hill again and kept him perma-spotted. So ISED had all the information. It was still a really good placement. But, you know, nonetheless, on the back of one of those RHMs.
Yeah. Really well played. A fairly close round. But I think I also want to question a little bit the push that Hit and Run was doing right at the start. It seemed confused somehow. It wasn't what you normally see from them. It seemed disjointed. It seemed not well coordinated, which is very, very unusual for Hit and Run normally. Like, one of their strengths basically is that if they commit to something, they do it with absolute conviction. Like, even if it's a bad call, you can still remedy a bad call by executing it well. But you just saw that maybe it was a good call to do this push, but if you execute a good call badly, then it just falls apart. Doesn't matter how good it is.
Now we're going into Ensk. And Ensk is a map where I would favor Cashback above all else. They just seem to have that one really nailed down. Might see it to sack, might not see it to sack. But they're one of the few teams that are able to make that light tank still work on Ensk. And you gotta remember, you're always playing technically a gun down. Information up, but a gun down.
Let's see. Before today, Cashback were the team that had 5 games on Ensk and 5 victories on Ensk. And now, as it stands right now, they have 7 games on Ensk and 7 victories on Ensk. So playing more on it does not seem to hurt their 100% win rate. And if that trend continues, that's obviously horrible for Hit and Run. Because if it does, they would be down 5-1. That would be match point. But I think Ensk is also one of those maps where if you plan to do something quick, the execution needs to be perfect. If you like miss position by like 2 or 3 meters and get reset where you shouldn't, it all starts falling apart. Obviously, TD meta fully back in action on Ensk. We see Cashback coming in with an E4 double V4 double Briska. They are bringing the Inspire medium and the T57 heavy, though, slightly switching it up. Our Cashback.
Hit and Run. 5v4 is an E3 and a Wheezy TD. Yeah, Cashback bringing the Brawly lineup as well. potentially predicting hit and runs, aggression, knowing that they like to play with it to sack.
Which they have opted out of currently, but Cashback mostly play with this Tisak from north, but this is where Hit and Run currently spawn. So let's see. Hit and Run are going to split their forces quite heavily. They do have some people down the rails. Triple V4 hit squad in the city, but this might actually come to hurt them because as there is no info for either team available, the teams are pushing kind of blindly. Ketsai now finds Iset. Naka takes 2 shots immediately to the face. A bit late with the ability. Iset now taking damage in return. But we obviously know as the all-knowing and all-seeing observers are that Cashback simply has more guns in the city.
Yeah, but they're now kind of forced into this courtyard area where the trades are not optimal for them. They're in a little bit of crossfire themselves because Tsek, Ketsai, and that respective V4 have done a good job backing off from that area. Now Cashback is going to look to overpush the rails, but Ketsai and Tsek will be in position. I said taking more and more damage. Barbarian now turning in towards, and Hit and Run has done a good job at divide and conquer, putting those Cashback tanks in places they don't want to be right now.
Yeah, currently the Centurion Action X also pretty much out of the game. Fighting against Mentos is not contributing where the push is happening. As Barbarian down towards one shot, I said already down and into the garage here as Tsek and Ketsai try to hold strong and hold on against the superior amount of guns that Cashback currently have there. But Monster from the sidelines with that E3 shot after shot. Finally Tsek falls, making it 1 apiece for the teams.
1 apiece for the teams. Barbarian still alive on 49, and the HP is actually getting closer and closer. Mentos finds Aka, but Squeezy, Barbarian, and Liberty are playing a beautiful game of Roll the Dice here. Squeezy with the finish. Now Ketsai left on 1.6k HP. Liberty just farming and popping off. Ketsai pops the ability, wants to pick up Barbarian. Barbarian tries to get around the corner, gets stuck a little bit on the building. Will he survive? Liberty is able to gun block Ketsai even, I think, from the outside, and all of a sudden it's Cashback with the extra gun, and now they're going to converge on towards Mentos and Liberty. This man is just incapable of playing any tank on an extreme level with the EX. He's having a monster game, picks up another kill, and Piotr is the last one standing, and Hit and Run are really scratching their heads about how did they just lose this against Cashback. I mean, it's not over just yet, but I somehow don't think Liberty and Barbarian are showing this. And I know if I'm Gotchi Baby, I'm cheering him on. Let's go Liberty. And this man is going to have an absolute brilliant game in that center in Action X.
Yeah, exactly. Piotr, he used to set the old standard in the days of WGL, but it seems that Cashbacks are the ones to set the gold standard now in the times of OLS as they rip. They absolutely rob Hit and Run here of a round that realistically Hit and Run should have won. But Cashback, they manage to snatch it from the jaws of defeat, and not gonna lie, like Hit and Run, they now look like a team that's been shaken, that is like not shattered, but on the verge of breaking against this team of Cashback. They have some players right now that are absolutely popping off, playing out of
They
their
should
mind.
never lose this round.
This, yeah, I think it's fair to say that it was kind of a Hit and Run throw.
It definitely
And-
was. They kept pushing Cashback into crossfires, and they lost out of crossfire.
Yeah, and then also, like, for example, Liberty, I think that was actually a gun block against the heat shell from the V4 that was trying to finish off the one-shot Bliska. But it is those, like, individual micro plays that can make the difference, and right now they certainly are making the difference for Cashback. And Hit and Run, I mean, it wasn't a big throw, but Cashback are so damn good at catching that they are not like letting go of a round as soon as they get even handed the tiniest little bit of advantages.
And the comeback there from Cashback was impressive. I mean, Barbarian does 4k damage, the GOAT, you know, and staying alive, making those tanks commit from Hit and Run against him. First there was Monster, then there was another one, and then there was another one, biting the dust for trying to kill him. And Hit and Run definitely overcommitted in that part of the map for trying to find those kills against Barbarian instead of just joining the fight and not caring that much about the one shot. the one-shot Blitzkowitze, where the AX was just able to farm over and over and over again, and 5k damage in this battle would be like, 7-8k against 60 piece if they were still being played. So it's 4-1 for Cashback, and that's now 2 rounds in a row where Hit and Run lose clutch situations. First Ghost Town, now Ensk. This one's worse than Ghost Town because Ghost Town was double RHM. It's really hard to play against that. But this
was normally supposed to be Hit and Run's way back into the match, right? If they take that, it's 2-3. It's very, very playable. I mean, it still is. Don't get us wrong here. This is best of 11, so first to 6. So even a 1-4 deficit is still, I mean, can you call it okay? Probably not, but it is not. Currently, it is not the end of the world yet. But if Cashback keep playing out of their minds like this, and if Hit and Run keep like handing them ways into rounds that realistically should be Hit and Runs, then it's not going to be a match that we're going to be spectating for so much longer. That being said, I think it was percentiles setting those two teams apart so far, and just that the flip has gone at least twice now in favor of Cashback, and not by chance, of course. They really played well and they earned it, but just as well, I think Hit and Run have it in them to make it go their way either.
No, this is beautiful stuff for Cashback. Now they have a real opportunity here to make a match point to almost deliver their knockout punch to Hit and Run Kihand.
They would love to do that, certainly. Being on match point most of the time is a good thing, except when you're playing against W, of course. But we're not there yet. Cashback, they are trying to get there, once again with the Inspire medium. Liberty, Centurion Action X, then Little this time with the Blishka. We have triple V4, 1E3, and Barbarian whipping out that WZ113 GFT.
Hit and Run, double V4, E3s, plenty, times 3, and double E4. They want to stop Cashback from getting to match point. Time to put a halt to the train.
Will Cashback allow themselves to be stopped? Because so far, that hype train had very few brakes being applied, as Liberty is going to immediately drive towards the arty strike on the eastern part of the map. The Cashback are going to net themselves the first neutral objective, as Rexa actually ends up getting spotted in that E3, but I think he just about made it safe. This is going to be a position that might be very, very difficult to push. However, Monster might get spotted here on the rotation and his E3 respectively, as he does, but he ends up not paying a price for it.
So far, Hit and Run doing a good job again at drawing Cashback in Kihand, but do they get caught once more? The Rexar position that you talked about, it's indeed a very hard one to play against, and I said it's committed in a little bit too far. He's trying to back off now in his V4, but he does get tracked. He's trying to run away. They're trying to converge again from the side of Cashback, this time on towards the E4 of Piotr. And are they able to do so? I said is escaping. Piotr driving around the corner, trying to body block a little bit, trying to block himself in the way, trying to block Aka from getting out of it, but it's not happening this time around. They find another kill HP again in favor of Hit and Run. They need to pick up Piotr in that E4. One more shot will put him down, but look at Tsek as well in the meantime, dropped towards 331 HP, and here comes Cashback again, back across the middle once more on towards Tsek. Chucky trying to find Iset, he will not find it, and Iset is still chasing Tsek, but now Chucky is just falling the strike. I think comes in from Liberty, picks up Tsek, little falling in return. It's all over the place, but again in the chaos, it seems to be Cashback that is just getting the better of the side of Hit and Run.
Indeed, now Liberty trying to double track Pants Fury, instead though getting tracked himself, taking damage as well. Pants Fury, he did not have a driver it seems, but he was able to repair it, and now Ketsai is going to secure the kill against Liberty. All of a sudden it is 3 versus 3. However, the HP basically dead even once again. Ketsai trying to make it out with the ability active is for now going to do that. Pants Fury being reloaded. Rexa and Barbarian on the outside duking it out. E3 against WZTD. A shot coming in from the sidelines from downtown though, making Barbarian a one shot, and Rexa, he's trying to somehow find a way around this rubble here. He does go in, he takes one more, he shuts Barbarian down, 3 versus 2.
Squeezy now forced to make a play against Panzer Fury. Aka actually misses that shot. Squeezy's gonna drop him towards a one shot. 3-11. The strike might do the honors. Aka's gonna put it. Ketsai pushing forward in the meantime. Rexar still holding the angle. The strike comes in and picks up the kill. Now though, Squeezy needs to penetrate the shot for Aka to even have an opportunity. Ketsai's wiggling his gun there. Tries something, gets rammed a little bit. Squeezy could reverse. He could reverse. He does make him a one shot and Aka rams him to death. It's 2v1. No ability for Ketsai to save him, and the v4 putting him down. And now it's Rexar yet again, wondering where it has all gone so wrong for hit and run. It's not over just yet, but it's again looking rather dire.
It's looking rather dire, but actually the display is wrong. Rexar has all crew members up and available. He doesn't have the ability, but both of them bounce. Squeezy, all of a sudden here on a one-shot, but Aka possibly to save the day. He also bounces. What are these skill issues here in the grand finals? Rexar is going to reload, but he doesn't get the shot. Squeezy is going to confirm it. It is match point for Cashback, but Ducky, what are we seeing here?
I guess Cashback is just better in those chaos situations. Pure team play there, working out for them again, and they're always the ones getting initially punished. This time around, same story. They take the initial damage. Iset takes quite a bit. They form a blob. They move on to Piotr. They do find Piotr relatively easily, and then afterwards they're just winning those skirmishes and hit and run, losing a lot of HP on tanks, which you wouldn't expect normally.
Honestly, some things that you also wouldn't expect are all these bounces coming out from these extremely experienced players. Normally, those guys, you know, you wake them up at 4 a.m. in the morning after a probably long evening for them. And, you know, respective, like it doesn't matter what state they're in, they will still pen their shots. That's not the case currently. So quite a lot of pressure on the teams of, on the players of either team. Sometimes, you know, even the gods amongst men can go wrong, it seems. But currently what's not going wrong is the score for Cashback. Match point here and hit and run for the 3rd time in a row. It feels like, you know, that could have been their round as well.
Yeah, that was... yeah, very good from them yet again. They are able just to win those chaos engagements, and I almost feel like that was the knockout punch he had. 5-1 Westfield coming up.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, after all of this, despite how crazy those past 3 rounds were that we saw, to be honest, like we said at the start of the game, like Cliff, all right, good pick by hit and run, but then Ducky, Ghost Town, Ensk, those are Cashback's like bread and butter home turf maps. And there was a lot of chaos, there were a lot of things going on, but in the end, Cashback still pulling through and getting 4 out of 4 possible points there. So now it is time for hit and run to mentally reset and to just
reset from this
play.
From this?
Just play.
That's 3 clutch rounds in a row.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a recovery waiting to happen.
I mean, you saw, you know, I thought that there was no recovery either for W in multiple of their matches. When they were down
now?
like not here, I think, is the best way to answer this question. But there have been, you know, other kinds of stories, and even to quote you from earlier, sometimes the last round can be the hardest one to win. It is now at this point. Cashback need just one more. But we even saw the Cashback players, like both players from both teams in the last round had issues penetrating the enemy, which is not normal for them usually. Let's see who's going to be able to shake it off better. Obviously, we are talking about a monumental, a gigantic advantage for Cashback currently. Like the mountain to climb for hit and run here is the size of Mount Olympus, but yet no, I'm not talking about the one in Greece. I'm talking about the one on Mars. Maybe they can get Elon to to bring them there and send some support, because that's what they need.
They need. I don't know what they need, bro. They need.
They don't need milk. They need like cream with more calories added to it.
Yeah, they are in deep trouble. But maybe, who knows? Maybe they can do something.
You know, I think Westfield is where it started for Storm against Cashback in the OLC number 3, if I recall correctly. Like, they were down as well, and then Westfield came, and all of a sudden everything looked playable again. Before that, it looked horrible for Storm.
It's 4 rounds, Kian.
Yeah. Well, 5 if they want to win as well. But Cashback, they just need one more. If it's down or up to them, then this match is going to be over. After this, what might be the last round of not only this match, but the Onslaught Legends Series as well. Cashback looking for the knockout punch. A singular bat shot of 430U. And Udas, actually the 430U gets switched with a Badger, triple Briska, and the RHM.
Hit and run, bit more simple. Batchat, 5 Bliskavitzes, and an RHM for them.
And to be honest, that lineup by Hit and Run is something we've seen today already. And this exact opening as well, Piotr, last time. So this is actually an exact copy-paste. This is a recycle coming out from Hit and Run, actually. Now, is this a case of if it ain't broke, don't fix it? Or is it a case of we are getting countered right here, right now? As Piotr looks pretty vulnerable together with that RHM in the middle of the map for Hit and Run. Let's see if they get found.
And Tisek takes a shot of damage there. But Katsai still in the middle of the map, resetting the strike. And actually, Hit and Run is going to bounce off of this back in towards the middle, I think. You can see them now, starting to come closer. Tisek, Chucky, Panzer Fury, Barbarian is their target normally. In that Bliskavica, there is a Bliskavica in crossfire. And the Udas is now coming close as well, but Hit and Run have found a target to pounce on in the beginning. Barbarian doing a good job by pulling behind the building, but Piotr in return in trouble in that Batcha 25D. Squeezy and Liberty, the 2 MVPs from Cashback, in my opinion, together combining against him. Squeezy's already moving back up because Piotr is down and out. And now Hit and Run has to find something on the top side. They finally pick up the Barbarian, but they lose Panzer Fury for this. They find Little. Now Twilight surrounded as well with the Udas. They find the Udas. Now onto the Badger. Hit and Run has something to play from in this position because they have the Badger right in front of them. Can Cashback actually close out anything here? It doesn't look like it because Twilight is gonna fall for this. And then it's gonna be 4-on-3, but they do still have the RHM available. But so does Hit and Run.
So does Hit and Run indeed, as Chucky is trying to close the door and shut the coffin on Twilight. He finds him, but Rexa in return that does get picked up. And all of a sudden we find ourselves in the 3v3 situation with more HP for Cashback, and they do also have a medium compared to the double TD of Hit and Run here. So nominally, tanks-wise, Cashback is possibly even favored here, as Liberty is just about to get another strike. This means that Hit and Run for tournament, for Legends Series survival, need to make it happen here right now against Aka, but Monster doesn't have the ability active. Liberty from downtown to shut it down as Squeezy in the bat chat starts opening up, but Liberty finds Chucky, and Ketsai, the last one for his team, will not be able to pull the 1v3.
You will not be able to pull it, and your winners, your Onslaught Legends Series champions, will be Cashback. And in what a dominating victory from them, 6-1 in a best of 11. Beautiful stuff from them, Kian. I'm gonna ask you already, who's the MVP?
That is a good question. I'm gonna say Liberties, like straight from, like just going off of gut feeling, I would say Liberty. But yeah, first of all, congratulations also from my side to the team of Cashback, who now I think are sitting on an 11 or 12, something like that, match win streak. Absolutely crazy stuff. They did play 7 plus 6. Slowly the math is failing me. They did play 13 rounds today, dropping only 2. Absolutely crazy performance. Once again, showing here in the finals that they are a tremendous force to be reckoned with. Yeah, crazy stuff here. And normally the clutch masters of hit and run, today they get schooled in just that kind of like thing. Like normally they are the ones that are getting the impossible rounds. Today that was Cashback.
Cashback won every clutch situation, including this one, because it was again a clutch situation. They just won every single one of them without exceptions. And yeah, for them, of course, that's amazing, right? In a different world, they lose half the clutches and we're still playing, but in this world, they win every single one of them. They're very happy, but they're also, you know, deserved to win this match. Their second half and the end of the season was amazing for them. They wiped the floor with Storm, who's also going to China. They wiped the floor with Hit and Run, who's going to China. So at least those two teams can both feel better about the fact that, you know, they didn't lose against each other.
Exactly. So that's going to be an interesting one to see if and when Hit and Run and Storm meet in China. But as of right now, the absolutely, without the shadow of a doubt, even undisputed champions are a Cashback for you, who are not only going to take the victory, but are also going to be taking home together as a team almost 33,000 euros. I think that is going to be, yeah, you know, that's stuff for a few nice evenings together, I would say, or more than that even.
Yeah, they could even spend the night together if they want to. No, they get the lion's share of the prize money, doubling up Hit and Run. However, Storm still have an opportunity to win some more prize pool later on in Kian. That's like the redeeming factor. That's the redeeming factor for Dopa as well. It's like cope, but at the same time, you're like, at least we're going to China, right, guys?
Yeah. They are coping, but they are not seething.
At least we're going to China together, guys.
Exactly. And there, once again, well, one more thing that should be mentioned, that in China, there's one silver lining for them. It's that they don't have to play Cashback there. But yeah, first of all, once again, let's take a look at the Twitch drops, because as is tradition, as is usual at this point in time, if you haven't been able to claim them by now, and today, to be honest, they're quite juicy, I recommend trying to claim them. We have obviously all but reached the end of our stream here, but we are going to raid Daki after. So I think the possibility for a few OLS talks there to get some more insights by the, in my opinion, best World of Tanks caster in the world. You're going to be able to do all of that on his channel.
That's very kind, Kian. I'm almost blushing, dude. I'd say my ego is growing, but my neck can't get any bigger or it's going to burst open the shirt. However, if you are interested in more Onslaught, on Tuesday, I mean, I know I will be covering it. I'm going to be watching it, so I don't know about others, but I assume there will be other streamers as well if you hate me, which is your fair right. On Tuesday, we will be watching that in the evening, Kihan. I don't know exactly what time CST this will be.
I believe it either CST 18 or 19. I'm not entirely sure as well, but to be honest, if people are followed to your channel, they will see it.
This is true. They will indeed see it. So there's going to be some more content there. We have, on Tuesday, what do we have again, Kihan? We have W facing off against Studzianki.
Mm-hmm. And the winner of those stays in the OLS, and the loser of those is going to play against a team that has not made that many appearances yet, at least on stream. It is the all-French team of LTP, who have come second in the OCS. The first team there, obviously, that is Ping, another Polish team, by the way. They have already qualified as being first of the OCS, so we're going to see them back in the OLS number 2, which is going to happen at a later point in time. I'm not going to spoil dates yet. So yeah, we are going to, on Tuesday, confirm 2 more teams for the next season of OLS. And I think all of that being said and done, we are at the point in the stream now where some of the thank yous are bound to be said. First of all, thank you to all the people behind the camera that are making all of this possible. Special thanks also to Moff, who hasn't been casting this last match with us, but he has been here with us and he is still in our ears. So thank you very much, Moff. Thank you to the players. Thank you, last but not least, also to you guys watching wherever you may be. It has been an absolute blast, and we are so happy that we can bring you more of OLS at a later point in time. Thank you very much from my side as well. It's been kind of difficult the past few days, but today definitely was very fun, and as per usual, Daki, the last words go to you.
Well, it has been an incredible Onslaught Legends series. I hope you guys have enjoyed it as much as we did. An entire season, but it's another season coming up, but that's for later. Now, the question to finalize this broadcast with Kihan, there is a team coming up in Clan Showdown that is on 9 wins. That could be the very first to make the triple diamond badge. Because in the beginning of November, right?
2nd and 3rd.
2nd and 3rd of November, we will be having Clan Showdown. And then we will see, can Invil complete the achievement of 10 wins in Clan Showdown? That is what I'm looking forward to. I hope you guys as well. Hope you guys enjoyed. We'll see each other very soon. Have a wonderful evening and goodbye.
Hello, I'm Miriam. I'm humanity's new hope. Soon I'll share all my secrets with you.